The Secrets Within the Tarot. A descent into the symbolic architecture of the tarot, where Carl Jung's vision illuminates the hidden map of the psyche encoded in its archetypal images. This journey reveals how the Major Arcana trace the soul's passage through innocence, crisis, transformation, and rebirth, exposing the inner forces that silently shape human destiny. Within the tarot, Jung recognized a living dialogue between the conscious ego and the unconscious depths, a mirror where the shadow, the anima, the hero, and the wise old man emerge as guides, adversaries, and catalysts. Each card becomes a gateway, unfolding the eternal dance between order and chaos, fate and free will, the personal path and the collective myth. This exploration reveals the secret currents that link tarot symbolism to individuation, showing how the images operate as psychic engines of transformation. Through them, the psyche speaks in metaphor, prophecy, and paradox, inviting the seeker to confront their buried truths and awaken to the deeper pattern guiding the evolution of the self. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Wheel of Fortune, Fate, Shadow, and Destiny. Life never really moves in straight lines. It spins, twists, and flips, just like the Wheel of Fortune in the tarot. This isn't about luck or superstition, but about a deeper truth. Reality unfolds in cycles. Picture it, Anubis rising on one side, Typhon descending on the other, while the Sphinx guards the top in silence. These figures aren't random. They represent the forces pulling us between instinct and reason, creation and destruction, light and shadow. And the wheel, it doesn't judge. It just turns. Whether you're climbing or falling, the game isn't moral, it's archetypal. We all ride that rim, caught between fate and free will, watching the seasons of our psyche change. But here's the catch. Most people cling to the illusion of control, believing they can outsmart the wheel. They chase highs, avoid lows, and fight change like it's a curse. What they don't realize is that the rise and fall are both necessary parts of transformation. The mythic structure encoded in this symbol reveals how our ego reacts to chaos, either trying to dominate it or run from it. And yet, just like in mythology, hubris leads to downfall. Sooner or later, fortuna humbles the proud. The wise, however, learn to dance with the wheel, not against it. They read the rhythm, not the numbers. Think about someone who keeps changing jobs, partners, or cities, hoping for better luck next time. They're not unlucky, they're spinning unaware. The lesson isn't to escape the cycle, but to meet it with awareness. The key is to become conscious of the pattern you're repeating. And that means recognizing when Typhon, the symbol of chaos, isn't outside of you, but inside. Have you noticed that your bad luck tends to follow a theme? That's no accident. That's the wheel calling you to wake up. What if instead of fearing the fall, you saw it as an invitation? Anubis, after all, isn't just the god of the dead. He's the psychopomp, the guide of souls. When things fall apart, it's often him inviting you inward. When life unravels, it's asking you to let go of ego and return to center. People who meditate, journal, or explore dream work during their low seasons often come out with deeper insight than years of success could have offered. The wheel doesn't punish, it reveals. And the ones who pay attention to its symbolism start seeing synchronicity where others see coincidence. So instead of blaming fate or worshiping luck, what if we embrace the paradox? The wheel spins, but you're not a passive passenger. You're a co-creator with a map etched in myth and shadow. There's a reason why the wheel appears in so many spiritual systems, from the Tibetan wheel of life to the turning of astrological ages. Each rotation is both an end and a beginning. But to see that clearly, you'll have to face what stands between you and the center. And sometimes that thing looks a lot like a riddle with claws. Symbolism of the Sphinx and the Shadow Mother. There's a reason the Sphinx never gives straight answers. She asks questions that shake the core, riddles that twist your mind, not to confuse but to confront. This ancient creature, perched atop the wheel, isn't just a mythological guardian. She's the embodiment of paradox. With the body of a lion and the face of a woman, she represents a fusion of instinct and intellect, force and wisdom, yin and yang. But look deeper, and she starts to resemble something more unsettling, the shadow of the divine feminine. Not the nurturing great mother, but her dark twin, the devouring one. And unless the hero confronts her, he'll stay trapped in unconscious patterns. In Jungian terms, she's the rejected empress. What happens when the nurturing mother becomes controlling, chaotic, or absent? That energy doesn't vanish. It hides in the psyche as the shadow mother, the part that sabotages intimacy, nurtures fear, and whispers shame. And like in myth, she shows up with riddles, often when you're trying to move forward. Who are you really? Why do you repeat this pain? What are you avoiding? These aren't casual questions, they're psychic thresholds. Until you face her, you can't ascend. And here's the twist. Defeating her doesn't mean slaying her, but understanding her. A real-world example? That moment when someone feels overwhelmed by a toxic relationship, but can't seem to leave. They tell themselves it's love or fate or karma, but underneath it all lies a deeper imprint, an unconscious bond with the shadow mother archetype. This doesn't just play out in romance. It appears in overworking, people-pleasing, even perfectionism. The solution isn't logic. It's symbolic sight, learning to recognize the Sphinx when she appears in your choices, in your self-sabotage, in your dreams. She doesn't need to be feared. She needs to be understood. One of the best ways to meet her is through active imagination. Jung called it a dialogue with the unconscious, and it's as strange as it is effective. Sit down, breathe, and visualize the Sphinx. Ask her what she wants from you. Let the answers come, no matter how weird they seem. Alternatively, pull a tarot card and ask what part of your inner feminine remains unresolved. Even a story, like reading a myth or writing your own, can activate this dialogue. She lives in symbol, not logic. The trick is to stop arguing and start listening. Once you hear her, really hear her, you'll realize her riddles were never meant to harm, they were meant to awaken. The shadow mother doesn't block the path, she is the path. Her monstrous form guards the treasure, like every myth worth retelling. And the moment you stop resisting her and start decoding her message, the wheel begins to turn again, this time inward. But beware, the next riddle won't come from her mouth. It'll echo through an ancient prophecy you thought you already understood. The myth of Oedipus and symbolic destiny. Everyone knows the tragedy of Oedipus, how he tried to outrun his fate, only to run straight into it. But most people miss the deeper point. His downfall wasn't just bad luck or divine cruelty. It was a case study in unconscious blindness. Oedipus didn't fall because the prophecy was inevitable. He fell because he never turned inward. Instead of asking what the riddle meant, he tried to solve it with logic alone. He confronted the Sphinx, but not the shadow. That's the trap of living only on the rim of the wheel of fortune, always reacting to life's symptoms, never addressing the soul's call to awaken. Symbolic destiny isn't about events, it's about patterns. Oedipus thought he could avoid the future by changing the outer circumstances. But fate in myth isn't linear, it's archetypal. It loops until it teaches. His tragedy mirrors anyone who keeps making different choices, but ends up with the same result. You leave one job for another, or one partner for another, but you don't change the inner script. Why? Because the root of the pattern is buried in the unconscious. The myth warns us, escaping prophecy doesn't happen through strategy. It happens through self-awareness. Jung would say Oedipus suffered from a split between ego and unconscious material. He projected meaning outward, refused the shadow, and denied the wisdom in the wound. How many of us do the same? We treat inner issues like outer threats. We blame fate, partners, parents, politics, but we rarely look at our inner landscape. The prophecy in your life might not come from Delphi, but it echoes in dreams, habits, synchronicities. If you keep hearing the same riddle in different costumes, you're likely living your myth without realizing it. And the wheel, it just keeps turning until you notice. Let's ground this with a real-life case. Imagine someone who fears abandonment but keeps ending up with emotionally unavailable partners. No matter how many choices they make, the pattern repeats. That's symbolic destiny. The outer loop reflects an unresolved inner split, often with the parent complex, the anima or animus, or the rejected self. What heals it isn't just therapy or affirmations, but symbolic insight. Reading myths like Oedipus Rex, journaling dream symbols, or pulling a tarot card like the Hanged Man can flip the script. It's not about changing your fate, it's about decoding it. And once you start decoding, you realize something profound. Fate and free will aren't enemies, they're collaborators. Destiny provides the map, choice determines the path. But that map is written in mythic language, and only those who turn inward can read it. So the real question isn't, how do I avoid my fate? It's, what pattern is trying to awaken me? Because once you ask that, you'll realize the next twist in the wheel isn't outside. It's spiraling inward, towards something far more personal, the architecture of your own mind. Introversion and extroversion through the wheel model. Imagine the Wheel of Fortune as more than just a symbol of fate. It's a living diagram of human personality. Jung saw the psyche not as a straight line, but as a circular dance between the center and the rim. The introvert walks close to the center, drawn to the quiet gravity of inner reflection. The extrovert, by contrast, surfs the rim, energized by movement, interaction, and novelty. Neither is better or worse. They just play different roles in the cycle of transformation. But here's the trick: growth requires both. No one evolves by staying in one spot. Whether you're an introvert avoiding exposure or an extrovert escaping stillness, the journey calls for a turn of the wheel. Think of it like this. Introverts often carry the gift of symbolic insight. They're drawn to dreams, mythology, tarot, deep reading. They gravitate toward meaning at the expense of motion. But they can also fall into spiritual bypassing or become lost in the labyrinth of the unconscious, mistaking withdrawal for wisdom. On the other hand, extroverts embody the energy of the hero on the quest. They act, risk, build, love. But without introspection, they get stuck chasing shadows in the world, projecting their psyche onto jobs, lovers, or causes. The rim spins faster, but without the center, they burn out. A practical way to integrate both. Let's say you're highly extroverted. Carve out 30 minutes a day to journal your emotional patterns. Nothing fancy, just a raw download of the day's events. Then pull a tarot card and ask, what am I not seeing? For introverts, the opposite medicine helps. Take one bold action a day that stretches your comfort zone. Join a group, pitch your idea, or share your insights publicly. The point isn't to change who you are, it's to complete the circle. Because true individuation doesn't mean picking a side. It means moving between them with grace. The wheel model also explains why transformation feels so disorienting. When you're pulled from the rim toward the center, or vice versa, you feel like you're losing yourself. That's normal. The psyche isn't linear. It expands and contracts like breath. Jung's mandala wasn't just art, it was a map of integration. And if you pay attention, your life keeps drawing one for you. Every burnout, breakthrough, or identity crisis is the wheel asking you to balance the inner and the outer, the stillness and the storm. It's never random, it's rhythmic. And just when you think you've figured it out, life throws a curveball. The wheel shifts. The center shakes. Suddenly, what worked doesn't work anymore. That's not regression, it's invitation. The unconscious isn't done with you yet. There's still another figure waiting on the edge of your inner landscape, one who speaks in symbols, dreams, and riddles. Techniques for engaging the unconscious and the Sphinx. The Sphinx isn't just a monster, she's a teacher. But to learn from her, you must be willing to engage the unconscious. That's not as easy as it sounds. Most of us are conditioned to avoid what feels uncomfortable or unfamiliar. But here's the catch. The more we avoid, the more the unconscious forces its hand through dreams, symbols, or patterns. The good news? There are tools to help you speak the language of the Sphinx, tools that turn the unconscious from a chaotic force into a guide for transformation. One powerful method is active imagination, a technique developed by Carl Jung. It's simple. Close your eyes, get comfortable, and let your imagination roam. Ask the Sphinx a question, then wait. Don't control the answer. Let it come in the form of an image, a feeling, or a phrase. You might not get a clear answer at first, but over time, these visions will build a bridge to the unconscious. Just like a tarot reading, the meaning isn't immediate, but once you reflect on it, the message becomes clearer. Jung often emphasized how such dialogues with the inner world can lead to profound insights and healings. Another method is dream analysis. Your dreams speak in the tongue of symbols. If you've ever woken up from a vivid dream only to forget the details by breakfast, you've missed an opportunity. Keep a dream journal next to your bed. Write down whatever you remember, no matter how small or strange. Over time, you'll notice patterns. And that's where the magic is. Dreams are the Sphinx's riddles, and when you learn to interpret them, you start hearing what your psyche is trying to communicate. Maybe you've been avoiding an aspect of yourself, or there's an old wound that needs attention. The Sphinx is here to guide you, but you have to listen. Tarot, too, is an ancient tool for engaging the unconscious. Pulling a card isn't just about fortune-telling. It's about unlocking the symbolic meaning hidden beneath the surface. Each card is a mirror, reflecting the inner landscape. When you pull a card, ask yourself, what does this card say about where I am in my life? What part of myself is calling for attention? The cards won't give you a yes or no answer, but they will offer a reflection of your current state of mind and soul. Over time, as you build a relationship with the cards, they will become a powerful guide to navigate your inner labyrinth. Storytelling is another practice that connects the conscious and unconscious mind. When you tell your own story, you begin to see the narrative arc of your life. What are the themes that keep showing up? What role do you play in your personal myth? Are you the hero, the victim, or the villain? The Sphinx is all about riddles, and your life story is one big riddle to be solved. Write your story down, explore its deeper meanings, and ask, what is my soul's calling? By understanding the archetypes at play in your life, you can shift your narrative and create a new, empowered path forward. And finally, synchronicity. Have you ever had a moment where everything seemed to align perfectly, like the universe was sending you a message? That's the Sphinx speaking. She's the force behind those moments of perfect timing, those little nudges that send you in a new direction. Pay attention to the seemingly random events that occur in your life. There's more going on beneath the surface than you might realize. The more you engage the unconscious, the more these moments of synchronicity will show up, guiding you toward transformation. The wheel is symbol of cyclical and spiral time. Modern life runs on straight lines. Calendars, clocks, deadlines, they all reinforce the illusion that time moves forward like a train on a track. But the Wheel of Fortune tells a different story. It speaks in circles, in cycles, in seasons. You don't just move through time, you spiral through it. The same themes return, not because you're stuck, but because you're being invited deeper. Each rotation of the wheel is a chance to revisit old material with new awareness, to see how far you've come, or how far you've drifted. Fate doesn't repeat itself to punish you. It loops to teach you. This is why people experience déjà vu in life events. Another breakup that feels eerily similar, another job that drains your soul, another conflict that mirrors your childhood wounds. These aren't coincidences. They're invitations to grow. When you start recognizing the symbolic timing of events, you stop seeing life as a series of failures and start reading it like a tarot spread. Each position has meaning. Each turn holds a lesson. The past isn't just behind you, it's embedded in the now. The spiral deepens, and you're not going in circles, you're evolving in rhythm. There's an old saying, you can never step into the same river twice. The same is true with archetypal time. Sure, you might return to similar situations, but you're never quite the same person. The unconscious brings forward unresolved content in cycles, like lunar phases or planetary returns. It's why many people experience major shifts around the ages of 28, 42, and 56, points where inner and outer wheels align. Understanding this changes everything. You stop asking, why is this happening again? And start asking, what have I not yet integrated from this pattern? One practical way to explore this is by tracking your own life cycles. Choose an area, relationships, career, self-worth, and map out key events from the last 10 years. Look for recurring themes, timing, emotions. Then pull a tarot card or two for each phase and ask, what was the soul lesson here? You'll be amazed at how clearly the symbolic story emerges. This practice isn't about control, it's about recognition. When you recognize the spiral, you move with grace instead of resistance. And resistance, as you've probably felt, only makes the wheel spin harder. And just when you think you've reached the bottom of a cycle, when everything feels lost or meaningless, something unexpected happens. The spiral shifts again. A symbol reappears. A synchronicity calls your name. And suddenly, you realize this isn't just about your personal life. It's about a much bigger mandala, one that stretches far beyond your own birth and death. Philosophical implications of archetypal time. Let's talk about time, not as a clock, but as a mandala. Most people live under the tyranny of linear time, chasing the next goal, fearing the next loss. But in myth and mysticism, time isn't linear, it breathes. The Wheel of Fortune isn't just a metaphor for ups and downs. It's a gateway into archetypal time, where every moment holds both past and future within it. In Eastern systems like the I Ching or the Tibetan Wheel of Life, time is cyclical, sacred, paradoxical. Birth and death are not opposites, they're partners. Shadow and light don't cancel each other, they dance. And at the center of it all is stillness. This is the paradox most people miss. Movement exists, but so does silence. Action matters, but so does contemplation. The wheel turns, yes, but something in you remains still. That's the center Jung spoke of. It's the self, the mandala at the core of consciousness. The circumference spins with fate, karma, synchronicity. But the center knows no time. It's the eternal now, the eye of the storm. When you operate from this space, Life stops being a series of events and starts becoming a symbolic unfolding. Each moment, whether joyful or painful, becomes a teacher. Archetypal time also means that your personal struggles are never just personal. They echo larger myths, collective dreams, ancestral wounds. You're not just healing your heartbreak, you're walking the path of Psyche. You're not just facing failure, you're enacting the fall of Icarus or the dark night of the soul. When you live symbolically, the mundane becomes mythic. The breakup becomes a rite of passage. The layoff becomes a call to initiation. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of time and start seeing yourself as part of a much older, wiser design. Practical tip: try meditating with a mandala, not just looking at it, but letting your awareness sink into its structure. Feel the movement and stillness coexisting. Or journal about a recurring life pattern, then explore it through myth. Ask, which archetypal story am I reliving? Is it Inanna descending into the underworld, or the wanderings of Odysseus? You'll find that your pain often has a mythic structure, and when you locate it within that symbolic web, healing accelerates. You're no longer just processing your story, you're reclaiming your place in the great wheel of meaning. And as your awareness shifts from clock time to archetypal time, something strange begins to happen. You start noticing symbols everywhere. Numbers, dreams, animals, random phrases, they all start speaking. Not in logic, but in resonance. It's not that the world becomes magical. It's that you finally see that it always was. And just when this deeper rhythm starts to make sense, you realize you're not alone in this journey. The entire species is spiraling through its own great myth, one turn at a time. Cultural reflections and the spiritual evolution of humanity. There's a photograph, Earth, seen from the moon, a pale blue dot floating in blackness. When it was first released, people wept, not because it was beautiful, though it was, but because it changed something fundamental: perspective. That image became a modern mandala, a symbolic mirror reminding us that we're all on the same spinning wheel. In that moment, the illusion of separation cracked. Nations, religions, egos, they all looked a little smaller. And in that cosmic mirror, humanity glimpsed the sacred, what the ancients always knew but modernity often forgets. This awakening isn't just poetic, it's archetypal. Humanity is moving through its own collective wheel of fortune. We're not just evolving technologically, we're being pushed into spiritual evolution. The myths are changing form. Superheroes, space operas, even AI dreams, they're all reflections of ancient archetypes wearing new clothes. Typhon becomes the corrupt system. Anubis appears as the guide through digital death. Fortuna whispers through synchronicities on your phone. Myth never died, it just migrated into our media. And when we pay attention, we realize these stories aren't fiction, they're instructions. Jung predicted this. He saw that as the West lost its mythic grounding, the psyche would compensate by projecting myth onto politics, science, and culture. Look around. Conspiracy theories, utopian visions, and collective fears, they're not just social trends. They're expressions of a psychic hunger. Humanity is longing for symbolic meaning, for initiation, for a sense of place in a cosmos that feels increasingly random. And the wheel, it's spinning faster. But speed doesn't equal progress. Evolution requires integration, not escape velocity. So how do we participate in this shift without losing our center? Start by treating culture as a dream. Just like you'd analyze your personal dreams, look at the world symbolically. What does the rise of virtual reality say about our desire to transcend? What does our obsession with apocalypses say about our inner fear of ego death? What does the climate crisis reflect about our split from the divine feminine and the instinctual earth? These aren't just global problems, They're symbolic mirrors of our collective unconscious. And when we start seeing them that way, the solutions shift from mechanical to mythic. And perhaps most importantly, we remember we're not outside the story, we're inside it. We're not just watching the wheel spin, we're moving with it. That photo of Earth wasn't just a scientific achievement. It was a rite of passage, a moment when humanity caught its own reflection and saw the mandala in the sky. But what comes after that reflection? What happens after the mirror cracks and the soul realizes it's part of a larger myth? Well, that's where the number 10 starts to matter. The number 10 and the turning point of the hero. The number 10 isn't just a number, it's a threshold. In the tarot, it marks the completion of a cycle and the beginning of something entirely new. On the Wheel of Fortune card, that 10 sits like a cosmic bookmark, signaling the moment when the hero must stop chasing outcomes and start seeking inner meaning. Up to this point, life might have felt like a game of survival, gain, loss, repeat. But 10 whispers a different truth. The game isn't just about climbing the wheel. It's about realizing the wheel itself is symbolic. It's not your enemy. It's your teacher. This is the moment when the ego starts to crack, not in defeat, but in surrender. Not giving up, but giving in. The hero begins to sense there's more going on than just career goals, failed relationships, or spiritual checklists. There's an archetypal current underneath it all, one that's been nudging, challenging, even tricking them towards something bigger than personal success. The figure at this point realizes they're not the main character in a self-made movie. They're a participant in a cosmic story, one that began before they were born and will continue long after they're gone. In Jungian psychology, this is the turning point toward individuation. The hero starts to recognize patterns not just in the world, but in their own psyche. Shadow work deepens. Archetypes begin to move from projection to integration. That rage? It's Typhon asking to be seen. That strange pull toward silence? It's the Sphinx inviting stillness. That heartbreak? It's the divine feminine breaking down the walls of control. The number 10 is the signal that the outer quest is collapsing into the inner one. You're not here to win the game, you're here to understand it. If you want to embody this shift, start by mapping your own life in cycles of 10. Every decade, what changed? What repeated? What deepened? Look at where your illusions crumbled, where new symbols emerged. Pair this with a tarot spread focused on completions, the world, death, the wheel, the hermit. These cards don't just offer insight, they reveal the architecture of transformation. You're not meant to stay the same. The moment you reach 10, you begin again, not in ignorance, but in awareness. Not as a seeker, but as a witness. And just as the hero accepts their journey isn't about control, a new question arises, not about success or failure, but about meaning, about presence, about inner stillness. The wheel keeps turning, but now the hero isn't spinning helplessly. They're standing in the center, listening. And in that stillness, something ancient begins to whisper, not a command, but an invitation. And it sounds like meditation. Meditation as access to symbolic wisdom. The wheel never stops turning, but you can. That's the paradox meditation invites you to explore. In a world spinning with distractions, anxieties, and compulsive loops of thought, stillness becomes an act of rebellion and revelation. Meditation isn't about escaping the wheel. It's about stepping into the center, where you can observe the motion without being flung by it. The moment you close your eyes and listen to your breath, you begin to unhook from the drama of ego and enter the sacred space of symbolic insight. Suddenly riddles soften, chaos quiets, and meaning begins to rise. This isn't just poetic, it's neurological. The default mode network, responsible for self-referential thinking, actually slows down during meditation. That means the I that obsesses over control and outcome begins to loosen its grip. And in that space, the psyche opens. Dreams resurface. Archetypes speak. The Sphinx might not appear in front of you, but her riddles shift into intuitions, flashes of clarity, or unexpected peace. People who meditate regularly often report increased synchronicity, symbolic dreams, and even spontaneous insights that feel channeled. Why? Because stillness tunes the psyche to symbolic frequencies. Want to apply this in real life? Try meditating with a single tarot card. Choose the wheel, of course. Light a candle, breathe deeply, and hold the image in your awareness. Don't think, just observe. What sensations emerge? What memories bubble up? Let the card speak through silence. Or go further, write the wheel's riddle in your journal. What am I resisting? Sit with it for 10 minutes a day, letting answers surface without force. These small rituals build a bridge between conscious and unconscious. They allow sacred meaning to arise where logic usually dominates. Meditation also helps reframe life's failures as messages. Instead of spiraling in self-blame, you begin asking symbolic questions. Why did this happen? Becomes what archetype is at play. The lost job becomes a tower moment. The unexpected help becomes the star. You begin to see your life not as a random series of events, but as a mandala unfolding in time. Meditation doesn't remove pain, it translates it. It doesn't fix the wheel, it reveals the design. And that awareness shifts everything. You start walking through chaos like it's sacred ground. And as the noise fades, one final realization begins to take shape. The riddles were never meant to trap you, they were meant to wake you up. The wheel wasn't your enemy, it was your teacher. And now, standing in its center, the path forward becomes clear. It doesn't begin with knowing more. It begins with listening deeper. Because wisdom doesn't shout, it whispers. And if you're still enough, you'll hear the next turn before it begins. The justice, the path to balance, and your inner tribunal. The tarot isn't just a deck of cards, it's a living architecture of the soul. Picture it as a cosmic blueprint, a sacred diagram where each major arcana represents a station in the evolutionary climb of consciousness. The upper row, that's where the divine archetypes reside, the fool, the magician, the high priestess, all whispering truths from beyond the veil. But it's at the justice card, numbered 8, that the game changes. She doesn't descend with thunder, she waits in stillness, marking a threshold where humanity must stop being spectator and start being participant in its own myth. From this point forward, we're no longer dabbling in dreamland. We're in the thick of it, in the middle row where the laws of equilibrium, karma, and self-awareness reign. This is where the hero's journey shifts from abstract potential to grounded reality. The Justice card, standing firm with her sword and scales, reminds us, you're not just being guided anymore, you're being tested. That sword, it's for cutting through illusion. The scales, they weigh not your sins, but your self-knowledge. Suddenly, every step becomes a matter of spiritual responsibility. The beauty here is how this structure reflects our own inner architecture. Just as the tarot begins with raw potential in the Fool and matures toward divine synthesis, we too journey through layers of unconscious material until we awaken as co-creators of our own path. Justice is the checkpoint where we're asked, are you ready to balance your inner world with the outer one? It's like stepping into adulthood, not by age, but by awareness. And that's not a metaphor, it's a psychological right. You don't cross this gate unless you're willing to look in the mirror and own what you see. This symbolism is echoed everywhere, from the myth of Libra, where balance is cosmic law, to Jung's theory of individuation, where the self emerges only through confrontation with the unconscious. And it's not abstract. Ever faced a moment where your choices felt like they echoed through your whole being? That was your personal justice card. That was you, standing at the invisible altar of your own evolution, holding invisible scales. It could happen while ending a toxic relationship, confronting a lie you told yourself, or choosing integrity over comfort. The tarot's structure is not static, it's kinetic. It moves as we move, breathes as we breathe. The cards don't just reflect fate, they invite participation. Justice is not a passive checkpoint. It's a spiritual test we face repeatedly until we get the inner math right. And right after her, what do we find? The Hanged Man, another shift, another layer. But before we get there, we need to understand the force justice embodies, not as a symbol of law and order, but as a living intelligence within our psyche. The symbolism of the Justice card. Justice isn't here to scold you, it's here to awaken you. When she appears, seated in perfect stillness, sword in one hand and scales in the other, she isn't interested in external rules. Her gaze cuts deeper than any courtroom verdict. The sword she wields isn't a weapon of punishment, but a tool of precision. It slices through illusion, helping you see what's real beneath the noise. And the scales? They don't measure your actions alone. They weigh your intention, your integrity, your willingness to stand fully present in your own life. We often think of justice as something outside ourselves, laws, judges, consequences. But in the tarot, justice speaks to a personal, inner alignment. Her message is, balance doesn't come from obedience, it comes from awareness. When we refuse to see both our guilt and our innocence, we fall into projection. But justice, as a divine archetype, invites us to integrate the opposites. We aren't just light or shadow, we're both. Ignoring one side tips the scale. Honoring both leads to individuation. Carl Jung called this the process of becoming whole, acknowledging the dualities within instead of suppressing them. Have you ever had a dream where you're arguing with yourself or being chased by someone who feels oddly familiar? That's your unconscious pulling you into the court of spiritual justice. Not to condemn you, but to reconcile you with yourself. It's compensation at work, the psyche trying to restore equilibrium through symbols. The tarot does the same thing, waking up the soul through image, myth, and metaphor. Justice also calls us to responsibility. She isn't moralistic, she's metaphysical. That's why she never wears a blindfold in the tarot. She sees everything, especially the parts we pretend not to. And when you work with her energy, say, in meditation or shadow work, she'll show you exactly where you're out of alignment. For someone seeking growth, this is priceless. Journaling your daily moral choices, for example, or reflecting on how often you betray your inner truth, are simple practices that activate this card's transformative power. Justice is a mirror, and her reflection won't flatter your ego. But that's not cruelty, it's mercy. It's spiritual alchemy. She doesn't want submission, she wants consciousness. And once you begin to accept her invitation, you realize she's not a judge at all. She's a midwife for the soul. What's birthed through her isn't a verdict, it's a new level of perception. And in that space of renewed clarity, another tension begins to rise, the paradox of inner conflict, the ceaseless dance of duality that pulses just beneath our surface. Duality and inner conflict. Within every one of us, there's a courtroom with no exit. The prosecution and defense, they're both you. That's the essence of inner conflict. One part of you longs for freedom, the other demands control. One craves chaos, the other clings to order. The Justice card sits right in the middle, not to choose a side, but to teach you how to hold both without collapsing. Her sword and scales aren't just props, they're tools for navigating the eternal tension between spirit and matter, light and shadow, yin and yang. We're taught to choose. Be strong, not sensitive. Be rational, not emotional. But real growth begins when we stop amputating parts of ourselves to fit a mold. Carl Jung knew this well. He said the path to individuation involves making the unconscious conscious. That means facing the very parts of ourselves we were taught to fear. The guilt you carry isn't meant to be punished, it's meant to be understood. The anger you hide isn't demonic, it's a sword you've never learned to wield with precision. Let's make this real. Imagine someone raised to be the good girl or the nice guy. They suppress assertiveness, thinking it's selfish. But years later, that buried part erupts, maybe in rage or passive aggression or chronic fatigue. Justice shows up then, not to shame them, but to say, you can't keep exiling half your nature. She brings the sword to cut away false identities and the scales to rebalance a soul out of sync. That's why inner conflict isn't a flaw, it's a call for integration. This is where the masculine and feminine energies come into play. Not as gender, but as forces. The sword as action, the scales as receptivity. The mind wants clarity, the heart seeks harmony. True balance isn't about silence, it's about hearing both voices fully. Spiritual evolution doesn't mean killing the ego. It means negotiating with it. You're not meant to destroy your inner conflict, you're meant to transmute it. Alchemy lives here, in the heat of the paradox, not in its resolution. And just when you think you've found your rhythm, life throws in a new layer, a deeper contradiction, a sharper dissonance. The dance of duality never ends. But justice never promised peace. She promised balance. And balance doesn't mean stillness, it means movement with awareness. And that movement, when guided by insight instead of fear, becomes the foundation for something even greater. A deeper spiritual process where justice is no longer just a moment, it becomes your path. Justice as spiritual and psychological process. Justice doesn't operate in the outer world first. It begins in the hidden chambers of the psyche. According to Jung, the unconscious has a knack for balancing what our conscious mind tries to ignore. This isn't philosophy, it's daily life. Ever had a dream that mirrored a situation you were avoiding? That's not coincidence, it's compensation. The psyche seeks equilibrium like nature does. When one side of you dominates, too much reason, too little emotion, or vice versa, something inside corrects the imbalance. And guess who's presiding over that inner court? Justice. She doesn't yell or punish. Her tool is insight, and her method is introspection. The spiritual weight of the justice card lies in this. You're always being watched, not by God, but by yourself. Your higher self sees through every mask, hears every excuse, and knows when you're pretending to be a victim of your life instead of its author. And yet, there's no condemnation, only the call to grow up, to sever the umbilical cord of blame and step into spiritual adulthood. That's where responsibility becomes liberation. Think of it like this. Someone goes through repeated heartbreaks, always blaming their partners. Eventually, a dream reveals a neglected inner child, afraid of abandonment, craving validation. That's justice working through the unconscious, saying, the problem isn't out there. It's the story you haven't owned yet. When you take that message seriously through therapy, shadow work, or even journaling, the scales begin to tip. The sword appears to cut through delusion, but gently, precisely. This process isn't cold. It's deeply human. Justice is misunderstood when seen as detached or logical only. She's closer to the wise elder who holds you accountable because she believes in your soul's potential. Her spiritual justice is restorative, not punitive. It's karmic, not vengeful. Saturn's discipline meets Venus's compassion here. And the beauty? This inner tribunal doesn't need a courtroom. It operates in silence, in your reflections, your regrets, and the moment you choose honesty over self-deception. Once you begin this kind of self-inquiry, you realize that justice isn't something that happens to you, it's something that awakens within you. The balance she offers isn't perfection, it's dynamic clarity. And just as you start to embody this inner law, another figure begins to emerge. Not a cold judge, but a sacred feminine presence who has held the scales all along, not with severity, but with a heart full of cosmic mercy. Archetypes and the feminine aspect of justice. Most people picture justice as rigid, cold, even harsh, but that's only one side of her. Beneath the marble throne and sharp blade lives a deeper truth. She is a feminine archetype. Not feminine in the soft and sweet cliché, but in the sacred, intuitive sense. She is Maat, the Egyptian goddess who weighed the soul against a feather. She is Astrea, the last immortal to abandon Earth, carrying the scales of divine fairness. She is Libra in the zodiac, ruled by Venus, a sign not of punishment, but of balance, relationship, and spiritual grace. And here's the twist. This archetype isn't detached. She feels everything. Her discernment doesn't come from logic alone. It comes from deep knowing, from the ability to hold complexity without collapsing into it. Think about a mother breaking up a fight between children. She sees who hit whom, yes, but she also sees the hurt underneath. That's justice. She listens for the hidden pain behind the behavior, the symbolic truth beneath the literal act. Her sword isn't used recklessly. It cuts where necessary, but always with love. When you ignore this Venusian side of justice, you reduce her to a bureaucrat. And let's be honest, most of us have internalized this distorted image. We think being fair means being emotionless. But in spiritual evolution, feeling is intelligence. You can't heal what you won't feel. The divine feminine within justice doesn't want robotic compliance. She wants awareness, the kind that only arises when heart and mind are in sacred dialogue. That's the real alchemy, when judgment becomes wisdom through compassion. Jung recognized this archetypal dimension in the anima, the feminine aspect of the male psyche that brings soulfulness, empathy, and inner harmony. When this is repressed, justice becomes tyranny. But when embraced, it becomes transmutation. A person grounded in the feminine justice knows that morality isn't about rules, it's about resonance. It's about feeling when something is off, even when no law was broken. That kind of justice lives in poetry, not policy. It's poetic justice, not courtroom drama. And just when this gentle side of justice begins to feel like a bomb, mythology reemerges to shake things up. A fiery tale of cosmic misalignment, where balance isn't restored by feeling, but by force. Enter the myth of Phaeton, a boy who tried to drive the chariot of the sun, only to lose control and throw the world into chaos. What followed wasn't cruelty, but a necessary act of mercy to restore harmony. Poetic justice and mythological illustrations. Let's talk about myth, the place where truth wears costume, but never lies. The story of Phaeton is a perfect lens for understanding poetic justice. The son of Apollo, he begged to drive his father's solar chariot for a day. Against better judgment, Apollo agreed. But the boy couldn't handle the power. He scorched the earth, froze the heavens, and nearly unraveled cosmic order. Then came Zeus with a bolt not of wrath, but of mercy. One strike, and the chaos ended. Phaeton died, yes, but so did the imbalance. Justice, in myth, isn't always gentle, but it is always wise. This is the kind of justice that feels like tragedy, but reveals deeper harmony. It's not about punishment, it's about restoration. Think about it. How often in life do we see people get what they deserve, only to realize later that life wasn't being cruel, it was recalibrating. Someone loses a job they clung to out of fear, and it forces them into their true calling. A betrayal shatters an illusion, allowing a new life to emerge. That's poetic justice. It stings, but it saves. In the tarot, justice embodies this principle not with vengeance, but with clarity. The sword doesn't swing in anger, it's drawn in necessity. And the scales aren't there to shame, they're there to weigh truth against illusion. Phaeton wasn't punished for ambition. He was a symbol of untempered will, of immature fire. The myth reminds us that cosmic order isn't sentimental. It's precise. When our actions misalign with higher laws, whether spiritual, emotional, or ecological, the universe adjusts. Not to hurt us, but to harmonize itself. And if we're brave enough to look at our lives through this mythic lens, we begin to see the patterns. The heartbreaks that refined our hearts. The failures that shaped our integrity. The moments where we fell not because we were wrong, but because we were growing. Justice operates here, not in the realm of blame, but in the alchemical forge of transformation. She doesn't cry over the fall, she watches what rises from it. But this kind of justice asks for a deeper kind of seeing. Not just the facts of what happened, but the soul behind the story. And where do we cultivate that vision? Not in the court of public opinion, but in the private sanctum of the soul, where silence speaks louder than judgment, where the real tribunal awaits, not outside us, but within us. Inner tribunal and the search for higher justice. Everyone talks about justice like it's out there, courts, systems, governments. But the truth? The most powerful court you'll ever face is the one inside your own chest. That's the inner tribunal, and no lawyer can save you from it. It's where your conscience, your self-awareness, and your soul sit together to weigh every choice, not in terms of legality, but of alignment. It's why someone can get away with something externally and still feel haunted. Because deep down, the soul always knows when we've betrayed our own law. Carl Jung spoke of this when he wrote Answer to Job. He argued that even God must evolve, must confront the shadow within. That kind of statement turns traditional theology upside down, but it's exactly what the justice archetype demands, growth through confrontation. In this inner court, you're both judge and judged. But it's not a place of shame, it's a space of transformation. You don't get sentenced, you get offered a chance to recalibrate. To listen to the voice that says, this isn't who you are, and actually believe it. External systems of justice often fall short. They reward appearances, punish shadows, and sometimes miss the soul entirely. That's why inner justice is superior. It can't be bought, tricked, or avoided. And the irony? It's the one system we run from the most. We distract ourselves with work, relationships, ideologies, trying not to feel the quiet gnawing that something's off. But the sword of justice doesn't swing in noise, it cuts through silence. And once you feel it, you can't unfeel it. So what can you do to connect with this tribunal? Simple, sit with yourself. Meditate. Journal. Ask not did I do the right thing, but was I in alignment? Reflect on moments where you compromised your truth for comfort or validation. That's where the real case is being tried. And over time, this court becomes sacred. It doesn't just judge, it heals. It becomes a compass for everything you say, do, and choose. And once activated, it changes how you see the entire world. Because when justice becomes internalized, the world outside starts to look different. You stop chasing revenge and start craving resolution. You stop reacting and start responding. But this depth of discernment requires a different kind of intelligence, one that goes beyond logic into the realm of feeling. And that's exactly where we're heading next. The function of feeling and law in society. Law without feeling is machinery. and machinery, no matter how precise, cannot hold a soul. That's why the Justice card isn't just about rules, it's about resonance. When James Hillman and Carl Jung explored the role of feeling in judgment, they weren't dismissing logic. They were elevating the heart as a form of wisdom. Because sometimes the right thing by law is the wrong thing by spirit. A person may win a lawsuit, but still lose their peace. True justice doesn't only ask, "What happened?" It asks, "What's true beneath the facts?" Feeling, in this context, isn't sentimentality. It's the compass that guides us through gray areas where logic collapses. Think about conflict resolution. Two people can have completely valid points and still end up more divided if feeling isn't part of the equation. Justice, as a divine archetype, knows this. That's why the scales balance, but the sword doesn't swing unless absolutely necessary. You don't punish a child for crying. You sit with them. That's the difference between cold judgment and living law. And society? It reflects our internal development. When we ignore feeling, we create legal systems that are punitive, rigid, and disconnected from human experience. But when emotional intelligence enters the equation, laws become more than rules. They become tools for relationship, healing, and evolution. A judge who considers context, motive, and remorse is practicing spiritual justice. A leader who listens with empathy isn't weak. They're tuned into the deeper rhythm of collective karma. This is why developing your feeling function matters, not just for yourself, but for the world. Start by noticing how your body reacts to situations where something feels off, even when it looks fine. That's justice whispering. Train that awareness. Read Hillman's Revisioning Psychology or Jung's Psychological Types to deepen your understanding. Let your decisions be informed by both intellect and intuition. In harmony, like a chord that resonates fully when the dissonance is resolved. Because the more we allow feeling to shape our sense of rightness, the more society shifts toward equilibrium. It becomes less about punishment and more about restoration. And that shift, once it takes root inside you, prepares the soul for its next step. A step where illusions are no longer tolerated, and the sword of justice becomes not a weapon, but a scalpel for psychological rebirth. Psychological growth through justice. There comes a moment in every inner journey where pretending just doesn't work anymore. That's when the justice card shows up, not to punish, but to purify. Her sword is sharp, yes, but it's surgical. It doesn't aim to harm. It aims to separate truth from illusion. This is the moment where the mask cracks, and you realize that growing up isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real. Justice doesn't ask for virtue. She asks for clarity. And clarity, though uncomfortable, is the birthplace of freedom. This rite of passage is sacred and brutal. It's when the fantasies you clung to dissolve under the weight of truth. Maybe it's the relationship you convinced yourself was meant to be, the job that should work, or the identity you wore to be loved. Justice steps in with her sword and says, "Enough." Not to shame you, but to release you, to give you back to yourself. This is psychological growth in its rawest form, the death of illusion and the birth of autonomy. Carl Jung called this confrontation the beginning of individuation. It's not a cute process. It's not Instagrammable. It's sweaty, gritty shadow work. But on the other side of it, power. Not the kind that dominates, but the kind that radiates. When you allow the sword of discernment to cut through your mental fog, you stop living by default. You start living by design. You begin to choose, not from fear, but from alignment. That's when real transformation begins. Want a practical entry point? Start questioning the stories you tell yourself. When something triggers you, ask, is this a reaction or a revelation? Journal moments when your integrity wavers, even slightly. These micro-reflections sharpen the blade of your awareness. Read Jung's Modern Man in Search of a Soul, or explore inner child healing practices that help dismantle inherited narratives. These aren't just exercises, they're rituals of renewal, clearing the debris for true self-realization. And as the illusions fall away, something unexpected happens. You become lighter, not bitter. Sharper, not harsher. Justice doesn't harden you, it hones you. And the further you walk this path, the more you realize that equilibrium was never about stillness. It's about conscious movement within a sacred tension. And that tension, far from being a flaw, is the very pulse of the cosmic dance. Cosmic harmony and the dance of opposites. If you're waiting for life to finally settle down, you've misunderstood the assignment. Justice isn't here to deliver peace as a permanent state. It's here to teach you the art of balancing motion. The universe doesn't sit still, it breathes. Everything dances, masculine and feminine, light and shadow, chaos and order. The tarot knew this before science did. And justice? She's not static. She's the conductor of the great symphony of polarity. Her scales never stop adjusting, because harmony isn't found in perfection, it's found in rhythm. When you understand this, your inner world changes. You stop seeing discomfort as failure and start recognizing it as movement. One day you're full of wisdom, the next day you're back in your shadow. That's not regression, it's recalibration. It's the natural ebb and flow of consciousness evolution. Carl Jung taught that the psyche is a dynamic system, constantly compensating to avoid psychic inflation. The soul doesn't seek stasis, it seeks wholeness. And wholeness includes contradiction. This is where the law of one whispers its secrets. All is one, but that oneness is experienced through contrast. You can't know the light without the dark, just like you can't master the sword without feeling its weight. The dance of opposites isn't a flaw in creation, it's the choreography of awakening. And when you begin to feel it, really feel it, you realize that equilibrium isn't an endpoint. It's a lifestyle. It's how you walk through heartbreak without losing faith, how you hold ambition without losing presence. So how do you embody this? First, stop chasing purity. Life isn't a straight line, it's a spiral. Embrace your contradictions. Be both soft and strong, wild and wise, grounded and dreaming. Practice inner balancing rituals, breath work, walking meditations, even mindful arguments. Yes, argue consciously. Feel the fire, hold the mirror. That's the sword in motion. That's spiritual justice alive in your blood. You don't need to fix yourself. You need to tune yourself. And as this dance deepens, the archetype of justice becomes less of a card and more of a companion. She walks beside you, not to keep you in check, but to keep you awake. Always listening, always adjusting. Because in this ever-changing waltz between divine intention and human experience, she is both the music and the metronome. And what she wants more than anything is for you to hear your own rhythm and finally learn to move with it. The Hanged Man, Sacred Pause and the Hidden Power of Suffering. The hanged man doesn't fight gravity, he surrenders to it. Suspended upside down, with one leg crossed like a dancer frozen mid-spin, he embodies the paradox of spiritual growth, insight through stillness. He doesn't act, he allows. He doesn't climb, he descends inward. This is not weakness, it's initiation. In the tarot, this figure isn't just hanging there for show. He's teaching us that transformation begins when we stop running and start listening. It's like life hits pause, not to punish, but to realign the soundtrack of our psyche with something deeper, something divine. From a mythological lens, the hanged man echoes ancient tales of sacrifice and transcendence. Think of Odin, who hung from Yggdrasil, the world tree, to gain sacred knowledge. Or Christ, whose crucifixion wasn't just agony, it was revelation. The symbolic inversion here isn't just about flipping the body, it's about reversing the ego's expectations. The world doesn't have to obey your logic to make sense. Sometimes, only through this reversal do we see clearly. Upside down becomes right side up in the language of mysticism. When people hit rock bottom, be it burnout, heartbreak, or depression, it can feel like the world has turned on its head. But perhaps that's the point. The hanged man lives in all of us when we're forced to pause, when progress halts, and we're stuck in a job we hate, or we're ghosted by someone we trusted. These moments of limbo aren't meaningless. They're invitations to descend. This is where shadow work begins, where we peel back the layers of persona and touch the unconscious. Carl Jung would call it individuation in motion, or more precisely, in stillness. And let's not forget, this card also dares to romanticize suffering, but not in a toxic, glorified way. It reframes pain as portal. Those who sit long enough in discomfort may find they start to hear whispers from the soul. Journaling in silence, lying in the grass with no goal, or reading Mary Renault's mythic prose under moonlight, these simple acts become rituals of return. This isn't about becoming passive. It's about learning when passivity births new sight. Transformation doesn't shout. It waits. So, as the hanged man hangs, neither dead nor alive, neither lost nor found, we're left wondering what he's becoming. Not yet reborn, no longer who he was. It's the uncomfortable in-between that prepares us for what's next. A space not unlike the womb or the grave. And that, precisely, is where the true descent begins. Symbolism of suspension and immobility. Suspension isn't just stagnation, it's sacred preparation. The hanged man isn't stuck, he's planted. Like a seed buried underground, his immobility is a stage of becoming. Many people rush to escape moments of stillness, calling them failures or setbacks. But in the tarot, this archetype teaches that destiny sometimes requires you to pause, not to punish, but to rewire. Being bound isn't always a prison, it can be a womb. What if your burnout or heartbreak was actually nature holding you in place until your roots were deep enough to hold the divine? We live in a culture obsessed with movement, hustle, grind, achieve, but the psyche doesn't evolve through speed. It evolves through depth. That's why initiations across cultures, from ancient rites of passage to Taoist contemplation, involve isolation, stillness, and symbolic death. The suspension we see in the hanged man mirrors these sacred pauses. In real life, this could look like solitude after a breakup, a sabbatical that feels terrifyingly empty, or even a moment of illness that stops everything. Yet inside this void, something ancient is brewing. There's a reason the hanged man dangles from a tree. Trees are symbols of rootedness, of life connecting sky and soil. Jung saw trees as unconscious symbols of the self, growing upward and downward at once. This is no accident. The figure's position mirrors the cross of crucifixion and the fetal curl of a newborn. He's hung between worlds, between what he was and what he will be. The tension of immobility becomes a crucible, pressing the ego into humility, asking us to surrender our illusions of control. If you've ever felt paralyzed by indecision or trapped in a liminal season, you've touched this archetype. The invitation isn't to break free, but to go inward. Try meditation, but don't expect enlightenment, just listen. Lie on the floor and do nothing. Let silence stretch longer than comfort allows. Or read Mircea Eliade's work on initiation rites, which reveals how every culture understands that the path to awakening requires a fall. We don't grow only in the light. We grow in the dark too. Suspension is never final. It's a sacred pause before motion returns, a recalibration of soul with cosmos. The deeper the stillness, the more potent the emergence. And when it comes, that movement won't be ego-driven, it'll be soul-guided. But to receive it, you must remain long enough in the womb of immobility to hear what the universe has been whispering all along. Psychological interpretation and depth psychology. In the landscape of depth psychology, the hanged man is not just a symbol, he's an experience. Carl Jung would call it a confrontation with the unconscious, a moment when the ego cracks under the pressure of shadow material rising to the surface. It's not pretty. It feels like madness, and sometimes it is. But in the tarot, this suspended figure embodies the psychological necessity of descent. Neurosis, depression, even schizophrenia can be viewed not simply as disorders, but as cries from the psyche, begging for attention, for integration, for rebirth. You don't need to be in therapy to meet the hanged man. You just need to be alive. Ever felt your world collapse after years of living on autopilot? That's it. The ego, built like armor, eventually rusts and splits. We see this in spiritual awakenings, midlife crises, or the sudden loss of meaning in everything once loved. Jung believed that the only way out of such psychological death was through it. The hanged man doesn't climb, he lets go. And in that fall, he discovers the ground of the soul beneath the floorboards of the mind. This is where shadow work comes in. Most people avoid the parts of themselves they've been taught to shame. But those rejected aspects, the envy, rage, desire, weakness, don't vanish. They fester. The hanged man teaches us to stop repressing and start reflecting. Journaling without censorship, drawing what haunts us, or reading Jung's memories, dreams, reflections can open the floodgates of unconscious material. It's messy, but it's real. And realness is the first step toward individuation, the long path of becoming whole. What's wild is that society often pathologizes what could be transformation. John Perry saw psychotic episodes as symbolic journeys into the mythic underworld of the self. In other words, breakdowns aren't just breakdowns, they're breakthroughs. If supported correctly, they can become sacred encounters with archetypal truth. Of course, this doesn't mean romanticizing pain or rejecting medication. It means recognizing that suffering can hold symbolic gold when approached with reverence and guidance. The hanged man shows us that the road to psychic integration isn't paved with positivity and polished affirmations. It's a crooked trail through the forest of the unconscious, lit only by flickers of insight. It asks not for strength, but surrender. And once you've made peace with that descent, well, you're ready for something even more ancient. Initiation, sacrifice, and rebirth. Every myth worth its salt involves a descent. Whether it's Osiris dismembered and scattered, or Christ crucified on a cross, the pattern is the same. Sacrifice precedes rebirth. The hanged man in the tarot sits right in the heart of this tradition. His suspension isn't just a passive pause, it's a ritual of transformation. The ropes around his ankle aren't restraints, they're symbols of sacred binding. He's bound to a destiny that demands ego death before any true awakening. Real initiation always costs something. Usually, it's the self you thought you had to be. Think about ancient rites of passage, indigenous vision quests, shamanic isolation, or the symbolic deaths found in secret societies. These were never comfortable. They weren't designed to be. Initiation is meant to stretch the psyche beyond its old limits. In today's world, we experience this through heartbreaks that shatter illusions, job losses that force identity shifts, or even deep spiritual crises that shake our belief systems to the core. That moment when everything collapses, that's the doorway. That's the hanged man pulling you into the underworld for your sacred dismemberment. Jung, Eliade, and Joseph Henderson all understood that rebirth doesn't come through intellectual understanding. It comes through ordeal. The hanged man endures a psychological crucifixion, and this archetype reminds us that the spiritual path isn't all love and light. It's also about facing betrayal, confronting helplessness, and sacrificing control. But in that space, you're cracked open to receive something greater. You begin to feel the divine not as a concept, but as a raw presence. And that changes everything. But let's get practical. If you're in that space now, adrift, numb, overwhelmed, try treating your pain as an initiation. Read Mary Renault's The King Must Die to see how myth frames sacrifice. Start a ritual journal where each entry begins with what must die in me today. Engage in silence, but not as retreat, as offering. Sacrifice isn't always about losing something tangible. Sometimes it's surrendering the mask you wore too long. And that, my friend, is where real alchemy starts to bubble. Because once you've stepped into that space of sacred loss, of willing transformation, you're no longer just someone who suffered. You're someone being reforged. And soon, you'll discover what happens when society no longer recognizes who you're becoming. Traitor archetype and social alienation. Originally, the hanged man wasn't called a mystic or a martyr, he was the traitor. That title flips everything, doesn't it? Suddenly, this card isn't about quiet meditation under a tree. It's about exile, judgment, and rejection. This figure isn't celebrated, he's cast out. Just like Prometheus, who stole fire and was chained for it, or like Socrates, who questioned too much and was sentenced to death. The hanged man embodies the one who breaks the social contract in order to follow a higher truth. And society? It doesn't like that very much. To be called a traitor is to face humiliation, scapegoating, and exclusion. In modern terms, it can feel like being canceled, misunderstood, or spiritually outcast because you've chosen a different path. Maybe you left a religion, questioned a family belief, or stepped away from a toxic relationship. Suddenly, you're the villain in someone else's story. This card shows how painful that can be, but also how sacred. Alienation, in the realm of transformation, is often the first proof that you're no longer playing the same game. Carl Jung spoke of individuation as a lonely journey. And it's true, many who walk this path begin to feel like strangers in their own communities. The persona, which once fit so well, now feels like a costume. And once you've betrayed that old self, once you've turned your back on who you were expected to be, there's no going back. The hanged man's betrayal isn't malicious, it's existential. He doesn't betray others, he betrays the lie. And for that, he's hung misunderstood alone. But alienation isn't the end of the story, it's a passage. In a practical sense, this is the moment when you build new alliances, even if quietly. It's time to read authors who validate your rebellion, Renault, Krishnamurti, or Jung himself. Start writing letters to your future self, one who no longer apologizes for being different. Don't just mourn the exile, bless it. Because being outside the system is exactly what allows you to see it clearly. And from that clarity, you'll start to hear a very different voice. Because once you've been cast out, you're finally free from playing a role. And what comes next, after you've accepted this sacred estrangement, might just be the most paradoxical gift of all. Mystical paradox and transcendence through consent. Here's the twist. The hanged man doesn't suffer because he must. He suffers because he chooses to. Not as a victim, but as a mystic. That's the core paradox. He consents to his suspension, and in doing so transcends it. This is where the archetype becomes deeply spiritual. The phrase, "It is not the bleeding that calls the power. It is the consent," captures this brilliantly. It's not the agony that transforms, it's the agreement with the agony. That flips the whole script on pain and opens a door most people never even realize exists. Think of people who endure hardship without bitterness. Not because they're weak, but because they've aligned themselves with something higher. Nelson Mandela, Viktor Frankl, even fictional characters like Neo from The Matrix, who chooses surrender before discovering real power. These are hanged men, souls who realize that spiritual growth isn't about conquering life, but consenting to its wild, often absurd choreography. And through that surrender, they become more than human. They become conduits for the divine. But let's not romanticize suffering too fast. This isn't about submitting to abuse or injustice. It's about inner alignment. Consent here means consciously accepting that the path includes paradox. That stillness can be movement. That sacrifice can be liberation. That crucifixion can be rebirth. Taoism has echoed this forever, action through inaction, water that breaks stone. The hanged man doesn't fight. He leans into the fall. He becomes the fall. And that's where he finds peace. Practically speaking, if you're in a tough situation right now, ask yourself this: what part of me is still resisting what already is? Try journaling with that question. Meditate not to escape, but to feel everything. Read the Tao Te Ching or explore Satori through Zen koans. Let your consent be spiritual defiance, your rebellion against resistance. Not because life is fair, but because choosing to dance with fate shifts the entire game board. It turns you from pawn into portal. And once you've tasted that kind of paradoxical freedom, where surrender feels like flight, you're no longer just enduring suffering. You're transforming through it. And at that point, something strange begins to happen. What once looked like collapse starts to resemble healing. Spiritual crisis as a healing mechanism. Modern psychiatry often labels collapse as dysfunction, but depth psychology dares to see it differently. Jung, John Perry, and other pioneers recognized spiritual crisis as a potential catalyst for healing. The hanged man reflects this beautifully. He doesn't just dangle in despair, he's entering a sacred breakdown. That state of suspension, of confusion and immobility, isn't a detour from health, it might be the medicine. When the ego crumbles, the psyche finally has space to rearrange itself more truthfully. We all know someone who's hit their limit. Maybe it was burnout, so deep they couldn't get out of bed. Or a breakup that made them question who they even were. Or worse, those quiet moments when life just loses flavor. These aren't just emotional dips. In the light of the hanged man, they're initiatory passages. Jung called it the night sea journey, a mythic descent where meaning is not found through fixing, but through facing. Pain here becomes a teacher, not a punishment. Spiritual healing rarely comes wrapped in a bow. It often begins in the ruins. That's why the hanged man must hang. He has to stop pretending. This moment of crisis strips everything away. What's left? Maybe nothing. And that's the point. Healing begins when the false self dies. Depth psychology teaches that neurosis is often the soul's way of saying, "You're off track." Rather than suppress it, we listen. We dream. We paint. We surrender. And in doing so, we invite the unconscious back to the table. Want to engage with this consciously? Start by tracking your dreams. Jung called them messages from the unconscious. Read The Far Side of Madness by Perry, which reframes breakdowns as breakthroughs. Avoid the trap of productivity. Spiritual healing is not about getting back to work. It's about creating new inner architecture. Make art without purpose. Take long walks without direction. Let life feel strange for a while. That's how the soul finds new form, through surrender, not structure. And as you allow that slow, strange healing to take root, you begin to notice something wild. Your rhythms shift. You breathe with the world differently. And that change, it's not random. It's a reconnection with something far older than society, something cosmic. Reconnection to nature and the cosmos. There's a reason the hanged man dangles from a living tree. Not a dead post, not a gallows, but a tree. That image matters. It roots the archetype in nature, in the living pulse of earth and cosmos. In many traditions, trees are sacred mediators between worlds, roots deep in shadow, branches brushing the divine. The hanged man isn't just suspended, he's planted. He becomes part of something greater. He reminds us that spiritual evolution isn't about escaping the world, but realigning with it. When we hit those moments of psychological suspension, it's tempting to look upward, away from the mess. But the hanged man teaches us to go downward, into the soil of the psyche. That's where true reconnection happens. He hangs not in shame, but in sacred relationship with the cosmos. His view of the stars is upside down, yes, but maybe that's how you start to see clearly. Mystics from all cultures have known this. The divine speaks loudest through nature's rhythms, not through man-made noise. In practical terms, this might mean stepping away from screens and returning to the real. Try walking barefoot on grass, not to be trendy, but to feel how the ground holds you. Sit beneath a tree for an hour without distraction. Read Mircea Eliade's writings on sacred time and space, which suggest that ritual isn't only candles and chants. It's entering communion with the deeper pulses of life. Let the sky set your schedule, not your calendar. Watch the moon. Listen to birdsong. This is what it means to breathe with the cosmos again. The hanged man's solitude isn't isolation, it's integration. He hangs alone, yes, but only so he can hear the song of the universe undistorted. Jung believed the unconscious was not separate from nature, but an expression of it. So when we ignore the earth, we ignore ourselves. Healing begins when we see our nervous systems not as machines, but as ecosystems. That shift in perspective isn't just poetic, it's transformational. And from that place of natural attunement, where roots meet stars and stillness meets breath, something begins to stir. A realization that this journey through the tarot isn't linear, and that each archetype is part of a greater rhythm, one that's about to shift again, revealing new layers of the self through unexpected contrasts. Contrast with other tarot archetypes. The journey of the hanged man makes more sense when you zoom out and look at the arc of the Major Arcana. He doesn't arrive from nowhere. He comes after the passionate union of the lovers and the courageous mastery of strength. That alone says a lot. At first, the tarot teaches us to love, to connect, to choose. Then it urges us to harness inner power and tame the beast within. But the hanged man flips all that. Suddenly, love isn't enough. Strength isn't working. You're left dangling between worlds, unsure of what comes next. This card represents a turning point, a descent after the heroic climb. The lovers suggest romantic or soulful fusion, and strength teaches controlled assertiveness. But the hanged man, he teaches surrender. That's jarring. It's like training to be a warrior, only to be told that your next move is to let go. No sword, no roar. Just stillness. For many, this feels like failure. But in truth, it's evolution. What worked before won't take you further. You have to switch gears from doing to being. That's what makes the hanged man such a vital teacher in the spiritual journey. He comes when everything else stops working. When passion becomes confusion, when discipline becomes exhaustion. The contrast reveals that true transformation isn't about powering through, it's about stepping aside. This is when people turn inward, often reluctantly. Meditation replaces manifestation. Reflection replaces action. The inner world takes center stage, and suddenly, silence becomes more potent than words. Practically speaking, this is the moment when you put down the self-help books and stop chasing strategies. It's time to ask deeper questions. Who am I if I stop trying to fix myself? What if the goal isn't to win, but to wake up? If this resonates, try reading Jung's The Red Book instead of another productivity guide. Sit with tarot cards not for prediction, but for presence. Don't rush to interpret, just observe. Let the Hanged Man slow you down enough to see what's always been beneath the surface. And when you've accepted this new tempo, when the old archetypes no longer define you, you'll start to sense something stirring. A metamorphosis not of effort, but of essence. And right behind that stillness, the next phase begins to bloom. Metaphysical transformation and future emergence. The Hanged Man isn't the end of the line, he's the cocoon. While the world thinks he's stuck, something sacred is happening beneath the surface. His suspension isn't just passive waiting, it's metaphysical composting. In this stillness, the ego decomposes. The old identity, ambitions, and personas begin to rot, making space for something entirely new. And that new thing? It's not another mask. It's essence. It's the birth of the true self. Like a seed breaking in darkness before blooming in spring, the Hanged Man is the hidden phase of radical emergence. This is where the tarot gets truly alchemical. The Hanged Man foreshadows the world, the final card, the cosmic dancer, the one who moves with the rhythm of the divine. But before the dance, there must be the hang. There must be the undoing. And so we learn that transformation isn't about improving, it's about dying and becoming. You don't evolve by upgrading your ego. You evolve by composting it. Only then can the psyche flower into something expansive, fluid, divine. You can feel this shift in real life when your goals dissolve, but your clarity increases. When you no longer crave success, but seek meaning. When you stop chasing purpose and begin embodying presence. This is metaphysical transformation. You're not just changing jobs or relationships, you're changing the frequency you exist on. This is when people start dreaming vividly, channeling insights, or experiencing synchronicities so precise they make logic blush. The soul is speaking. Are you listening? To honor this emergence, don't rush it. Protect it like you'd protect a sapling from harsh wind. Journal, but not to analyze, just to record what's moving through you. Read Joseph Henderson's work on symbolic rebirth and notice how myth is playing out in your daily life. Take long walks with no direction. Spend time in liminal spaces, doorways, forests, dusk. These in-betweens echo your own becoming. The world you once lived in doesn't quite fit anymore. Good. You're not meant to go back, because soon the ropes will loosen. Gravity will shift, and from the suspension of the Hanged Man, a new being will rise, one who no longer walks, but dances in rhythm with the cosmos. But before that final liberation, there's still one more initiation. Existential suffering and divine redemption. In the darkest hour of the soul, when even hope feels like a cruel joke, the Hanged Man holds steady. He invites us to look again, not outward, but inward. His posture mirrors the crucifixion of Christ, an archetype of existential abandonment that turns into divine reunion. This isn't just religious iconography, it's a map. First comes betrayal, then despair, then, if you stay long enough in the fire without running, a strange peace arises. The ego burns, but something luminous remains. Something eternal. That's redemption, not escape, but transmutation. Spiritual suffering has a rhythm. It begins with collapse, spirals into confusion, and culminates in surrender. But the magic happens when you stop begging for the pain to end, and instead listen to what it's trying to birth. The Hanged Man teaches us that suffering isn't random. It's sacred pressure, a necessary contraction before expansion. Carl Jung wrote that no tree can reach to heaven unless its roots reach to hell. That's the whole story here. The descent into sorrow is also the descent into soul. This paradox is why mystics always seem a little off. They laugh at funerals, find beauty in grief, and talk about joy while their worlds burn. Not because they're delusional, but because they've met something real on the other side of despair. Like Osiris resurrected by Isis, like the phoenix in flames, like the caterpillar dissolving into mush before becoming the butterfly, the hanged man becomes the bridge between loss and love. His suffering gives him sight, and through that sight, he sees the divine not after pain, but in it. Want to walk this path with awareness? Don't just numb your pain, dialogue with it. Ask it what it's trying to teach. Read mystical texts like The Cloud of Unknowing or John of the Cross's Dark Night of the Soul. Create rituals to honor what's been lost. Light a candle for each betrayal that shaped you. Sing for your solitude. Cry not to end the sadness, but to baptize it. These aren't acts of despair, they're acts of reverence. They say, I see the divine even here. And when you can look at your deepest suffering and whisper, thank you, without flinching, then, and only then, you'll feel the shift. The cross becomes the key. The pain becomes the portal. And what once felt like the end reveals itself as the beginning of everything. Death, the secret to real psychological transformation. Let's face it, nobody pulls the death card in a reading and grins. But maybe they should. At first glance, it's all bones and scythes. A skeleton on horseback trampling over what seems like the last remains of dignity. Severed hands, feet, and yes, even a crowned head lie scattered across the scene. But this isn't just macabre flair. Each fragment speaks volumes. That crown, it's not just royalty dethroned, it's the ego humbled. The severed limbs? Old habits, outdated identities, beliefs we once clung to like gospel. What you see is a battlefield between who you were and who you might become. Now, why a skeleton? Because it strips away everything false. No mask, no persona, just the bare-bones truth, pun intended. The scythe that holds doesn't merely cut, it prunes. It's an act of sacred dismemberment. What's no longer serving, you must be cleared away to make space. This isn't about chaos for the sake of drama. It's about spiritual hygiene. The card structure is precise. The fallen figures are past identities, illusions of control, masks society taught us to wear. The death card isn't whispering change, it's yelling, wake up. And what's up with that sunrise in the distance? Most folks don't even notice it, but there it is, quiet, constant, undeniable. It reminds us that death, in this context, is never the end. It's the turning point. Just like in a story where the hero loses everything and, in that emptiness, finds real power. Think of every time life knocked you down hard, job loss, breakup, identity crisis. What came after? If you were brave enough to face the wreckage, something always grew back stronger. Here's a practical way to work with this card's energy. Do a symbolic death ritual. Take a belief or habit that's been limiting you. Write it down, name it aloud, then burn it safely. Watch the smoke rise and remind yourself, you are not your past decisions. You are the one choosing what rises from those ashes. Even something simple like quitting a toxic pattern of self-talk is a sacred scythe moment. The death card doesn't demand grandeur, it demands honesty. But of course, this all raises a deeper question. If we're constantly evolving, dying and being reborn in small ways every day, then what exactly is the real death? And why do we fear it so deeply, even when we crave transformation? Maybe that fear isn't just about endings at all, but about the part of us that knows what we must sacrifice to truly grow. Spiritual and psychological transformation. Death, in its deepest symbolic form, isn't about cemeteries or funerals, it's about radical inner change. This is where the death card leaves the physical behind and steps fully into the psyche. Carl Jung called this process psychic dismemberment, the breaking apart of the old self to integrate unconscious content into consciousness. Think of it as taking apart a machine to understand how it works. Messy, maybe painful, but necessary if you want to rebuild something stronger. This is the core of individuation, a collapse of the false self to birth something more authentic. In spiritual traditions and mythologies, this dismemberment is everywhere. Osiris torn to pieces, Inanna descending into the underworld. Alchemical texts describe mortificatio, the stage where matter is decomposed. It's not punishment, it's preparation. What gets stripped away are illusions, projections, even outdated versions of love or spirituality that no longer serve. You might feel like you're falling apart, but beneath the surface, the unconscious is reshaping the soul. This is sacred work. This is transformation. Jung's idea, reinforced by thinkers like Edinger, is that transformation doesn't come from bypassing the unconscious. It comes from wrestling with it. You don't become whole by ignoring your shadow, your fear of death, your pain. You become whole by walking through it, eyes open. That's why the death card isn't tragic, it's triumphant. It tells you that what feels like the end is often just the psyche breaking open to let something richer in. Painful? Absolutely. But also profoundly liberating. This isn't just theory, it shows up in real life. Therapy, spiritual retreats, ayahuasca ceremonies, breakups, moments of hitting rock bottom, these are modern initiations. If you're going through a period of loss or confusion, take heart. You're not broken, you're becoming. Try journaling your dreams during these times. They'll often reveal which parts of your unconscious are surfacing, offering clues to your rebirth. Tools like the Red Book by Jung or Ego and Archetype by Edinger can help frame your chaos as sacred unfolding. But what does it mean then when society avoids this psychic death at all costs? When everything is designed to distract, numb, or preserve the status quo of the ego? Perhaps our resistance to spiritual death is more dangerous than death itself. And perhaps that resistance isn't just cultural, it's ancestral, ritualistic, encoded in how we face mortality across civilizations. Cultural and religious rituals around death. Across time and tradition, humans have never simply let death pass quietly. We ritualize it, dramatize it, even spiritualize it. From ancient burial rites to Christian communion, every culture crafts its own sacred choreography around mortality. Why? Because death in the human psyche demands meaning. When someone dies, or when an old part of us dies symbolically, we need to mark the moment. These rituals aren't just for closure, they're portals. They help us step into the mystery of transformation and rebirth. Take, for example, the practice of sky burial in Tibetan culture. The body is dismembered and offered to vultures, not out of disrespect, but as an act of sacred recycling. Life continues through death. In Christianity, the communion ritual reenacts death and resurrection symbolically every Sunday, eating the body, drinking the blood. Sounds extreme, but it mirrors older rites of spiritual regeneration. These practices echo the core truth the death card whispers. Death isn't the opposite of life, it's a stage within it. Even modern funerals, though often sanitized, are filled with these echoes. The black clothing, the silence, the eulogy, all attempt to give structure to grief, to help us digest the mystery of absence. But these rituals have been fading in emotional depth. We've become awkward with mourning. In some cultures, however, the grief is loud and embodied, keening, dancing, storytelling. These expressions give voice to what the psyche already knows. Transformation needs space, time, and witness. On a personal level, symbolic rituals can be just as powerful. Have you ever written a letter to an old self and buried it? Or created a symbolic altar to honor a past version of you that had to die for who you are now to be born? These acts can be simple, even private, but they invite your unconscious into the conversation. They remind you that change is sacred, not random. They connect you to something bigger than your ego's timeline, something mythic, eternal. But if death is so central to our inner and outer lives, why are we so desperate to control, avoid, or sterilize it today? What happened to the reverence, the rituals, the poetry? Could it be that beneath our obsession with control lies a deeper fear, one not just of death itself, but of what death forces us to leave behind? Human resistance to change and mortality. It's wild how people say they want change, but when it knocks on the door dressed like death, they hide under the bed. That's because real change, the kind that reshapes your identity, always feels like a little death. Even when it's for the better, like leaving a toxic job or ending a relationship that no longer fits, there's grief involved. We don't just resist death because of fear. We resist because we're attached to who we think we are, even when that version of us is outdated, cramped, or in pain. Carl Jung understood that the psyche clings to the familiar because it feels like safety. The ego, our everyday sense of self, wants continuity, not chaos. So when the unconscious sends signs that it's time to evolve, we often rationalize, avoid, or self-sabotage. That's the inner conflict. Think of the person who keeps saying, "I want to be free," but never quits the soul-crushing job. Or the one who says they crave intimacy, but runs from vulnerability. It's not hypocrisy, it's unconscious resistance. This is where the death card steps in like a divine interrupter. It says, stop pretending. It shows you the cost of clinging. Every habit, every belief, every identity you refuse to release becomes a weight. And over time, the pressure builds until the psyche can no longer hold it. That's when crisis hits. A health scare, a betrayal, a breakdown. But instead of asking, why is this happening to me? What if we asked, what part of me is trying to die so something else can live? Try this. Take stock of your life and ask, where am I pretending something still fits when it really doesn't? Write down the roles you've outgrown, the personas you wear out of fear. Burn that list or bury it. Then do one thing that aligns with the new self emerging. Maybe it's setting a boundary, signing up for a class you feared, or simply telling someone the truth. Small acts can become sacred deaths that move the wheel of transformation. But there's a catch. The more we resist, the louder death knocks. And when avoidance becomes cultural, when an entire society clings to the illusion of permanence, what happens to the collective soul? Maybe that's why the skeleton keeps showing up, not as a threat, but as a reminder. There is structure beneath the decay. There is clarity in the bones. And what we fear most may be the very key to our renewal. The skeleton as dual symbol. The skeleton is one of the most misunderstood symbols in all of tarot. People see bones and think end, but the truth is far more layered. Strip away the drama, and you'll see the skeleton isn't just about death. It's about the framework that remains when everything else falls away. It's what's left when the masks are gone, the ego is silenced, and all your projections have crumbled. It's raw, it's honest, and it's built to last. That's why the death card shows a skeleton. It's not the destroyer, it's the survivor. Bones are paradoxes. They represent both decay and durability. Think about it. Long after the flesh has returned to earth, the skeleton endures. It holds the memory of form, a kind of ghost architecture of who we were. But in tarot, that architecture becomes a launching pad. It reminds us that even after loss, something essential persists. And ironically, it's only by meeting that essence, stripped of all illusions, that we can find true vitality again. Stillness and motion, death and rebirth, all coexist in this symbol. Ever noticed how skeletons move in imagery? They dance. They ride horses. They swing scythes. There's life in the bones. In alchemical texts, bones were believed to carry the spiritual blueprint of the individual. In dreams, they often symbolize the truth beneath the surface, the psyche's deep structure. Carl Jung saw such images not as spooky or grotesque, but as invitations to reframe our relationship with the inevitable. The skeleton isn't coming for you, it's coming with a message. Only what's true will remain. Here's something simple to practice. Observe where your life feels hollow versus where it feels solid. The hollow parts? They might be costumes. But the solid ones, the places where you feel grounded, clear, and honest, those are your bones. Those are the things that will carry you through transformation. Maybe it's your values, your love for something greater than yourself, or your resilience through grief. Whatever it is, that's your inner skeleton. Strengthen it. Trust it. Still, why is it that even when we know there's beauty in the bare bones of existence, we flinch at their appearance? Maybe the skeleton unsettles us because it's a mirror, one that refuses to lie. And maybe, just maybe, that discomfort is pointing us towards something even deeper, something ancient and archetypal, something mythic that's danced alongside death since the beginning of time. Mythic and archetypal death imagery. Throughout mythology and art, death is rarely silent. It dances, it laughs, it transforms. The danse macabre, or dance of death, is a medieval motif that shows skeletons leading kings, peasants, and priests alike in an eerie procession toward the grave. It wasn't just Gothic flair. It was a blunt reminder, death is the great equalizer. Strip away the costumes, and we all wear bones. But hidden in the grotesque is a strange joy, a sacred irreverence. It's not mocking life, it's freeing it from pretense. The death archetype, unlike other tarot figures, often appears androgynous. No clear gender, no clear identity, just essence. That ambiguity is key. It mirrors how transformation doesn't care about your persona, your roles, or your image. It only wants what's real. Aleister Crowley understood this when he portrayed death as a skeletal figure swirling in cosmic ecstasy, surrounded by symbols of disintegration and rebirth. And if you've ever seen Tibetan images of skeletal Buddhas in deep meditation, you know the paradox. Stillness inside death, eternity inside the ephemeral. In alchemy, death isn't final, it's fertile. The mortificatio stage is gruesome, but essential. The king is dissolved in acid. The body is dismembered. But what dies is the lie, the illusion, the attachment. The psyche is being restructured. Think about that for a second. What if the worst moments in your life weren't breakdowns, but initiations? Archetypal deaths that stripped you of illusions to make room for something deeper? That's not suffering for the sake of pain. That's suffering as spiritual architecture. These images often unsettle modern viewers because they're unfiltered. But their power lies exactly in that rawness. They don't sugarcoat. They ask you to face the mystery directly. Think of the skeletal Artemis, hunter of transitions, liminal spaces, and the wild unknown. Or Saturn, lord of time, who devours to purify. These mythic figures don't destroy randomly. They cut away what's false. And in that cutting, they make space for the sacred to return. They're not villains. They're thresholds. But here's the thing. If these archetypes have echoed through art, religion, and alchemy for millennia, why do we still flinch at their presence today? What's been lost in our symbols, in our collective psyche, that makes the idea of death so sterile now? Could it be that somewhere along the way, we stopped dancing with death and started hiding from it? Avoidance and denial of physical death. For all our technological advances and spiritual philosophies, modern culture still treats death like an awkward relative we hope doesn't show up to dinner. We avoid the word, hide the body, whisper euphemisms like passed away or no longer with us. Even in tarot, some decks omit the word death altogether, replacing it with gentle phrases like transition or transformation, as if the blunt truth might offend. But here's the irony. The more we tiptoe around death, the more power it gains over us. Superstitions thrive in silence. Consider the fear surrounding the number 13, often tied to the death card itself. Hotels skip the 13th floor. People avoid reading on Friday the 13th. But beneath the irrational fear is something deeper, a discomfort with facing impermanence head-on. In myth, stories like the appointment in Samara remind us, death doesn't stalk, it waits. You can't outrun what's written into the fabric of existence. What you can do is face it with open eyes and a ready heart. Jung believed that much of neurosis stemmed from avoiding fundamental truths, and death is the deepest of them all. Our psyche knows mortality is real. When our ego refuses to engage with that fact, it creates distortions, anxiety, compulsions, even spiritual bypassing. That's why the death card, in its full symbolic force, is a medicine card. It invites the carent to name what must end, to stare at the skeleton and say, yes, I see you, and I'm ready to release. Try this. Instead of dodging death, engage it. Read books like Staring at the Sun by Irvin Yalom or Being Mortal by Atul Gawande. Write your own eulogy, not to be morbid, but to clarify what truly matters. What legacy do you want to leave? What illusions do you need to drop today to live more honestly tomorrow? When you name death, you shrink its shadow. When you deny it, you feed it with your fear. And yet, even as we resist death's presence, something in us knows it's essential. There's a pull toward the edge, a whisper from the bones, a deep ache for ritual. So if we've lost the art of dying well, what remains of the ancient wisdom that once guided us through these sacred thresholds? Integration of death into the hero's journey. In every great myth, there comes a moment when the hero must die, not always in body, but in spirit, identity, or illusion. This is the symbolic death at the heart of every transformation. The tarot traces this journey perfectly, from the suspended surrender of the hanged man to the dismemberment of death. It's not a detour, it's the path. You can't skip the underworld and still expect to return with wisdom. You have to lose something. Often, that something is who you thought you were. Death in the hero's journey is the dark night of the soul. It's the job loss that makes you question your worth, the betrayal that shatters your trust, the illness that strips away your invincibility. But in every one of these moments, there's a hidden initiation. The old self, the one built on ego, external validation, or inherited scripts, has to fall. Jung would call this the confrontation with the shadow, the integration of unconscious material. The psyche demands wholeness, and wholeness requires loss. Think of Luke Skywalker entering the cave on Dagobah. He meets Darth Vader, strikes him down, and finds his own face behind the mask. That's no coincidence. It's mythic architecture. Every real journey involves seeing the death within, facing the darker mirror, and letting go of illusions. The death card is this moment frozen in symbolic form. It doesn't promise safety, it offers rebirth. But only if the traveler is willing to descend fully into the unknown. A good exercise. Trace your own hero's journey. When did you face symbolic deaths? What roles or identities fell away? Map it out like chapters. Then ask yourself, what did I gain on the other side? Often the gift is invisible at first: clarity, humility, resilience, self-trust. This isn't about turning pain into a motivational quote. It's about recognizing that without those ego deaths, your real story wouldn't have begun. You wouldn't have cracked open. But who stands at the threshold of this underworld? Who guides the soul through shadow, ambiguity, and unknowing? And why is it that in so many stories, the guide takes a feminine form, strange, satirical, even grotesque? Perhaps the answer lies in the anima, in the figures that bridge the unconscious and the self, in the mystery we call the shadow. The role of the feminine and the shadow. Death doesn't always come cloaked in darkness. It often wears lipstick, grins with a gold tooth, and laughs in your face. Think of La Catrina, the skeletal lady of Mexican Dia de los Muertos, or Posadas Calaveras, those satirical skeletons dressed like bourgeois women, mocking the living and reminding us, death is part of the dance. These feminine depictions of death are not just cultural quirks. They are archetypal expressions of the anima, the unconscious feminine force that guides us inward, downward, and into transformation. Carl Jung saw the anima as the bridge between the conscious ego and the unconscious depths. When she appears in dreams, myths, or tarot, she often arrives cloaked in mystery, duality, even seduction. Feminine representations of death, grotesque, beautiful, maternal, terrifying, carry this paradox. They birth and bury. They nurture and devour. The Great Mother in her dark aspect doesn't just comfort, she initiates. She tears illusions to pieces so something real can take their place. That's the shadow work most people avoid. These feminine death figures live at the threshold where meaning dissolves. They might show up in dreams as witches, sirens, skeletal queens. In art, they tease and taunt, holding mirrors to our vanity. In tarot, they whisper through the death card, "Sweetheart, you're not scared of me. You're scared of losing control." That's their secret power. They disarm through contradiction. And when we resist, they become nightmares. When we listen, they become guides. Want to get in touch with this archetype? Explore myths like Persephone's descent into the underworld, or read Clarissa Pinkola Estate's Women Who Run with the Wolves. Reflect on your projections. Who do you demonize or idealize irrationally? Often, the feminine shadow lives in these figures. By seeing her clearly, especially in her death-dealing form, you reclaim parts of your soul. She doesn't want obedience. She wants wholeness. She'll wreck your comfort zone to get it. But what do poets say when logic fails and symbols go silent? What language do we have when only the heart knows what death means? Maybe that's why the greatest truths about mortality, transformation, and the sacred are whispered not in doctrines, but in poetry. Poetic and literary reflections on death. When reason falters and symbols become too sharp, poetry steps in. Death, after all, isn't just a fact. It's a feeling, a whisper in the bones, a presence that hovers just beyond language. Poets have always known this. W.B. Yeats wrote of death as both a terror and a liberation. Eliot framed it as silence between heartbeats, and Hopkins wrestled with the divine agony of decay and resurrection. These aren't just pretty words. They're attempts to name what defies naming. They turn the ineffable into echo. Shakespeare, too, gave death 1,000 faces. From Hamlet's skull to Romeo's poison, death in his works is never just about endings, it's a mirror. It reflects vanity, ambition, love, and fear. In King Lear, the storm rages as the king realizes he is not a god, but mortal flesh. And in that realization, he's more human than ever. That's the literary alchemy of death. It burns away pretense and leaves raw truth. The kind of truth the tarot death card holds up without apology. Carl Jung believed that literature gave form to the archetypes living inside us. So when we read Yeats asking, "What portion in the world can the artist have but his own loneliness?" we're not reading biography. We're seeing into the soul's cry during transformation. Poets, like tarot readers, aren't forecasting events. They're channeling symbols. They're interpreting the psyche. And death is one of its oldest, most insistent themes. It's not a full stop, it's a doorway, creaking open on metaphysical hinges. Feeling stuck in your own symbolic winter? Turn to poetry. Read Rilke's Duino elegies or Mary Oliver's When Death Comes. Let their words work like salves and scalpels. Write your own verses if you dare, on loss, change, or the parts of yourself you're ready to bury. Not everything needs to be understood rationally. Some truths need to be sung, groaned, or scribbled in the dark. That's the power of poetic reflection. It opens space inside you for what prose cannot hold. But as the poets sing and the mystics chant, modern society seems to hum a different tune. Sterile rooms, clinical language, professional detachment, has our cultural obsession with progress silenced death's sacred voice? Have we traded bone-deep wisdom for convenience, losing touch with the rituals that once made death human? Modern detachment and medicalization of death. Somewhere along the path of progress, death was handed over to professionals in white coats. It left the home, the hearth, the community, and entered the sanitized corridors of hospitals and clinics. Don't get it wrong, medicine saves lives. But when death becomes a failure instead of a transition, something essential is lost. We no longer sit with the dying, we observe them through machines. We no longer prepare for death, we fight it like a malfunction. In the process, we've amputated ritual from reality. This detachment shows in how we speak. We don't say someone died, we say they didn't make it. We measure their time left in numbers, not stories. And while palliative care and hospice movements are trying to bring back a more human approach, much of modern culture still treats death as a technical glitch. Families often don't know what to do. Grief becomes awkward. Mourning becomes rushed. The sacred space once held around death collapses under fluorescent lighting and polite denial. But something is shifting. Death doulas are re-emerging. Community rituals are returning. Books like Being Mortal by Atul Gawande or The Art of Dying Well by Katie Butler are gaining traction. More people are asking, how do we die meaningfully, not just medically? How do we reclaim the psychic and spiritual dimensions of death? Even death cafes, where strangers gather to talk openly about mortality, have popped up across the globe. It's not morbid. It's medicine for the soul. If you've never faced death closely, start small. Visit a grave. Read a memoir about dying. Listen to someone's end-of-life story without trying to fix or spiritualize it. Let the silence between your words do the heavy lifting. There's a sacred texture to death that no drug can mimic, no screen can capture. And when we lean in, not out, we remember that the end of life is still life, full of beauty, mystery, and profound transformation. But why is this return happening now? Why are science and spirituality, long at odds, suddenly converging around mortality's edge? Could it be that death, in all its silence and mystery, is not just the end of consciousness, but the very thing that awakens it? Modern detachment and medicalization of death. Somewhere along the path of progress, death was handed over to professionals in white coats. It left the home, the hearth, the community, and entered the sanitized corridors of hospitals and clinics. Don't get it wrong, medicine saves lives. But when death becomes a failure instead of a transition, something essential is lost. We no longer sit with the dying, we observe them through machines. We no longer prepare for death, we fight it like a malfunction. In the process, we've amputated ritual from reality. This detachment shows in how we speak. We don't say someone died, we say they didn't make it. We measure their time left in numbers, not stories. And while palliative care and hospice movements are trying to bring back a more human approach, much of modern culture still treats death as a technical glitch. Families often don't know what to do. Grief becomes awkward. Mourning becomes rushed. The sacred space once held around death collapses under fluorescent lighting and polite denial. But something is shifting. Death doulas are re-emerging. Community rituals are returning. Books like Being Mortal by Atul Gawande or The Art of Dying Well by Katie Butler are gaining traction. More people are asking, how do we die meaningfully, not just medically? How do we reclaim the psychic and spiritual dimensions of death? Even death cafes, where strangers gather to talk openly about mortality, have popped up across the globe. It's not morbid. It's medicine for the soul. If you've never faced death closely, start small. Visit a grave. Read a memoir about dying. Listen to someone's end-of-life story without trying to fix or spiritualize it. Let the silence between your words do the heavy lifting. There's a sacred texture to death that no drug can mimic, no screen can capture. And when we lean in, not out, we remember that the end of life is still life, full of beauty, mystery, and profound transformation. But why is this return happening now? Why are science and spirituality, long at odds, suddenly converging around mortality's edge? Could it be that death, in all its silence and mystery, is not just the end of consciousness, but the very thing that awakens it? Science, religion, and the human response to death. Few things provoke the human psyche more than death, and in that provocation, something miraculous happens. We create meaning. Some turn to science, seeking mastery over biology, searching for cures, cloning organs, chasing immortality through technology. Others bow in awe, turning to religion for narratives of the soul, karma, or eternal return. But at the center of both responses lies the same tremor, the tremendum. That primal, awe-striking mystery that death evokes. Werner Herzog once said, "Civilization is like a thin layer of ice upon a deep ocean of chaos and darkness." And death, it cracks the ice. It's not a matter of right or wrong. It's a polarity, control versus surrender. The scientist tries to outweat death. The mystic tries to embrace it. But both are orbiting the same star, mortality. Jung believed that death was not only a biological event, but a psychic necessity. It awakens us to individuation. It forces us to reckon with the self beyond ego. That's why every spiritual tradition, whether Eastern or Western, has death at its center. Not as punishment, as initiation. Even in quantum physics, whispers of the eternal arise. Consciousness is no longer easily dismissed as a side effect of brain chemistry. The observer effect, entanglement, the non-locality of awareness, they all hint at something deeper, something death can't quite erase. And yet, we cling, we hope, we fight, because to accept death is to admit we are not in control. And that's terrifying. But maybe that terror, the tremendum, is the exact doorway to meaning. Not fear, but reverence. Here's something to reflect on. What's your current framework for death? Is it avoidance, curiosity, peace? Whether you lean scientific or spiritual, examine your beliefs not to prove them, but to feel them. Meditate on the memento mori concept. Remember that you will die. Let that awareness inform your choices today. Would you argue less? Love deeper? Start that book, end that toxic cycle. This isn't gloom, it's guidance. Death, when faced, brings life into color. Still, even with all this insight, poetic, spiritual, scientific, there remains a question that haunts both sages and skeptics alike. If death is necessary, then what is it for? What purpose does it serve in the great architecture of psyche, soul, and society? Maybe the final gift of death isn't found in what it takes, but in what it gives rise to. The necessity of death for renewal. Here's the hard truth most people avoid. You can't truly be reborn unless something in you dies. That's not just metaphor, that's architecture. Nature shows this again and again. Trees drop their leaves to survive winter. Snakes shed their skin to keep growing. Even stars collapse to create new galaxies. The death card isn't just a warning, it's a promise. That the endings we fear are often the gateways to the lives we were meant to live. It's not about erasing who you were. It's about allowing that old self to step aside, so the deeper you can emerge. Carl Jung knew that psychological death was the price of individuation. He didn't mean drama or destruction. He meant surrender. The ego has to yield to something bigger, more mysterious, more alive. And that often feels like death because, in a way, it is. The person you thought you had to be, the achiever, the victim, the good child, the rebel, must fall away. That's the only way the self, with all its paradoxes and fullness, can take root. Death, then, becomes the gardener of the soul. But this isn't a one-time event. It's cyclical. It happens again and again, through breakups, relocations, loss, failure, awakenings. Every time life says, "Let go," you stand at that skeletal threshold. And when you say yes, when you allow yourself to grieve, to release, to rest, you open the door to spiritual rebirth. That's why the skeleton on the tarot card is always in motion. Because death doesn't stop the journey, it deepens it. It turns survival into meaning. Want to practice this? At the end of every season, literal or metaphorical, ask yourself, what needs to die in me right now? Maybe it's a belief, a role, an old story you keep telling. Then ritualize the release. Burn a letter, cut your hair, clean a space, say goodbye out loud. Make it real. Make it sacred. Because when you honor death as a teacher, not a tyrant, you begin to live with eyes wide open and a heart willing to be reshaped. So as we close the circle, one truth remains. Death doesn't take, it teaches. And if we have the courage to listen, to lean in, and to let go, we don't just survive it, we become more alive than ever. But before we step into that new life, let's revisit what summoned us here in the first place, how Jung, the tarot, and the archetypes conspired to place this card, this symbol, this moment in your hands. Temperance, the angelic archetype, and the psyche. Temperance doesn't shout, it whispers. And yet, that whisper carries the power to realign an entire life. In the 14th card of the Major Arcana, we meet a serene angel with one foot in the water and one on land, gently pouring liquid from one vessel to another. It's not just a pretty picture. It's a living symbol of harmony between realms, spirit and matter, conscious and unconscious. The liquid that flows isn't ordinary water. It represents energy in motion, the refined elixir of transformation. This isn't about stillness, but rhythm, a dance between opposites. You've probably felt this in your own life, moments when everything just flows, not from control, but from balance. That's the domain of temperance. What most people miss is how this card channels the energy of Aquarius, the water bearer who brings vision and hope to dry land. It's the archetype of spiritual evolution meeting psychological insight. And here, water doesn't just symbolize emotion. It's the psychic current that runs beneath all transformation. The vessel in the angel's left hand often carries red liquid, fire, while the right receives blue, water. Together, they create violet, the color of spiritual transmutation, crown chakra energy, the meeting of heaven and earth. Look at your own life. When have you been too much fire, too much water? When did balance feel impossible? This card offers a symbolic map back to that sacred center. But there's more. The angel is neither male nor female. It exists in sacred androgyny. The fusion of masculine and feminine isn't just a poetic idea, it's an energetic law. The yin and yang, the push and pull, the divine dance, all of it must come into rhythm if we are to evolve. You've seen this play out in relationships, right? One person trying to dominate, the other retreating. But when both energies learn to pour into each other, something transcendent happens. That's what the angel teaches, not control, but integration. Not power over, but power with. And don't overlook the background. A glowing sun rises between two mountains, reminding us of the eternal cycle, death, rebirth, awakening. The winding path that begins at the water's edge leads directly to that light, symbolizing the journey of the soul guided by divine order. The angel doesn't block the path, it blesses it. Every time you feel stuck, consider, are you ignoring divine rhythm? Are you resisting the process because it doesn't look like progress? That golden light is always waiting, but only the patient and the present can walk that path. Temperance whispers again, you don't need to burn or drown. You can become the water and the flame. It invites you to play with the ingredients of your life like an alchemist, balancing work with rest, solitude with connection, structure with spontaneity. Try this. Reflect on one area of your life that feels out of sync. Is it your time? Your emotions? Your purpose? Imagine the angel pouring new energy into that space. That's how the transformation begins. And what comes next? Well, it's not just about harmony. It's about the inner messenger that arrives once harmony takes root. Symbolism of temperance in the tarot. Temperance isn't just a card. It's an encounter with a heavenly messenger who knows your soul better than you do. This angel doesn't descend to punish or preach, but to bridge the split within. It's the archetype of divine guidance that walks beside the seeker, pouring from one vessel to another not only to balance energies, but to awaken the psyche to its true harmony. In Jungian terms, this angel functions as a mediator between the conscious and the unconscious, making what is hidden gently rise into awareness. It doesn't shout your wounds, it translates them into wisdom. That's how inner transformation begins, with a whisper, not a war. Now think of this angel as more than symbolic. Imagine it as a part of you. It's the force that nudges you when your intuition speaks, but you hesitate. It's what guides you to journal your dreams, to follow a hunch, to sit quietly with discomfort instead of numbing it. The angelic archetype appears in moments of synchronicity, when the world outside reflects exactly what you're feeling inside. You run into an old friend after thinking of them for days. That's not chance. It's inner alignment whispering through the outer world. This is how divine guidance moves, subtly, rhythmically, always nudging you toward integration. And here's something profound. The angel is always holding space for opposites to meet. It doesn't erase polarity. It teaches how to hold both without collapsing. Have you ever tried to be both strong and vulnerable? Logical and intuitive? It's tough, right? But that's the exact inner dialogue Temperance is here to guide. Through grace, it invites a new type of listening, one that makes peace with the paradox instead of trying to fix it. That's the secret to soulful balance. The moment you allow both your fire and your doubt to coexist, the alchemy begins. This archetype also plays a crucial role in deep shadow work. When we face the unconscious, it's easy to feel overwhelmed or fragmented. But the angel brings harmony not through force, but through presence. Its wings don't carry you away. They shelter the inner process while you become whole again. If you're working through inner conflict, therapy, meditation, self-inquiry, consider inviting this archetype in. Light a candle, breathe deeply, visualize the angel pouring light between your thoughts. You don't need to understand everything. You need only to trust the rhythm of internal grace. In spiritual terms, this angelic presence is the living mandala of inner guidance. It's the moving geometry of transformation. It's what artists feel when they paint without knowing why, what mystics sense when they fast or retreat into silence. The angel is not separate from you. It's the part of you that remembers divine order even when the ego is lost in chaos. And as this presence becomes more familiar, it begins preparing you for a deeper dance, one where opposites stop clashing and begin co-creating. Alchemical themes and spiritual integration. Alchemy wasn't just medieval chemistry, it was a sacred language for inner transformation. And in the Temperance card, the act of pouring becomes the central ritual of divine alchemy. We're not just watching water move from one cup to another. We're witnessing the fusion of polarities, masculine and feminine, spirit and matter, conscious and unconscious. This process, known as the magnum opus, isn't about turning lead into gold. It's about turning chaos into coherence. And that starts when you stop rejecting parts of yourself and start blending them with intention. That's the secret behind real integration. The ancient alchemists spoke in riddles. The blood of the lion, the gluten of the eagle. What were they really talking about? Not physical ingredients, but psychic forces. The lion's blood symbolizes fiery will, raw libido, the drive to conquer. The eagle's gluten, that's the spiritual glue, the expansive vision that lifts us above instinct. When temperance pours, it brings these two into a sacred marriage. In practical terms, it means using your ambition, lion, without losing your soul, eagle. Want an example? Working hard to grow your business and taking spiritual retreats, that's alchemy in action. The fusion in this card also reflects the healing of emotional extremes. Many people live like pendulums, swinging between burnout and numbness, overexertion and avoidance. Temperance offers another way. Rhythm instead of reaction. This isn't about erasing passion or stillness, but about learning when to stir the cauldron and when to let it simmer. If your relationships feel explosive or your work-life balance feels like a war zone, it might be time to ask, what am I overpouring, and what have I let dry up? That's the alchemical question, and only you can answer it, cup by symbolic cup. In this sense, the angel becomes the alchemist, not fixing you, but showing you how to work your own fire and water. Through daily rituals, reflection, and intuitive action, you're already practicing this inner blending. Cooking with intention, dancing to release tension, writing poetry from your pain, these are all forms of divine alchemy. You don't need a lab coat. You need presence. That's why spiritual practices aren't just for monks or mystics. They're for anyone ready to turn inner conflict into soulful art. And here's the twist. The more you integrate, the more mysterious life becomes. The angel never gives full explanations, only invitations. You might start seeing signs, hearing messages in dreams, feeling drawn to strange symbols or recurring numbers. That's because once you begin the great work, life starts to speak in symbolic imagery. And what comes next? Well, let's just say this journey isn't only psychological, it's deeply, wildly, irreversibly spiritual. Psychological interpretation according to Jung. Carl Jung didn't just decode dreams, he gave us a map of the soul, and temperance fits beautifully within it. In Jungian psychology, the process of individuation, becoming whole, hinges on one essential act, integrating the unconscious with the conscious. And that's precisely what the angel in Temperance does. It doesn't destroy the darkness or glorify the light. It pours one into the other, gradually, lovingly, until something new is born. Jung would call this the emergence of the self, the totality that lives beyond the ego's tiny fortress. The angel here becomes a personification of insight, a guide appearing when the ego is mature enough to let go of control. If you've ever had a powerful realization in therapy, during a psychedelic journey, or in the middle of heartbreak, that moment when something deeper took over, you've met this archetype. Jung said that transformation requires a psychic gradient, a flow between energy poles. Temperance shows us how to locate and navigate that gradient. Not by force, but by attunement. Like adjusting a radio dial, it's about finding the frequency where soul and psyche can speak. In real life, this might look like reconciling with a parent not by confrontation, but through compassion, or healing your ambition not by crushing it, but by channeling it into a purpose greater than ego. Jung believed the psyche speaks in symbols, and every conflict is an opportunity for decoding. So if you've been triggered lately, or obsessed with a recurring theme, it's not random. It's your unconscious knocking. The angel of temperance doesn't answer that door for you, but it shows you how to listen for the knock. Jung also believed in active imagination, a technique where you dialogue with parts of yourself. You can do this in meditation, through writing, or even drawing. Imagine sitting across from your inner critic or wounded child and asking what it wants to teach you. The angel in temperance would be the one facilitating that meeting, holding the space where shame and grace can finally speak. That's what integration looks like, not resolution but conversation. And through this conversation, energy that was once trapped becomes available for spiritual evolution. As the individuation journey deepens, temperance becomes a mirror of your psychic progress. You begin to notice moments where your reactions soften, where your choices reflect balance instead of compulsion. That's the angel's subtle hand at work. But don't be fooled, the work is just beginning. Because the more you integrate, the more layers arise, calling for deeper healing, deeper awareness, deeper grace. The flow of libido and spiritual rebirth. In Jungian terms, libido isn't just sexual energy, it's the raw fuel of the psyche, the vital current that drives all desire, creation, and transformation. When we look at temperance, we see that very flow being redirected. After the death of the ego, often symbolized by previous cards like death or the hanged man, something profound happens. Energy is no longer wasted on defense, projection, or fear. It's now available for rebirth. The white liquid poured by the angel becomes the image of purified libido, now aligned with a greater spiritual current. Think about it. How much energy have you lost trying to control everything? Trying to please others, prove your worth, or silence your inner doubts? All of that drains libido. But when you stop fighting and begin to trust the flow, the same energy becomes creativity, insight, and courage. That's the promise of this card, the rebirth of psychic energy after internal surrender. Real-life example? Someone who goes through a breakup and instead of collapsing, channels that pain into starting a new business, writing a book, or deepening their spiritual path. That's temperance in action. The key is not forcing the flow, but honoring its rhythm. Libido doesn't move in straight lines, it moves in spirals, cycles, waves. And when the psyche is ready, it redirects this current toward the self, toward individuation. The angel knows exactly how much to pour, and when. This teaches us to stop over-efforting. Some days, you need to act boldly. Other days, you need to sit in silence and let the deeper waters stir. If you're feeling blocked lately, ask yourself, am I trying to swim upstream? Because often, rebirth comes only when we let go of the old current. This renewed libido also awakens the third eye, the inner vision that sees beyond surface reality. Once the inner energy is no longer fragmented, it begins illuminating your path with clarity and precision. You might find yourself suddenly understanding dreams, feeling more intuitive, or sensing guidance where there was once confusion. That's not magic, it's inner alignment. When the ego steps aside, the self steps in, and the libido starts dancing with meaning instead of chaos. From that place, even your past wounds become sacred fuel. And so, as the angel pours, you begin to feel something stir, not in your mind, but in your soul. A new vitality, not frantic but steady. A new purpose, not imposed but revealed. That's the birth of sacred energy, resurrected from inner death. And as it starts to flow, it prepares you for the next great symbol on this journey, one that redefines how we understand polarity, movement, and the infinite dance of opposites. Duality and the symbol of the lemniscate. The lemniscate, that sideways figure eight, isn't just a pretty symbol floating above the magician's head. It's the eternal loop of duality, the infinite cycle of birth and rebirth, tension and resolution that pulses through the psyche. In Temperance, this symbol returns in a new form, no longer floating, but embodied in the very act of pouring. It's no longer just an abstract idea, it becomes fluid, active, transformed. The lemniscate here is open, not sealed. And that openness is everything. It means the opposites have stopped circling each other and started truly exchanging energy. In The Magician, the lemniscate represents potential, raw, untamed power waiting to be mastered. But in Temperance, that power has matured. Now it's no longer about control, but about conscious participation. This shift mirrors what we go through in life. First, we try to dominate everything with willpower. Eventually, we realize we have to dance with life, not wrestle it. That's when the flow begins. Think of the difference between trying to force a relationship to work versus cultivating real connection. One loops endlessly, the other pours. This transformation of the lemniscate is also deeply psychological. Jung showed us that the ego and the unconscious must be in constant dialogue. But when the ego tries to suppress the unconscious, we get neurosis, anxiety, burnout. The open lemniscate in Temperance suggests a matured psyche, one that allows energy to move both ways. Instead of bottling up rage, we explore it. Instead of hiding from sorrow, we express it through art or ritual. And when we do that, we stop repeating patterns. We evolve. We begin creating from a higher frequency. You've probably felt this shift yourself without knowing the symbol. Those moments when instead of reacting to pain, you pause and ask, what is this trying to teach me? Or when a challenge arises, and instead of spiraling, you feel strangely calm, as if some deeper current has taken over. That's the lemniscate opening. That's divine alchemy at work within your nervous system, realigning the flow of psychic energy through balance instead of blockage. And the more you trust it, the more effortless life becomes. This evolution of the lemniscate sets the stage for an even deeper rhythm, one that moves not in static loops, but in embodied, sacred motion. We're no longer stuck between extremes. We begin to flow through them. And that movement, that dance between polarities, is exactly where the tarot journey starts to pick up a new kind of grace, the rhythm of healing made visible. Movement, dance, and rhythmic flow in the tarot. In the tarot, stillness has its place, but rhythm is where transformation lives. Temperance introduces this shift beautifully. The gentle flow of water between vessels isn't random. It has tempo, cadence, a kind of spiritual choreography. This is not the rigid structure of moral law or dogma. This is divine movement. When you look closely, the angel isn't frozen. It's poised in mid-action, like a dancer between steps. And that says something powerful. Evolution happens not in the extremes, but in the flow between them. That's where real grace is found. This idea is echoed in the progression of the Major Arcana. Earlier cards often depict static postures, the emperor seated in authority, the hierophant anchored in doctrine. But Temperance? It's motion incarnate. And this motion isn't chaotic, it's precise, intentional, like a musician playing in perfect time. If you've ever been in a yoga flow or a deep breathwork session, you've touched this rhythm. It's the same vibration that pulses through ritual dance, through chanting, through the silence between thoughts. This is the frequency of healing, and it's felt, not taught. Consider how this applies in daily life. When you're caught in stress, everything feels rigid, your body, your mind, even your breath. But when you move with intention, whether it's dancing, walking in nature, or cooking with love, you re-enter the rhythm of the psyche. That's temperance in action. A simple way to invite this energy in: create rituals that include movement, not as a performance, but as prayer. Try swaying with your breath, drumming your fingers to a mantra, or letting your body move freely to ambient music. Let rhythm become a spiritual language. Temperance also points toward what's coming, the final cards of the tarot, especially the World. In that card, we see a figure fully immersed in dance, encircled by a laurel wreath, harmonizing with all the elements. But the preparation for that mastery happens here. In Temperance, we're learning how to feel rhythm before we can become rhythm. The angel teaches us that spiritual evolution isn't linear. It moves in spirals, syncopations, pauses, and crescendos. And the more we attune to this, the more effortlessly we glide through life's shifting melodies. This rhythmic awareness isn't just personal, it's archetypal. It's what indigenous cultures knew long before psychology named it. Healing circles, trance dances, sweat lodges, all of them invoke rhythm to rewire the psyche. Temperance carries that ancestral memory, and as you feel its flow, you begin to understand. Rhythm isn't something you create, it's something you remember. And once remembered, it leads you directly into the deeper mysteries of feminine wisdom and sacred receptivity. The role of feminine energies in the journey. If you've paid attention to the tarot's middle row, the cards between the Chariot and the Devil, you'll notice something curious. There's a subtle shift toward feminine or androgynous figures, especially in cards like Strength, Justice, and Temperance. That's not a coincidence. This stretch of the journey demands internal work, and it's the feminine principle that knows how to guide that. Not feminine as gender, but as energy, intuitive, receptive, cyclical. It's the current that teaches us to feel instead of force, to receive instead of control. Temperance embodies this beautifully. The angel isn't commanding or conquering, it's blending, listening, harmonizing. This is the sacred feminine in motion, moving with grace instead of domination. And we see this same energy in real life through practices that honor flow: meditation, journaling, sacred bathing, intuitive dancing. These aren't just wellness trends, they're doorways to the feminine psyche. When someone lights a candle and sits in silence to reflect on their day, they're invoking this energy. And in that space, wisdom flows without words. The reason this matters is because most of us were taught to value the masculine quest: clarity, logic, achievement. But when the soul starts stirring, those tools begin to fail. We hit walls, burn out, or feel hollow despite success. That's when the feminine knocks, not to fix, but to soften, to show us how to hold paradox, to teach us that rest is productive, and that insight often comes through surrender. If you've ever felt guilty for slowing down or doubting yourself in a world that rewards nonstop hustle, you've felt this conflict firsthand. In myth and psychology, the feminine is often the one who initiates the hero's descent into the underworld, not as punishment, but as invitation. Think of Inanna, Persephone, even Eve, all entered a space of shadow to emerge transformed. Temperance echoes this role. The angel doesn't rush you toward enlightenment. It prepares you, gently balancing energies so that when darkness comes, you're rooted. If you've ever done shadow work, or simply allowed yourself to cry without shame, you've already walked with this guide. And here's the beauty. This feminine wisdom doesn't cancel the masculine. It tempers it. It invites integration. And as this balance deepens, you start to feel something shift, a new way of being that doesn't reject doing, but no longer needs it to prove worth. From this inner equilibrium, your journey takes on a new hue. And with that hue, you're almost ready to rediscover virtues not as rules, but as pathways to healing. Temperance and the cardinal virtues. Temperance didn't get its name from a lucky guess. It's one of the 4 cardinal virtues that shaped medieval and philosophical thinking for centuries. Alongside fortitude, prudence, and justice, temperance was seen as a pillar of moral character. But here's what most people miss. It's not just about moderation in the sense of self-restraint. In the tarot, temperance goes far deeper. It becomes a spiritual balancing act, not just between pleasures and responsibilities, but between entire planes of being. We're talking about the fusion of ego and self, of heaven and earth, of impulse and insight. This card doesn't preach abstinence, it models mastery. And in that sense, it turns the old moral view on its head. It's not about denying your desires. It's about learning how to transform them into something sacred. Take anger, for example. Instead of repressing it, which leads to explosions, or acting it out, which creates chaos, temperance would suggest asking, what truth is my anger protecting? That small shift turns raw emotion into spiritual data. And that's a virtue in action, not a rule you follow, but a rhythm you embody. The same applies to modern life. Think about technology. Scrolling endlessly through social media might be numbing your intuition, while cutting it off completely might isolate you. Temperance would guide you to find a ritual in the use, to consume mindfully, to create intentionally, to disconnect regularly. That's how ancient virtue becomes modern wisdom. You don't need to wear a robe and quote philosophers to live a virtuous life. You just need to listen, align, and choose with awareness. In Jungian terms, temperance is the virtue that supports individuation. It teaches the psyche to self-regulate, to hold tension without collapsing, to let contradictory truths coexist without panic. It's the virtue that supports shadow work, because it gives you the inner container to face what's raw without needing to flee or fix. If you've ever sat in discomfort until clarity emerged, or resisted the urge to numb out and instead journaled through the storm, you've practiced temperance, not the watered-down version, but the cardinal force that changes lives. And here's the twist. This virtue is alive. It breathes, pulses, shifts with you. It's not static like a rule book. It's dynamic like a ritual. And once you start seeing it this way, you begin to sense its deeper function, not to make you behave, but to help you become. And in that becoming, another kind of healing begins, one that doesn't just balance, but reweaves the soul into something sacred. Sacred union and divine healing. Temperance isn't just about balance, it's about sacred union. The kind that doesn't just feel peaceful, but feels holy. When the angel pours one element into another, it's reenacting a cosmic ritual, the marriage of the celestial and the earthly, of the fragmented self into wholeness. This card reminds us that true healing doesn't come from fixing a part of us. It comes from embracing all parts as necessary ingredients in the great work. That's what divine healing looks like. Not sterilized perfection, but soulful integration. Imagine your life as a chalice, one side filled with your light, the other with your pain. Most people either try to dump the pain or ignore the light. Temperance teaches you to pour one into the other until both become medicine. This isn't sentimental, it's sacred alchemy. Real healing happens when you sit with grief and allow grace to mingle with it. When you let love touch your rage. Think about the moments when you cried not out of despair, but because something sacred was breaking through. That's the angel at work. This sacred blending often shows up in relationships, but not the romantic fantasy kind. We're talking about soul encounters, where someone mirrors both your beauty and your wounds. These relationships can be challenging, but they're also initiatory. Temperance asks, can you meet another without losing yourself? Can you stay open in love without collapsing in fear? If so, you're already walking the path of sacred union, one that leads not to perfect harmony, but to conscious resonance. Jung referred to this union as the Konjunktio, the merging of opposites within the psyche that brings the ego closer to the self. In myth, it's the wedding of heaven and earth, of spirit and body. And in practice, it might look like reconciling your ambition with your need for rest, your independence with your craving for connection. It's not about choosing sides, it's about letting them touch. You can light incense and still pay your bills. You can chant mantras and set boundaries. That's divine integration. As the angel keeps pouring, something new begins to form, not just healing, but a rebirth of your identity through grace. You start realizing that healing isn't an event, it's a lifestyle. It's how you speak to yourself in the dark, how you show up on the days you feel least worthy. And from that place of sacred rhythm, a new horizon begins to shimmer. Not one of escape, but of realization that what you've been seeking might already be blooming from within. Transition toward illumination and enlightenment. Temperance doesn't just soothe, it initiates. It's the hidden doorway between the turbulent middle row of the tarot and the luminous upper realm where realization begins. After passing through moral conflict, loss, and inner trials, the seeker arrives at this card not as a novice, but as someone ready. Ready to step into a new vibrational frequency where wisdom is no longer something you chase, it's something you embody. Temperance is the quiet gatekeeper to illumination, the angel who whispers, "You're not broken, you're being refined." The rhythm established here isn't random, it's preparation. The psyche has been softened by conflict and cracked open by shadow. Now it can receive the light without shattering. Think of it like tempering steel. The blade is forged by fire, but it becomes resilient only when cooled in perfect rhythm. That's what this card does. It stabilizes the soul's heat, so it can carry divine voltage without burning out. You've felt this before, those calm moments after a storm, when clarity floods in without force. That's the angel's grace. In spiritual traditions, this transition is often referred to as the beginning of awakening. Not the loud, flashy kind, but the subtle awareness that your life is more than cause and effect. You start noticing patterns, synchronicities, the deeper meaning behind your struggles, the roles people play in your growth, and you begin to ask better questions like, what am I here to integrate? Or how is this pain part of my evolution? This is where psychology and mysticism shake hands, where the map of the psyche turns into the path of the soul. Jung believed that illumination arises not by bypassing the unconscious, but by integrating it. Temperance is that integration made visible. The third eye begins to flicker open here, not as a mystical trick, but as inner vision. You see not just what's happening, but why. You begin to trust timing. You feel held by something larger. And this awareness isn't passive, it asks for action. You're being prepared to embody the light you once searched for in others. But the journey doesn't end in the light. In fact, as the angel fades, a darker archetype approaches, not as a villain, but as the next great teacher. Because illumination must be tested, and the devil, who waits just ahead, is no monster. He's the unintegrated shadow that will demand everything you've just learned, and more. Preparation for the encounter with darkness. Temperance is the inhale before the plunge, the deep breath that steadies the soul before it meets the abyss. In the tarot's unfolding, this card sits right before the devil, a deliberate placement. The angel appears not to reward you, but to prepare you. Because once balance is achieved, the next test always comes. Not to undo your growth, but to deepen it. The devil isn't the enemy, it's the unconscious in raw form, the parts of yourself that haven't yet been blessed by the angel's grace. And without the preparation Temperance offers, that encounter can shatter instead of awaken. This card, then, is a moment of pause soaked in meaning. The calm isn't accidental, it's sacred. The waters have settled, the inner elements are in dialogue, and the psyche is ready to descend without losing itself. This is what Jung called holding the tension of the opposites, the ability to remain centered while chaos beckons. If you've ever walked into a tough conversation, a triggering memory, or a tempting distraction and chosen presence over panic, that was Temperance living through you. And that strength will be crucial in what lies ahead. The devil archetype brings with it addiction, projection, illusion. Everything you once disowned now walks toward you in chains. But thanks to Temperance, you now carry an inner rhythm that resists collapse. You've learned the difference between reacting and responding, between suppression and integration. This preparation isn't loud. It doesn't come with applause. It's the quiet knowing that says, "You've seen your light, now can you hold it in the dark?" That's spiritual maturity. That's what this angel trains you for. On a personal level, you'll feel this when life tests your balance. You've meditated for weeks, and suddenly you're triggered by an old wound. You've cultivated self-love, and then run into someone who mirrors every insecurity. This isn't failure. It's initiation. The grace you've built through Temperance becomes your anchor. The rhythm you've practiced becomes your heartbeat. You stop fearing the devil not because he's weak, but because you're no longer afraid of your own shadow. And so the angel fades, not in absence, but in trust. You've been prepared. You've remembered your own sacred rhythm. Now you step into the next chapter, not as someone seeking light, but as someone who carries it. And in that descent, a new kind of transformation awaits, one forged not by purity, but by presence. The devil, the shadow, and the dark archetype. In every deck of tarot, the devil card doesn't whisper, it roars. Not because it's evil in itself, but because it reflects a part of the human psyche we'd rather not look at. This archetype goes way beyond religious dogma. It's not just about Satan or Lucifer, as we know them from Sunday school. It's about bondage, illusion, and the seductive pull of inner chaos. In the tarot, he wears horns and smirks, but he's not a monster. He's us when we forget who we are, when we give away our autonomy, when we surrender to our own unconscious cravings and fears without question. The devil card is tarot's wake-up call disguised as a trap. He's the archetype that mirrors the human tendency to externalize blame, to say, "The devil made me do it," rather than confronting our own choices. Historically, this figure evolved from older mythologies, Set from Egypt, Pazuzu from Mesopotamia, and Tiamat, the chaos dragon, all embodied that same turbulent force. These entities weren't just symbols of evil, they were representations of unrefined power, unintegrated emotions, and the raw forces of nature. When Lucifer fell, he didn't just fall from grace, he fell into the human subconscious as a mythic mirror of our most primal tensions. This fall from light bearer to devil is a metaphor for the split in consciousness. It's what happens when the spiritual ego divorces itself from its own instincts. It's the story of Eden all over again, but with a twist. Lucifer brings knowledge. And that's the thing, we're not talking about a cartoon villain. We're talking about Prometheus in disguise. The one who brings fire and gets crucified for it. That symbolic fire? It's the awareness of our own inner bondage. It burns, but it illuminates. That's why understanding this archetype is less about fear and more about freedom. You can see it everywhere, in addiction, in obsession, in cycles of guilt and false virtue. It's that moment when someone stays in a toxic relationship, not because they love, but because they fear being alone. It's when people chase money or status endlessly, thinking they're free, when in fact they're shackled to invisible chains. The devil archetype teaches us to look at those chains, because here's the trick, they're not locked. They're loose. We just don't want to look down and realize we've always had the key. So when you pull the devil in a tarot reading, or feel that energy creeping into your life, don't panic. Pay attention. What are you clinging to that's stealing your autonomy? What illusion are you buying into? This archetype isn't here to scare you. It's here to challenge you, to provoke a deeper look, a more honest reflection. And if you're brave enough to face him, you might just be ready to meet another side of yourself, the side Jung would call the shadow. But that's a whole other descent, and we're just getting started. Psychological interpretation through Jungian concepts. Carl Jung didn't see the devil as some external fiend with a pitchfork. He saw him as something much closer to home, lurking in the unconscious, wearing our face. In Jungian terms, the devil is the shadow, all that we repress, deny, or disown. He's the part of ourselves we exile because it doesn't fit our image of who we should be. But here's the trick, the more we push him away, the more power he gains. And eventually, he shows up not in dreams or meditations, but in real life, through anger, addiction, anxiety, or even someone we irrationally hate for no reason. The shadow is autonomous. It acts on its own, and when ignored, it hijacks the psyche. That's where the devil enters the stage, not as a mythic demon, but as a psychological force of possession. Suddenly, we find ourselves saying things like, "I don't know what came over me." Jung would smile and say, "That was him." This isn't spiritual horror, it's personal blindness. The devil is what you become when you forget you're a whole being. When you split yourself into light and dark and pretend the dark isn't there, it waits. And it waits with patience that only the unconscious knows. Projection is one of the devil's favorite masks. You see in others what you refuse to see in yourself. That manipulative coworker, that arrogant stranger, that evil politician, maybe they're just wearing your repressed qualities like a costume. Jung believed that if you don't do your shadow work, the world will do it for you, and it won't be gentle. That's why shadow work matters. It's not just therapy jargon. It's the process of reclaiming your stolen pieces, your unacknowledged drives, your rejected desires. And no surprise, it's exactly what the devil archetype dares you to do. So how do you begin that kind of journey? It's not by killing the ego or pretending to be holy. It's by being radically honest. Try this. When someone triggers you deeply, ask yourself, what part of me do they reflect? Keep a journal. Read Jung's Answer to Job or Robert Johnson's Owning Your Own Shadow. Sit with the discomfort instead of numbing it. The devil shows up when you're close to a breakthrough because he's guarding the very door you need to walk through. You don't fight him. You understand him. And the moment you realize the devil isn't your enemy, but a function of your own disintegration, that's when things start to shift. He's not here to destroy you. He's here to test your readiness for wholeness. And that test, it's never obvious. It might come in the form of temptation, inner chaos, or even laughter at the wrong moment. But those signs are invitations. Invitations to reclaim what's yours before it owns you. And just beyond that inner reckoning, another layer of meaning emerges, one that's hidden in the symbols themselves. Symbolism and imagery in the Devil card. When you stare at the Devil card in the tarot, especially in the Marseille or Waite decks, you're not just looking at an image. You're staring into a mirror held by the unconscious itself. Those bat wings? They're not random. They represent nocturnal vision, the ability to see in the dark, metaphorically speaking. The horns? Pure animal instinct. The sword or torch he sometimes holds. That symbolic fire, knowledge that burns but also reveals. Every detail screams of archetypal energy that's been encoded into our collective unconscious long before we had words to describe it. The most striking element, though, is the chain. In most decks, the Devil is shown towering over two human figures, usually naked, with chains around their necks. But look closely, the chains are loose. They could walk away at any moment. This is a brutal truth packed into symbolic imagery. The Devil doesn't enslave you. You do. Out of fear, out of guilt, out of the illusion that you're powerless. That image forces a confrontation. What chains are you wearing that no one actually locked? It's humbling, and it's liberating if you dare to see it. Now compare him to the Pope or the magician in the tarot. The Pope offers divine connection through tradition and dogma. The magician channels willpower and manifestation. But the Devil? He doesn't ask for your obedience or your cleverness. He just exposes your attachment. He's the reverse mirror. Where the Pope wears robes, the Devil shows flesh. Where the magician points upward and downward in balance, the Devil keeps you staring inward, locked in duality. He doesn't lie. He reveals the lies we've told ourselves to stay asleep. Then comes the comparison with justice. She holds the sword of discernment and the scales of karma. She's all about accountability, balance, clarity. The Devil, in contrast, deals with distortion. His sword, if present, doesn't cut through illusion. It tempts you to identify with it. But that contrast is deliberate. Justice is the clarity that comes after the Devil has played his part. In a reading, the two cards side by side might mean a necessary confrontation with your own false narratives, followed by the chance to recalibrate your moral compass. Symbols don't need to scream to be powerful. They whisper to your subconscious. And when the Devil appears, his imagery invites reflection. What instincts are running the show? What hidden contracts have you signed with your own desires? That's what makes this card so potent. It doesn't just represent danger. It represents a portal. And when you learn to read those symbols, not just with your intellect, but with your intuition, you begin to see that the Devil is less about damnation and more about transformation. Especially when the heat of moral choice starts knocking at the door. The Devil's role in moral conflict and spiritual growth. The Devil doesn't tempt you just to watch you fall. He tempts you so you can see what you're made of. That's why he appears in the stories that matter. Eden, Job, even the temptation of Christ. He's the archetypal test. Not because he's evil for the sake of evil, but because he's the keeper of choice. In Eden, the snake didn't lie. He offered knowledge, knowing full well that knowledge meant responsibility. And in the book of Job, Satan isn't some rogue villain. He's acting with divine permission, pushing Job toward deeper self-knowledge through suffering. In real life, that test often shows up quietly. It's in the moral crossroads we face every day. Speaking the truth when it's risky, owning up to a mistake when the ego wants to dodge it, choosing growth over comfort. The Devil archetype forces us to confront autonomy. It asks, do you really want to be free? Or do you just want permission to avoid discomfort? That's the kind of spiritual warfare that never makes headlines, but it shapes destinies. It's in how you treat people when you have the upper hand. It's in the thoughts you entertain when no one's watching. Moral ambiguity is the devil's playground. And here's the real kicker. Most people think the opposite of evil is virtue, but often it's awareness. The devil's job is not to seduce you into corruption. It's to make sure you're not faking virtue. That moment when you realize your goodness was just performance, that's him. And if you're brave enough to sit with that discomfort, something miraculous happens. You start choosing differently, not because you should, but because you understand. That's the birth of real ethics. That's the beginning of spiritual maturity. One of the most overlooked roles of the devil is this. He holds up the mirror that reveals your false innocence. That idea that you're always the victim, or always the hero, or never complicit, that's exactly what keeps the soul stuck in childhood. But when you stare at your own darkness without flinching, something changes. You stop blaming others. You stop playing games. And that's when the real growth begins. As uncomfortable as it sounds, the devil is the one who initiates the soul into adulthood. This isn't about embracing sin. It's about recognizing that your humanity contains multitudes. You're not just light, and you're not just dark. You're both, and your power lies in how consciously you move between them. The devil isn't your end. He's your threshold. And once you accept that moral conflict is where the fire of transformation burns hottest, you begin to glimpse something deeper, like the possibility that even darkness might serve a divine design. Duality of light and darkness in divinity and humanity. It's one of the most uncomfortable truths. Even the divine has a shadow. In the book of Isaiah it says, I form the light and create darkness. That's not just poetic, it's revolutionary. It means that evil isn't some outside enemy to be defeated, but a force contained within the same hands that created love, grace, and beauty. The devil, then, isn't the enemy of God. He's the part of the divine plan we'd rather not look at. He's the divine opposition, necessary, painful, and sacred. The light isn't pure unless it's chosen in the face of real darkness. Within us, this same duality plays out every day. We praise enlightenment, but recoil from what gets us there. And yet, without the tension between opposites, there is no growth. That's the core of human consciousness. We don't evolve by floating in bliss. We evolve by wrestling with contradiction, by holding paradox in our hearts. Lucifer, the fallen angel, once a bearer of light, becomes the symbol of what happens when awareness turns inward without integration. He doesn't stop shining, he just blinds. That's what spiritual blindness looks like. Light without wisdom, ego posing as virtue. Jung understood this well. For him, the devil wasn't a metaphysical villain, but a psychic necessity. Without him, there's no individuation. Without confrontation with the unconscious, there's no growth. In Christianity, Satan becomes the prosecuting attorney in the cosmic courtroom, not because God hates him, but because God uses him. He tests, questions, destabilizes. He shakes what is false, so that only what is real remains. That's why the devil is always dancing just outside the temple. He's not allowed in, but without him, the temple is just a museum. This brings us to a critical insight. Our resistance to evil often stems from our fear of seeing it within ourselves. But denying that darkness only feeds it. When we pretend we're only light, we become dangerous, fanatical, judgmental, and cruel in the name of purity. But when we accept our dual nature, we become more compassionate. We stop needing scapegoats. We stop demonizing others to avoid facing our own shadows. That's when religion becomes real, not as dogma, but as transformation. Not as obedience, but as awakening. So instead of fearing the devil, we might consider thanking him, not for the suffering, but for the sacred friction. For the contrast that makes choice meaningful. Because in every act of awareness, in every refusal to project blame, we reclaim a bit more of our divine spark. And just behind that spark, waiting patiently, is the question we've been avoiding. What happens when the devil doesn't possess you, but lives inside you, laughing with your own voice? Possession, temptation, and psychological autonomy. Let's be honest, possession sounds dramatic. We imagine spinning heads and guttural voices. But the real possession? It's way more subtle. It happens every time someone lashes out and says, "I didn't mean it." Or when someone cheats without knowing why. That's the devil at work, not outside, but inside, wearing the mask of unconscious behavior. Diabolical possession, in psychological terms, is when parts of the unconscious hijack our will. Not because we're weak, but because we've avoided responsibility for too long. We've let shadow puppeteer our actions while pretending to be holy. Temptation isn't always about lust or greed. Sometimes it's the temptation to lie to yourself, to justify staying stuck because change is hard, to wear virtue like a costume so no one sees the chaos underneath. The devil is the voice that whispers, "You're not wrong, they are." And when we believe it, we give up our autonomy. We become marionettes of our inner fragmentation. Jung knew this. That's why he didn't preach suppression, he encouraged integration. Because only awareness can dissolve the illusion of demonic seduction. And here's something wild. Humor can be a sign of possession. That nervous laugh when someone points out your blind spot. That sarcastic joke you make to dodge vulnerability. Sometimes it's the shadow defending its territory. It's not funny because it's clever. It's funny because it's scared. Psychological autonomy starts when you catch yourself in those moments and choose differently. You pause. You breathe. You ask, what am I avoiding? That tiny act of mindfulness is more powerful than any exorcism. It's the start of reclaiming your own mind. If you want to test your psychological autonomy, try this. Pick a habit you know is rooted in fear or ego. Maybe it's the way you interrupt people, or how you scroll endlessly to avoid silence. Spend a week noticing when and why it happens. Don't shame yourself, observe. That's shadow work in real time. And it's hard, because part of you will resist. It'll call you boring, dramatic, or spiritual. But that's the devil again, rebranding himself to keep you unconscious. Every temptation is a disguised invitation to wake up. And the real irony? The more conscious you become, the less control the devil has. Not because he disappears, but because you're no longer asleep at the wheel. Possession only works when we forget we're the driver. Once you reclaim that awareness, things change. You stop being reactive. You stop projecting. And little by little, the inner chaos starts to integrate. But just when you think you've outgrown the devil, he changes costumes, and suddenly you find him again in art, in story, in culture, hiding in plain sight. Cultural and artistic representations of the devil. The devil has always been a muse. From the brushstrokes of William Blake to the symphonies of Berlioz, he's haunted the edges of our imagination with flair and depth. And no wonder, he represents everything we don't want to see but can't look away from. Blake didn't paint the devil as just a monster. He painted him as a force of vision and intensity. A being who knows something. Delacroix turned him into raw emotion, while Paul Klee made him abstract and playful, as if to say, "Are you sure he's not hiding in your childhood drawings?" In literature, the devil gets even more seductive. Goethe's Mephistopheles isn't a brute. He's charming, eloquent, and almost always right. In Faust, he doesn't force evil. He nudges curiosity. He weaponizes dissatisfaction. That's the genius of the archetype. He doesn't steal your soul. He He gets you to sell it for something you already had. Hermann Hesse's Damien dances with the same archetypal flame. The devil, there isn't evil. He's awakening. He's the one who dares you to see life beyond the masks of moral conditioning. Even Shakespeare couldn't resist. Iago and Othello and Edmund in King Lear channel the Mephistopheles archetype, smiling while sowing chaos, manipulating not with force, but with psychological precision. The devil in culture evolves with us. In medieval times, he was grotesque, a beast, but by the Enlightenment, he becomes witty, philosophical. And today, he wears a suit, markets crypto, and tells you follow your truth, even if it leads you into fragmentation. The devil grows more subtle as we grow more psychologically complex. And that's what makes him so fascinating. He doesn't need horns anymore. He just needs ambiguity. He thrives in the gray zones, in satire, in irony, in seductive relativism. You see it in modern media too. Think Breaking Bad, where Walter White becomes a Mephistophelian figure to himself. Or Joker, where chaos becomes a form of self-expression. These aren't villains for villainy sake. They're archetypal eruptions of shadow, guilt, and suppressed rage. They're the devil speaking through culture, saying, "You think you're civil? Let's see what happens under pressure." So the next time you read a novel, watch a film, or scroll through a meme that makes you laugh uncomfortably, pause. Ask yourself what part of your psyche is being poked. Is it guilt? Envy? A lust for power? That's the devil's art. He uses culture as a mirror, not to judge, but to reveal. And behind every laugh, every line of dialogue, every scene of dissent, he's quietly asking you, are you ready to look deeper? Because if you are, then it's time to face something far more personal. The collective guilt we carry when we refuse to do so. The role of guilt, projection, and shadow in human imperfection. Guilt gets a bad rap, but it's actually a spiritual GPS. It's the soul's alarm system saying, something here isn't aligned. The devil archetype thrives where guilt is misunderstood, either suppressed or exaggerated. Some carry guilt like a punishment, others weaponize it for control. But when you pause and treat guilt as a messenger rather than a jailer, it points you to your shadow. Jung saw guilt not as a sign of failure, but as the beginning of individuation. It's the crack in the mask where true self-awareness starts to leak through. Projection is the devil's sleight of hand. Instead of facing our flaws, we export them. You think your boss is manipulative? Maybe, but are you too passive? You resent your partner's selfishness? Maybe, but do you martyr yourself to feel needed? This is Shadow 101. What you hate out there often lives in here. And that's exactly how the devil archetype operates, by letting you believe the problem is always someone else. But the moment you own your projections, you start disarming your inner demon. It's not magic, it's just radical honesty. Now let's talk about the scapegoat. Every society has one. Every family has one. Every inner psyche creates one. It's the archetype we throw our collective guilt onto so we don't have to deal with it. That's how wars are justified. That's how cancel culture gets its fuel. And that's how our unconscious stays nice and hidden. But here's the twist. What we exile doesn't disappear, it gathers power. That's why we end up demonizing the very qualities we need to reintegrate. The devil isn't destroying us. We're destroying ourselves by refusing to look inward. So how do we shift this? Through conscious self-examination. Daily. Not as punishment, but as devotion. Take 10 minutes each night and ask, where did I project today? What made me feel defensive? What triggered my guilt? Write it down. Track the patterns. Then read something like Jung's Modern Man in Search of a Soul or James Hollis's The Middle Passage to go deeper. When you do this, you're not defeating the devil. You're disrobing him, seeing that he's just a part of you, misunderstood and misused. And when you start living that way, curiously, humbly, eyes open, you stop needing to be perfect. You stop fearing your own flaws. And that's when something ancient begins to shift. The devil, no longer denied, begins to transform. He becomes less of a threat and more of a teacher. Less condemnation, more clarity. But before you call that a happy ending, ask yourself this. What if spiritual transformation isn't about defeating darkness, but integrating it in the fire of awareness? Because only then are you truly ready for war. Spiritual warfare and inner integration. Spiritual warfare isn't thunder in the sky. It's the whisper in your mind when you're about to repeat a pattern you swore you'd outgrown. The devil archetype doesn't fight you with claws. He fights you with amnesia. He makes you forget who you are, what you've learned, and how far you've come. That's his weapon, forgetfulness. Integration, then, is memory, spiritual memory. It's remembering your wholeness in the face of fragmentation. And that battle, it happens in quiet places, during heartbreak, in boredom, in the silence right before sleep. This is where real individuation begins. Not by killing the shadow, but by inviting it to the table. Jung didn't preach conquest, he preached communion. The devil becomes your ally the moment you stop demonizing him. He shows you where you still lie to yourself, where you still wear masks, where your wounds still govern your choices. He doesn't mock your spiritual growth, he tests it. And only when you stop trying to win can you start to understand what wholeness truly means. It's not purity, it's integration. That's why spiritual maturity looks different than we imagine. It's not constant bliss or angelic virtue. It's humility. It's being able to say, I still have darkness, and I'm not afraid of it. It's being able to laugh at your own ego without collapsing in shame. When you reach that point, the devil stops being a threat. He becomes a threshold. And crossing it isn't dramatic, it's subtle. It's the moment you choose presence over projection, forgiveness over judgment, awareness over impulse, again and again and again. To live that way is to carry a symbolic sword, not to strike, but to discern. You start seeing through the illusions, false virtue, fake humility, spiritual performance. You start feeling where someone's light is real, and where it's just a spotlight hiding their unresolved rage. You stop being impressed by appearances, because you've met your own darkness and walked through it. That's not weakness. That's power. That's the real meaning of spiritual warfare. Not fighting demons out there, but integrating the one within. So if you've ever felt like you're at war with yourself, good. That means the work has begun. The devil was never the enemy. He was the guardian of the door you were terrified to walk through. And now that you've seen him, laughed with him, maybe even danced with him, it's time. Time to step beyond illusion. But where do you go after integration? What's next after confronting your inner demon? Well, that's where we begin the real descent into redemption, transformation, and a depth of self-awareness most never dare to explore. The Tower, Divine Destruction and Ego Death. The Tower card bursts into the tarot deck like a divine slap in the face, sharp, sudden, and impossible to ignore. Two figures plummet from a blazing structure, their fall echoing a universal truth. The ego, when built on illusion, must collapse. This isn't just some medieval drama. It's your job loss, your breakup, your panic attack at 3 a.m. It's the psyche getting a divine lightning bolt to say, enough. The symbolism screams spiritual crisis, but underneath it all, there's a strange kind of liberation hiding in the rubble. Think about it. How often do we build towers of identity, only to watch them crumble? That job title, that relationship, that political label, They're mental skyscrapers we climb until we mistake the top floor for heaven itself. Then boom, divine intervention. It's humbling, but also sacred. The tower's collapse isn't punishment, it's grace in disguise. Just like the story of the Tower of Babel, our pride becomes our undoing when we try to reach divinity through ego instead of essence. And here's the twist most people miss. The lightning isn't just destruction, it's a divine touch. A spark of God, cleaving through illusion, forcing truth into our tightly sealed windows. When Jung speaks of individuation, this is it in its most violent stage. The ego screams, the unconscious rises, and chaos becomes the entry point to higher order. In Hebrew scripture, the prophet Isaiah experienced this divine voltage too, trembling before something far greater than himself. The tower doesn't just fall in the abstract. It falls in you and me and anyone bold or stubborn, enough to build a life out of avoidance and image. You feel it when your curated social feed becomes unbearable. When the person you thought would save you walks away. When you realize your beliefs were just borrowed bricks. Spiritual awakening isn't gentle. It's architectural demolition, but the ground exposed is fertile, ready for roots rather than walls. Maison Dieu, the older name for the tower, means house of God. Ironic, right? Because that house has to fall for the divine to actually enter. You don't get to keep the walls and see the miracle. You either live inside the illusion or leap into the unknown. And once the fall begins, there's no going back to the old view. But what comes next? That's when myth and history collide, opening the door to truths far older than the card itself. Historical and mythological context. Long before tarot decks, there were towers, real and symbolic, built by men trying to reach heaven with stone and ego. Nimrod, the legendary builder of Babel, wasn't just stacking bricks, he was challenging divine order. That tower became a cosmic offense, and its fall a mythic reminder that arrogance breeds chaos. The tarot's tower card inherits this legacy. It's not just a metaphor, it's a retelling of humanity's ancient obsession with control and the divine's uncompromising reminder that it plays by different rules. Sumerian mythology adds even more texture to this symbolism. In their cosmology, ziggurats weren't just architecture, they were portals, sacred stairways linking Earth to the divine. But when those structures became monuments to human pride rather than devotion, the gods responded with thunder. Joseph Campbell would call this the moment the hero's world shatters, when the old story dies and the real quest begins. The tower, in this sense, is less of an end and more of a sacred rupture. Jung understood this rupture well. He spoke of lightning as a symbol of sudden consciousness, a violent gift from the unconscious. It's what happens when your inner world no longer tolerates the lies you've told yourself. That's why the tower isn't just historical, it's personal. It's the breaking of every false sanctuary, every self-concept built on inherited expectations. And in this storm, the psyche trembles not because it's dying, but because something deeper is finally being born. Lightning, after all, is not random. It follows unseen paths, striking exactly where pressure has built too long. Think of it like the collapse of outdated beliefs. Maybe it's a religion that no longer fits, or a career that once gave purpose but now breeds numbness. In tarot, the divine lightning doesn't ask for permission, it acts. It's a sacred interruption. Zeus's thunderbolts in Greek mythology carried the same message. The gods are watching, and they will intervene when the cosmic balance is at risk. Alfred Jeremias once noted that ancient temples were less about worship and more about alignment with stars, seasons, and spiritual laws. When alignment breaks, chaos rushes in. That's the tower. It's not moral punishment, but metaphysical reordering. And the ruins it leaves behind? They're raw material for the next phase of individuation. But before healing, before rebuilding, there's something we must face: the spiritual and psychological walls we've trapped ourselves inside. Spiritual and psychological isolation. The tower isn't just an external collapse. It's often the implosion of the inner fortress we didn't even know we were trapped inside. Psychological isolation can feel deceptively safe. You build routines, ideologies, polished personas, and suddenly, without meaning to, you've walled yourself off from instinct, emotion, and connection. It's the devouring mother disguised as comfort, feeding the ego while severing it from the lover, the tribe, the sacred chaos of life itself. Look around, and you'll see these towers everywhere, glass buildings in cities packed with people who haven't spoken to each other in weeks. Minds locked in digital echo chambers. Souls numbed by the ideology of productivity. These are the new sanctuaries of confinement, structured not in stone but in belief systems. Jung called this the consequence of severing the psyche from its instinctual roots. You become all head, no heart, all structure, no soul, and your ego identity slowly becomes your prison. The irony is that most people don't realize they're in a tower until the lightning hits. They call it burnout, depression, anxiety, but at the core it's a spiritual claustrophobia. The lover archetype suffocates. The magician loses his vision. Even the king forgets his purpose. And that's when the soul starts whispering through symptoms. A psychosomatic issue here, an inexplicable restlessness there. The tower cracks from within before it ever collapses from without. One example? A man climbing the corporate ladder who realizes, 20 years in, that he doesn't know what he feels anymore. Or the woman who's been the perfect mother, yet wakes up haunted by a silence she can't name. These aren't failures, they're calls. The tower doesn't destroy what's real. It annihilates what's in the way. And if you listen closely, you'll hear the voice behind the bricks. The Holy Spirit, the fool, your own buried instincts saying, "Come out. There's more." But stepping outside that tower is terrifying. Who are you without your title? Your tribe? Your timeline? That's the next layer of the fall. Because once isolation is exposed, something even more startling rushes in, not comfort, but chaos. And it arrives not with a whisper, but a flash, a boom, a divine strike of lightning. The lightning as divine catalyst. Lightning doesn't knock. It crashes through. It doesn't ask if you're ready. It assumes you're overdue. In the tarot, the lightning bolt that strikes the tower is no ordinary force. It's divine intervention with voltage. And while it may feel like punishment, it's actually mercy in disguise. It's the universe saying, "You wouldn't leave this prison willingly, so I'm burning it down for you." That strike is sacred. It bypasses logic and goes straight for the unconscious like a spiritual defibrillator. People think awakening is a gentle process. It's not. More often than not, it comes as a breakdown, a betrayal, a sleepless night that lasts a year. That lightning bolt is what wakes the magician from illusion, the king from pride, the lover from codependence. Jung called these moments numinous, encounters with the divine that shock the ego and awaken the deeper self. It's the crack that lets illumination in. And yes, it usually hurts. The beauty of lightning lies in its unpredictability. You can't prepare for it, but you can honor it. Sometimes, it's a panic attack that shows you your job is killing your soul. Other times, it's an offhand comment from a stranger that shakes your worldview. These jolts aren't random. They strike exactly where the dam is weakest. They are interventions, not accidents. The spiritual touch of this energy doesn't wound to destroy, it wounds to awaken. In Greek mythology, Zeus used lightning to re-establish divine order. In Kabbalah, the lightning flash is the path from Kether to Mawketh, the divine descending into form. In Jungian terms, it's individuation forcibly accelerated. Lightning cuts through ideology, bypasses the persona, and leaves you face to face with the raw truth of who you really are. No filters, no edits, just you and the rubble of what no longer serves. It's terrifying, it's holy, and just when you think it's all chaos and smoke, something unexpected happens. In the middle of the fall, clarity flashes. You begin to see what was never stable to begin with. And amidst that sacred fire, the seeds of rebirth begin to glow. But for those seeds to grow, something else must first collapse. The very identity you thought would save you. Psychological rebirth and inner liberation. When the tower crumbles, what's left isn't emptiness, it's space. That's where psychological rebirth begins. In the tarot's imagery, the falling figures aren't just victims, they're initiates. They're being flung from a structure that no longer holds truth. The lightning didn't destroy them, it freed them. And the fall, that's the moment the ego dies just enough for the self to start whispering. It's not about losing your identity, but shedding the false layers that kept your spirit caged. It's in this very space that individuation takes root. What begins as trauma or existential shock becomes a doorway to something sacred. Think of those rainbow-colored spheres sometimes depicted in modern tarot decks, symbols of divine promise, echoing the rainbow covenant of Genesis. Destruction is followed by grace. The covenant isn't external anymore, it's inside you. Your pain becomes alchemical material. And yes, this rebirth doesn't look pretty at first. It looks like doubt, confusion, maybe even despair. But that's the thing about transformation. It rarely asks for your consent. It asks for your surrender. Spiritual growth happens not in comfort, but in the moments you thought would break you. A breakup that leaves you sobbing on the floor. A loss that splits your world open. A diagnosis that makes you reevaluate everything. In those ashes, a new psyche begins to form, one that's not based on titles, appearances, or ideology, but on authenticity and instinctual wisdom. It's often after the collapse that people discover they're more alive than ever. They laugh differently. They cry deeper. They suddenly care about things they used to ignore, like silence, breath, poetry, the smell of rain. These are not trivial changes. They're signs of a soul remembering itself. And it's in these quiet post-collapse moments that the Holy Spirit, or what some call divine energy, begins to shape a new structure, not a tower, but a temple within. Still, this is only possible if one resists the urge to rebuild too quickly. Rebirth asks for integration, for humility, for listening. And that's when other archetypes step in, the high priestess with her silence, the hermit with his lamp, offering guidance not through answers, but through presence. Because after the storm, what you need most isn't another ideology. It's stillness. And maybe, just maybe, you're not supposed to rebuild a tower at all. Contrast with previous tarot archetypes. The tower doesn't erupt in a vacuum. It follows the devil, and that's no coincidence. In the tarot's sacred sequence, this isn't just chaos for chaos's sake. It's a progression of awakening. While the devil archetype binds through instinctual shadow, addictions, illusions, emotional bondage, the tower is what happens when those chains get intellectualized. It's what occurs when the ego says, "I've got this under control," and the psyche responds with a thunderclap. In the devil, the trap is unconscious. You're possessed by desire, driven by primal forces you don't fully understand. But by the time you reach the tower, the game has changed. The trap is now mental, ideological. You're not being dragged down by impulse, you're locked in by belief. And here lies the tragedy, intellectual pride masquerading as mastery. You've upgraded your chains, but you're still shackled. That's why the collapse is sharper, because you thought you were free. This transition marks one of the most profound psychological shifts in the Major Arcana. In the Devil, the lover is asleep. In the Tower, the magician is deluded. The bondage of the body is replaced by the arrogance of the mind. And just like the myth of the Tower of Babel, the higher you climb on borrowed blueprints, the more certain the fall. That's why spiritual crisis hits hardest when it follows periods of apparent success or clarity. It's the fool's gold of awakening. The lightning doesn't strike ignorance, it strikes false knowledge. That's the kicker. It doesn't dismantle your shadow, it dismantles your narrative. Suddenly, your carefully curated life philosophy feels hollow. Your ego identity, built like a fortress, starts echoing with doubt. You thought you were the king, but turns out you were just another prisoner, this time locked inside a belief system. That's the rupture. And it's not just personal. Cultures, religions, entire civilizations can face this archetypal fall. But here's where the tarot starts to whisper a deeper truth. What if this destruction isn't just collapse, but passage? What if the fall from mental rigidity opens a gate to something more balanced, more internalized? That's where other figures from the deck reemerge, silent, humble, grounded. Because after the pride and the crash, the next step is always to remember what you once knew as a child. How to listen, how to feel, how to simply be. Contemporary analogy and personal reflection. It's easy to treat the Tower as myth or metaphor until it hits you in real life. And make no mistake, it does. The author once described being publicly humiliated at a gathering. Nothing dramatic, just a dismissive joke at the wrong time, in front of the wrong people. But in that instant, something cracked. That seemingly small moment was a lightning bolt, tearing through layers of ego that had been carefully constructed over years. It wasn't just embarrassment, it was revelation. That's the thing about archetypal crises. They often wear mundane clothes. Your tower might not be a house fire or a breakup. It might be a subtle glance that makes you question your worth. A rejection email after months of pouring your soul into a project. Or waking up one morning and realizing the life you've built isn't yours. It's your parents', your culture's, your algorithms. The jolt is internal, and that's what makes it divine. It's a silent boom only your soul can hear. When people talk about falling apart, this is often what they mean. Something as simple as being ghosted, overlooked, unfollowed, or dismissed can trigger a flood of existential shock. Suddenly, the structure collapses. Your thoughts, emotions, even bodily sensations revolt. And in that freefall, the ego panics, because its carefully built tower no longer shields it from truth. That's not just psychology. That's sacred dismantling. What makes these moments potent is their ability to unearth layers we didn't even know existed. You begin to see how many of your decisions came from fear, how many of your beliefs were inherited, not chosen. The psychic dust settles, and all that's left is a raw version of you, hurting, yes, but honest. And in that honesty there's power. You become more real, more awake, and far less interested in rebuilding what fell apart. And yet, as the silence returns, a question begins to form, not about what was lost, but about what archetypes now emerge to help rebuild. Maybe it's time to invite the hermit back into the picture, or the high priestess with her sacred stillness. Because after the chaos, what the soul longs for isn't noise, it's a different kind of presence, one that listens deeper than words ever could. Integrating tarot archetypes in daily life. After the tower has fallen and the smoke clears, there's a strange kind of silence that settles in. It's not peace exactly, it's more like the quiet after a storm, when everything still drips with truth. That's when other tarot archetypes begin to step forward. The hermit appears, not to preach, but to illuminate. Lantern in hand, he invites you inward. You've been loud long enough, he says. Now listen. This isn't a retreat, it's a recalibration. A reintroduction to your own inner sanctuary. The high priestess, too, plays a vital role. She's not just passive femininity, she's instinctual wisdom. She doesn't shout, she knows. In a world addicted to external validation, her archetype teaches the power of spiritual introversion. After a tower moment, it's her stillness that heals. She reminds you that not everything needs to be shared, explained, or rationalized. Some truths are meant to be felt in the marrow. Like the hermit, she's an antidote to overstimulation, a mirror reflecting what's real beneath the noise. But how do you actually integrate these archetypes into your daily life? Start small. Take a walk alone without your phone. That's the hermit. Sit quietly and observe your thoughts without judgment. That's the high priestess. Light a candle with intention. Journal about a recurring dream. Rethink the way you rush through silence. This isn't esotericism for the elite, it's spiritual hygiene. Archetypes aren't abstract, they're alive in your breath, your rituals, your resistance to stillness. What makes this integration powerful is that it bypasses ideology. It doesn't matter if you believe in tarot, astrology, or psychology. These archetypes are human blueprints. They speak in feelings, images, energies. The more you listen, the more you start to live in tune with your internal seasons. The hermit reminds you that withdrawal isn't weakness, it's preparation. The high priestess shows that sensitivity isn't fragility, it's access. And in the aftermath of collapse, these traits become survival tools. Over time, you stop fearing silence and start craving it. You recognize chaos not as punishment, but as a clearing. And most importantly, you realize you don't need another tower. You need rhythm, presence, groundedness. Because even as life begins to rebuild itself around you, you know deep down that another fall is always possible. And strangely, that awareness brings comfort. It humbles you. It softens you. It prepares you for the universal truth that no one escapes. Universality of the fall and spiritual humor. Everyone falls. That's the punchline. The king and the beggar, the mystic and the cynic, no one escapes the archetype of the tower. And that's oddly comforting. We're not failing when we fall, we're participating in something ancient, something shared. It's part of the human contract. The illusion was thinking we were the exception. But once you get that, you can almost laugh at the whole thing. Not mockery, but the sacred kind of laughter that comes with recognition. Ah, here it is again. There's something deeply human in the absurdity of it all. You spend years building a persona, perfecting a plan, following the rules, only for one weird sentence, one chance encounter, one unexpected shift to knock it all down. And that's when people say things like, "I never saw it coming," or "It didn't make sense." Of course it didn't. The tower isn't about logic, it's about truth. And truth, when you've been living a lie, always feels like an ambush. What softens this blow is empathy. Once you've tasted your own fall, it becomes almost impossible to judge others in theirs. That friend who lost it after a breakup? The coworker who spiraled after a demotion? The neighbor who had a midlife crisis at 32? You get it now. You've been there. Maybe not in the same way, but close enough to know that pain isn't measured by size, it's measured by rupture. And rupture is always personal. This kind of spiritual humility births a new kind of community, one built not on performance but on presence. People who've walked through fire tend to recognize each other without speaking. There's a certain humor in the eyes, a knowing shrug, a willingness to sit in silence. That's the post-tower fellowship. You stop needing people to have it all together. You just need them to be real. And strangely, it's this simplicity that feels like grace. So no, the fall isn't the end. It's the punchline of one joke and the setup for another. Because now that the ego has tripped, what rises in its place isn't just survival, it's soul. But that soul, raw and wide-eyed, doesn't rush to rebuild. It waits. It watches. It smiles. And in that quiet space of not knowing, something new begins to flicker, a light that isn't built, but born. The star, shadow work, hope and inner alchemy. There's something deeply humbling about the star. After the chaos of the tower, this card arrives not with thunder, but with silence. A woman, naked, kneels by the water, pouring from 2 jars. It's not just a beautiful image. It's a profound message about healing after destruction. The water she pours isn't wasted. It returns to the earth and flows into the unconscious. This is a ritual of rebirth, like when you finally cry after holding it in for too long, and somehow that tear feels like a beginning. That's the star. The moment you realize your suffering didn't destroy you, it transformed you. Symbolically, her nudity is more than physical vulnerability. It's psychological truth. No persona, no mask, just essence. She connects heaven and earth with 1 foot in the water, the unconscious, and 1 on land, the physical world. That's no coincidence. It's the tarot reminding you. Integration is everything. You can't be whole by cutting off the irrational. And isn't that what we try to do? Numb ourselves to the ache, reject dreams, run from the soul's voice. The star shows us how to stop running. And look at those stars above her, 8 in total. The large one represents guidance, like the North Star for sailors lost at sea. The smaller ones echo the 7 chakras, pointing to spiritual evolution. This isn't just hope in a Hallmark card sense. It's radical self-awareness. It's the kind of hope that comes after everything fell apart, and you still hear a whisper inside saying, "You're not done yet." That whisper? It's psychic energy, waiting for you to listen. What makes the star timeless is that she doesn't offer solutions, she offers reflection. And that's harder, because when we're hurt, we crave action, not stillness. But healing, like water, moves on its own time. Take a walk in nature without headphones sometime. Notice how the sky doesn't rush to change color. That star energy, cosmic rhythm, still and certain. She's not telling you what to do. She's asking you to feel again. And just like that, the star opens a door. But what lies beyond isn't just stars and symbolism. It's something far deeper, lodged in the psyche itself, where ancient archetypes, dreams, and unconscious images live. What if that woman wasn't just a symbol, but a mirror of your soul, trying to speak through the language of myth? Psychological interpretation and the Jungian perspective. Carl Jung would have adored the star. To him, this card radiates anima energy, an image of the soul itself. The naked woman isn't just a random figure. She's an archetype, a psychic reality surfacing from the depths of the unconscious. She embodies that inner feminine presence which, in men, often appears in dreams as a mysterious guide, and in women, mirrors the shadow or unintegrated parts of the self. Jung called this process individuation, the journey of integrating these hidden aspects into conscious life. The star reminds us, healing isn't linear. It's circular like the rhythm of the psyche. You've probably encountered her before without realizing it. That one dream that lingered for days with a woman by the ocean. Or that unexplainable yearning you felt while watching a movie with archetypal undertones. The psyche speaks through images, and Jung believed active imagination was the tool to listen. The star offers a visual meditation, pouring water into the pool of the unconscious, inviting you to do the same. Want to try it? Sketch your dream symbols. Give voice to a recurring image. You'll be amazed what stirs beneath the surface. Now here's the twist. The psyche doesn't hand over its treasures for free. You've got to show up with humility, curiosity, and patience. Jung taught that our biggest wounds are doorways to the unconscious, and the star echoes that. After the trauma of the tower, you don't build a wall. You sit by the river. You pour your inner water, your grief, your awe, your uncertainty, back into the greater current. This act, symbolic yet potent, is a ritual of the soul. And what's that reflection in the water? Not just your face, but the forgotten parts of you, childhood longings, rejected dreams, even the buried rage you've denied. Jungian psychology doesn't ask you to fix them. It asks you to welcome them. And when you do, something alchemical happens. You begin to shift. You realize you're more than your ego, more than your persona. The star is that moment of realization. Of course, this journey inward doesn't end here. Once we catch a glimpse of the anima, or the shadow, there's another mystery waiting. A deeper layer of meaning lies in how these images connect with alchemical truth, where transformation takes on a whole new dimension. Alchemical context and the great work. In alchemy, there's a secret every true seeker learns. Nothing transforms without fire. The star might look serene, but she stands in the aftermath of inner combustion. That's the link to the great work, the magnum opus. Alchemy isn't about turning lead into gold in a lab. It's about turning inner darkness into spiritual light. The star card depicts the albedo phase, where, after the nigredo of the tower, we enter purification. Water washes away the soot of suffering, and the soul begins to shimmer with clarity again. Carl Jung spent years decoding alchemical texts, not for chemistry but for psyche. He saw alchemy as a perfect mirror for individuation. The alchemist's furnace? That's our suffering. The dissolving lead? Our rigid egos. And the result? A soul reborn, refined by confrontation with its shadow. The woman in the star performs this work with grace. She doesn't force it. She trusts the process, pour, breathe, wait. There's power in patience, and modern life rarely teaches that. Want a modern application? Think of journaling as your flask, your sacred vessel. The ink is your symbolic water. Each sentence you write purifies and organizes unconscious material. Or try walking meditations, where every step is an alchemical distillation. Feel the earth under your feet. Imagine releasing mental toxins with every breath. Alchemy isn't mystical nonsense. It's embodied psychology wrapped in metaphor. The jars she holds are no ordinary tools. They represent the dual forces within, the conscious and unconscious, spirit and matter. Like the solve et coagula of Hermetic tradition, one hand pours into the land materialization, the other into the water dissolution. She's performing the ultimate spiritual ritual in broad daylight. That's the paradox of alchemy. What was once hidden is now revealed, but only to those who can see symbolically. And as the waters mix and the stars glimmer above her, a question arises, not just about purification, but about union. Can these opposing forces within truly be harmonized? Or is the real mystery how we learn to hold the tension between them without breaking? Duality and the integration of opposites. The star whispers a truth many avoid. Healing doesn't come from choosing sides, it comes from holding opposites. Just look at her, one foot on the ground, one in the water. One jar pouring into the unconscious, the other nourishing the earth. She's not picking between them. She's harmonizing. That's what Jung meant when he talked about transcendent function, when two opposing elements meet in the psyche and don't cancel each other out, but create something new. It's not compromise. It's integration. You've probably felt this tension before, being torn between reason and feeling, ambition and stillness, independence and connection. Most people try to eliminate one side to feel whole, but the star suggests a better path, conscious union. The trees behind her mirror each other, representing duality. Even the night sky, dark yet filled with light, teaches that contrast is cosmic law. Instead of choosing, learn to listen to both. That's the beginning of true self-awareness. The feminine and masculine energies within us are always in dialogue. The star radiates sacred feminine qualities, receptivity, nurturing, reflection, but she doesn't reject the masculine. She integrates it silently. That's the jar pouring onto solid ground, the action, the material, the forward motion. The other jar pouring into water represents the fluid, intuitive, emotional self. Try this. Next time you're journaling, write from both voices. Let your inner critic speak, then your inner child. You'll see the dualities come alive. This card invites us to stop splitting ourselves in half. You're not just the logical one or the creative one. You're both, and more. Integration means you can feel pain and still be powerful. Be spiritual without losing your fire. Be grounded and visionary. The star gives us permission to stop reducing ourselves to one trait, one role, one label. Real wholeness embraces contradictions and learns to dance with them. And just when that inner dance begins to feel like a sacred rhythm, your eyes drift upward again to the stars. Why do they shine? What are they guiding us toward? Maybe the answer lies not in their brightness, but in their position, timeless beacons lighting the architecture of destiny. Symbolic interpretation of celestial bodies and stars. Stars have always held our gaze, not because they're bright, but because they seem to know. In the star card, they're not just decorations in the sky. They're ancient symbols of destiny, guidance, and inner orientation. The central 8-pointed star shines like a compass rose, a celestial nod to direction and clarity. But unlike the blinding force of the tower's lightning, these stars whisper rather than scream. They suggest, they hint, they shimmer just enough to awaken curiosity without overwhelming the ego. Think about it. When you're lost, really lost, emotionally or spiritually, what do you look for? A spotlight or a sign? The stars in this card don't tell you what to do. They invite reflection. They work the way dreams do, archetypally, symbolically, just out of reach of logic, but deeply in tune with the psyche. In astrology, a single star can influence entire cycles of your life. In the tarot, these stars align you not with fate alone, but with your soul's orientation toward truth. Jung believed that archetypes are the stars within us, unconscious patterns guiding our growth. Just as sailors once navigated oceans by constellations, the psyche finds its way through the dark night by these inner stars. Meditation, dream journaling, even spontaneous creative acts can help reveal which stars are currently active in your life. Ever notice how a symbol keeps showing up? A bird, a number, a color? That's a star trying to speak. Learn its language. But celestial guidance comes with humility. You can't force the sky to change. You can only look up. And that, right there, is the star's greatest lesson. Surrender to something greater. Not blind submission, but conscious alignment. The ego wants control. The soul wants resonance. The star places you under the stars not as their ruler, but their witness, reminding you that there's order even in chaos, light even in shadow. And in that quiet, starlit realization, something ancient stirs, the memory of nature herself, the divine feminine whispering from the roots, reminding you that the stars above and the earth below were never separate to begin with. The role of the divine feminine and nature. There's a reason the star shows a woman and not a man. This isn't just about gender, it's about the archetype of the divine feminine. She represents something deeper than nurturing or gentleness. She is intuition, flow, humility, and healing. She doesn't command attention, she radiates presence. Nature doesn't force growth, it allows it. And that's exactly what the woman in the star is doing. She's not fixing anything. She's holding space for transformation. That's power, not passivity. This divine feminine force is grounded in earth, yet guided by stars. She reflects the same intelligence you see in trees turning towards sunlight or rivers carving through stone, effortless yet unstoppable. That's how healing often feels when we stop resisting. She's not chasing answers. She's embodying trust. When you sit quietly with your pain, without trying to label or escape it, you're moving in the current of this archetype. She's the antidote to the ego's frantic noise. Jung saw the feminine as a gateway to the unconscious, a path back to wholeness. The ego-driven personas from the tower are gone now. What remains is the soul, stripped bare, resting in nature's lap. That black bird perched nearby, a messenger of mystery. The twin trees behind her, guardians of balance. Every symbol around her sings with sacred meaning. And you don't need to analyze them all, just let them speak. Go walk barefoot on grass. Listen to a river. Journal with no agenda. Let the natural world mirror your internal one. We often equate doing nothing with laziness. But the star shows us that stillness is active, alive, and transformative. True strength isn't loud, it's steady. Just as the moon pulls the tides, the divine feminine moves in rhythms often missed by the rational mind. She asks for receptivity, not reaction. She invites you to soften, not shatter. And in that softening, your soul begins to remember itself. And once that memory returns, we start to realize we've been part of a larger cosmos all along. The myths, the stars, the astrological maps, they aren't external curiosities. They're reflections of an inner heritage, waiting to be decoded. Astrology, myth, and spiritual heritage. The stars above aren't just lights in the sky. They're ancient stories written in celestial ink. The star card taps into this mythic current, bridging tarot, astrology, and spiritual heritage. Think of the Star of Bethlehem, a cosmic sign that guided the wise men towards something sacred. Or the Greek myths where constellations immortalized heroes and tragedies. These stories aren't dead, they're archetypal maps still alive in our psyches. Each of us walks under stars that whisper echoes of origin, fate, and transformation. Astrology isn't about predicting the future with zodiac memes. At its core, it's a sacred language, charting the dance between heavenly bodies and inner lives. Just like the woman in the star blends earth and water, astrology blends myth and meaning. Your birth chart? That's your cosmic fingerprint. Knowing it isn't about control, it's about awareness. Want to deepen self-understanding? Start with your moon sign. That's where your emotional nature hides. Or explore Chiron, the wounded healer, and see how your pain points reveal paths of service and growth. We inherit more than genes, we inherit symbols. The mythic layer of existence runs beneath the surface like underground rivers, waiting to irrigate our awareness. When you resonate with a myth, it's not random. It's memory. Maybe you've always felt drawn to Artemis, or the constellation Orion, or the story of Inanna descending into the underworld. That pull is part of your personal myth. The star reminds you, you're not separate from the cosmos. You are a myth in motion. And here's the twist. These myths aren't just there to be admired. They're there to be lived. The woman in the star isn't just echoing a divine story, she embodies it. Her ritual act places her in alignment with celestial order. It's not about worshiping the stars, it's about joining their rhythm. Want to begin? Track lunar cycles. Notice how your energy shifts. Or read a myth aloud and reflect on how its themes show up in your life. This is spiritual heritage in action. And once you start seeing symbols as living companions, the next step becomes natural, engaging with them directly. That's where Jung's method of active imagination comes in, where images aren't just interpreted, but dialogued with, bringing the unconscious into the ritual of consciousness. Active imagination and creative meditation. If you've ever had a conversation with a dream, you've touched the edge of active imagination. Jung didn't invent this method, but he certainly brought it back to life. It's the soul's language in motion, taking an image from the unconscious and letting it speak, evolve, transform. In The Star, the woman doesn't sit passively by the water she pours. That's active imagination in action. She's engaging the unconscious, not just observing it. And you can too. All it takes is the courage to trust what arises inside you without censoring it. Here's how it works. Pick an image, maybe from a dream, a memory, or even a tarot card. Close your eyes. See it clearly. Now interact. Ask the symbol a question. Let it respond. You'll be surprised what comes out when you stop trying to make it make sense. That's the magic of the unconscious. It doesn't follow logic, but it's full of wisdom. You're not making it up. You're tuning in. Think of it like dreaming while awake. Controlled surrender. Guided chaos. The pouring of water in The Star is a metaphor for this inner dialogue. She gives back to the unconscious with reverence, not fear. She doesn't try to dominate it, she collaborates. That's the key to transformation. Most people try to repress what they don't understand. But repression blocks evolution. Creative meditation and active imagination do the opposite. They invite mystery to speak. And when it does, it often reveals emotional truths that words never could. Try it next time you're stuck in a loop of overthinking. Instead of journaling facts, journal symbols. Draw the feeling instead of explaining it. Ask your fear what it wants. Let your inner critic write a letter, and then write one back. These simple acts bypass the ego and open a channel to deeper knowing. Suddenly, what felt overwhelming becomes sacred. You're not lost in thought. You're dancing with the unconscious. And the deeper that dance goes, the more the inner landscape begins to organize. What once felt fragmented now starts to take shape. Symbols become maps. Elements begin to align. Which brings us to the next mystery, how the four classical elements within the card mirror the very functions of your psyche. The four elements and psychic functions. The star isn't just mystical poetry, it's a blueprint of your psyche. Every element in the card, earth, water, air, and fire, corresponds to one of the four psychological functions Carl Jung outlined: sensation, feeling, thinking, and intuition. You've used them all, whether you realize it or not. That moment you sensed the tension in a room without a word, that was intuition. When you touched a tree and felt grounded. Sensation. These aren't abstract theories. They're how your consciousness moves through the world. Let's map it out. Water is feeling, fluid, emotional, responsive. It flows, nourishes, and sometimes floods. That's the unconscious at play. Earth is sensation, tangible, reliable, grounding. It's the jar touching the ground, reminding you to stay anchored. Air, though invisible, stirs thought, its movement, logic, structure. And fire? That's intuition. Sudden flashes of insight, the aha, moments you can't trace back to reason. When these four are balanced, your inner world feels whole. When one dominates, you feel off-center. The woman in the star card isn't juggling these elements, she's integrating them. She's not overwhelmed by emotion or overthinking the process. She allows. That's the hidden genius of this card. Want to practice it? Next time you face a dilemma, ask yourself, what am I sensing? What am I feeling? What do I think? What's my gut saying? Each answer will speak from a different element. It's like forming an internal council, your personal tarot spread in motion. Jung believed that psychic health required access to all four functions. Most people over-identify with one and neglect the others. The star helps you see where you're imbalanced. Maybe you live in your head, but fear your feelings. Or you rely on gut instincts, but ignore the facts. Balancing these isn't about becoming perfect, it's about becoming aware. Awareness opens space for choice, and choice allows transformation. And when all four elements align, they act like gears in a cosmic machine, moving you toward a deeper narrative arc. One that stretches beyond the star alone. Because in the tarot, every card sings in harmony with the ones that came before. And to understand where we are now, we need to look back at the wreckage, the sacrifice, and the higher order emerging from the fall. Contrast with the Tower and other tarot cards. If the star is the soft breath after a storm, the Tower is the thunder that cracked everything open. You can't understand the star's peace without honoring the chaos that came before. The Tower didn't just destroy, it revealed. False beliefs, brittle egos, rigid identities, they all came crashing down. That's not failure. That's freedom. But it hurts. And that pain is what softens you enough to receive the star. No tower, no star. It's that simple. The tarot tells stories, not in isolation but in sequence. Justice confronted us with truth. The lovers showed the pull of duality. Temperance whispered balance. The hanged man demanded surrender. Then came the tower, and now the star arrives. See the arc? It's not linear. It spirals through psyche and soul. Each card strips another illusion. By the time you reach the star, you're not who you were. You're naked, not just literally like the figure, but psychically. Raw, honest, ready. And that nakedness isn't shameful. It's sacred. It's what remains when all costumes burn. The woman in the star isn't rebuilding walls. She's pouring water, tending the ground, listening to the sky. She's aligned with rhythm, not control. That's the reversal the tower prepares you for. Where the tower shocks the system, the star soothes the soul. One breaks, the other begins to mend. This isn't duality, it's polarity. Two forces dancing toward integration. Want to apply this? Reflect on your own tower moments. Times when life unraveled, when you lost jobs, relationships, health, or certainty. Did something quiet emerge afterward? A truth? A peace? A version of you that wasn't built, but discovered? That's the star. And knowing this helps you read life differently. Instead of fearing collapse, you start asking, what is this trying to reveal in me? And once you learn to read collapse as revelation, you begin to walk with a different kind of solitude. Not isolation, but sacred inwardness. A path that no one else can walk for you. A journey written in silence, mystery, and the strange light of inner vision. Mystery, solitude, and the individual path. There's a kind of silence only the soul understands. Not the quiet of an empty room, but the deep hush that comes when you realize no one can walk this path for you. The star embodies that silence. She doesn't seek approval, doesn't need applause. She's alone, but not lonely. That's the paradox. Solitude, in spiritual terms, isn't abandonment. It's initiation. It's the moment you stop looking outward and begin listening inward. And let's be real, most people are terrified of that. Mystery lives in that inward space. Not mystery as confusion, but as sacred unknown. The ancients called it gnosis, the knowledge that can't be taught, only realized. Mystery religions, from Eleusis to Egypt, all carried this thread. Truth is revealed through ritual and inner experience, not dogma. The woman in the star performs this silently. She doesn't explain. She acts. And in that quiet act, truth unfolds. Want to taste that? Try spending one day without distraction, no phone, no input, just you and your breath. You'll meet the mystery faster than you expect. And that solitude carves depth. Carl Jung knew it well. He withdrew to his Ballingen tower to draw, reflect, and let the unconscious speak. He wasn't escaping. He was incubating. Growth needs silence like seeds need darkness. The star card whispers, it's okay to be in between, to not know, to simply pour and wait. Modern culture hates that. It wants speed, answers, hacks. But real transformation doesn't come from hacks. It comes from honoring the unknown. Some of the greatest shifts in life come not with fanfare, but in quiet, personal realizations. That walk where you suddenly felt peace for no reason. That journal entry that cracked you open. That morning you cried and didn't try to stop it. These aren't small things. They're sacred. They're stars appearing in your inner night. And the more you notice them, the more you start trusting them. And as that trust grows, another forgotten faculty begins to wake up. Not your logic, not even your feeling, but your imagination. Not the childish kind, but the sacred, visionary force that bridges this solitary path with something truly divine. Imagination as a bridge to the divine. You've been taught that imagination is child's play, fantasy, illusion, escape. But that's a lie. Imagination is sacred. It's the soul's language, the mind's paintbrush, the bridge between the finite and the infinite. The star doesn't just symbolize this, she lives it. Her actions are symbolic, yes, but they also ripple across realms. In Jungian terms, imagination isn't passive, it's a divine function. The woman pouring water isn't daydreaming. She's creating. And so are you, every time you dare to imagine something more aligned than what you've been told. This isn't about escapism. It's about vision. True imagination doesn't take you out of reality. It expands your perception of it. That's why the ancients used myth, art, and symbols to engage the divine. It wasn't decorative, it was participatory. Every ritual, every glyph, every poetic phrase was a vessel for spiritual light. So when you engage your imagination, whether in meditation, writing, dance, or dream work, you're not being creative. You're tuning into archetypal currents that shape destiny. But here's the catch. Imagination requires humility. You can't force it. You have to listen. Just like the star listens to the stars above and the earth below, your inner self listens for what wants to be born, not what your ego demands. Want to practice? Sit with an image that stirs you, a tarot card, a dream, even a song lyric. Don't analyze. Converse. Ask it why it came. Ask it what it wants. That's the art of sacred imagination, curiosity without control. And as your relationship with imagination deepens, so does your connection with the divine. You stop seeing God as an external figure and start feeling the divine pulse within you. You recognize that every vision you honor, every intuitive hit you follow is a prayer. The imagination becomes your altar. And from that altar, the soul rises not in dogma, but in dialogue. Not in certainty, but in wonder. And as you stand in that wonder, as your inner vision expands, you begin to notice something unexpected. The parts of yourself you once rejected, your grief, your fear, your flaws, begin to glimmer too. Because now, you're ready to meet them not with resistance, but with reverence. Integration of the shadow and personal growth. Real healing doesn't come from affirmations or vision boards. It comes from sitting face to face with the parts of yourself you'd rather avoid. The star gently leads you into this encounter. She doesn't fight the darkness, she transforms it. And that's where shadow work begins. Jung taught that the shadow isn't evil. It's just the unacknowledged self. The tears you held back, the rage you buried, the need you denied, these are the waters she pours back into the unconscious, not to drown in them, but to alchemize them. You've probably felt it, that wave of sadness with no clear source, that irrational anger, that shame that creeps in late at night. Those aren't flaws, they're fragments of your psyche begging to be seen. And the star reminds you, you don't heal by pushing them away. You heal by including them. Personal growth isn't a climb, it's an integration. It's when you stop splitting yourself into good and bad and start embracing the full, messy, magnificent spectrum of who you are. Try this exercise. Write a letter from your shadow. Let it speak. Don't judge it. Don't correct it. Just listen. You might be shocked at what comes out, but that raw honesty, that's the gold. As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And in the star, that process is visualized with grace. She takes what's been rejected and offers it back to the source. There's something humbling about letting your wounds guide you. It's not weakness, it's courage. When you feel grief, and instead of suppressing it, you let it move through you, that's inner growth. When you forgive a part of yourself you thought you had to punish, that's maturity. When you realize your pain didn't break you, but broke you open, that's transformation. The star doesn't promise ease. She promises authenticity. And once you've touched that authenticity, something unexpected happens. The world begins to feel different. Even trees, birds, stars, things you overlooked, start to speak again. Because now, you're finally listening with a healed heart. And in that listening, new guides begin to emerge, not in textbooks, but in symbols, signs, and the silent wisdom of nature itself. Spiritual guidance through symbols and nature. You don't need a guru on a mountaintop to find spiritual guidance. Sometimes, all it takes is noticing the way a tree leans toward the sun, or how a bird lands exactly when you're deep in thought. The star is filled with these signs. The black bird on the tree, it's not just decoration, it's the soul's messenger, the alchemical raven that signals transformation. The twin jars, they're not about symmetry, they're about reciprocity, the giving and receiving of energy between you and the universe. Nature doesn't use words, it uses symbols. And here's the beauty of it. Once you've done the inner work, these symbols begin to speak. You start seeing the sacred everywhere. Not because the world changed, but because you did. That tree that was once just background noise, now it's a reminder of rootedness. That random feather on the ground, a sign of support. This isn't magical thinking, it's mythic awareness. You've activated symbolic sight, and now the universe can finally reach you in its native tongue. Carl Jung called this the symbolic life, a way of being where you don't just exist, you listen. The world becomes an oracle. Your dreams become scriptures. Even your pain becomes a teacher. Want to practice it? Spend one day in silence, walking in nature, and treat everything you see as a message. Not literally, but mythically. What does that cloud resemble? What's the first thing that catches your eye? These small rituals awaken the part of you that the star embodies, the intuitive, receptive, divinely connected self. And the deeper this connection gets, the more grounded you become. That's the paradox. You're not escaping reality, you're re-entering it with open eyes. Suddenly, everyday life is a field of sacred clues. Washing dishes becomes a ritual. Lighting a candle becomes a dialogue. The inner and outer worlds start to reflect each other like mirrored pools. This is where spirituality stops being abstract and becomes embodied. And from this embodied space, a new life begins, not as a clean slate, but as a conscious weave of all that's been integrated. You carry your shadow, your myth, your imagination, and your truth. But what do you do with all of this? What's the next step once the inner transformation has begun? That's the invitation. That's the calling. And now, it's time to gather everything into one luminous path forward. The moon, a journey into the unconscious. In the tarot, the moon card doesn't give you answers, it gives you riddles. It places you in a strange, liminal world where things aren't quite what they seem. Picture a shadowy path between two towers, where wild dogs howl at a pale sky and a lobster creeps from a mysterious pool. This isn't just spooky art, it's a symbolic map of your unconscious. The moon whispers that beneath every rational thought, there's a dream trying to speak, an instinct trying to guide you. And you're the wanderer stuck between what you know and what you're afraid to know. These towers, they're not just spooky set pieces, they're the pillars of duality. One foot in reality, the other knee-deep in illusion. And those dogs, think of them as your inner watchdogs, barking every time your ego feels threatened by the unknown. But here's the twist, they're not enemies. They're guardians of sacred gates, loyal to the psyche that dares to evolve. Like Hecate at the crossroads, they mark the threshold you must cross to meet your shadow, not destroy it. Now let's talk lobster, yes, that weird crustacean in the center. It's ancient, armored, crawling out of the depths like a prehistoric memory. It's the part of you that survived everything and forgot nothing. In dreams, it's the unfiltered animal self, uncomfortable but necessary. People often overlook it, yet this creature is your first step toward transformation. Just like in alchemy, it's the raw matter, the primal chaos, waiting to be redeemed and turned into gold. The moon card doesn't showcase a hero for a reason. There's no knight slaying dragons here, only you and your unconscious material. Carl Jung would say this is where the real work begins, meeting your inner mystery without a script. In real life, this moment looks like anxiety at night, resistance to change, or sudden emotional waves. That's not dysfunction, it's initiation. Read myths like Orpheus, Inanna, or even modern tales like Donnie Darko. They're not fantasy, they're instruction manuals for surviving the unknown. And that's the thing about the moon, it's not here to comfort you. It's here to enchant, disturb, and pull you deeper. But not to trap you. Its light is dim, yes, but deliberate. It asks you to see with more than your eyes, to sense what lies beneath the surface. It's in this dim glow that the next phase of the journey begins, when the ego starts to crumble and the soul starts to whisper, quietly calling you into a darker forest still waiting ahead. The hero's journey through darkness. The real hero isn't the one charging into battle with a sword, it's the one who dares to walk blind into their own darkness. The moon card in tarot signals that terrifying but sacred descent, the dark night of the soul. It's a place where the ego loses its crown and the heart begins to feel instead of control. Picture Jonah inside the belly of the whale, or Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane. These stories don't glorify strength, they teach surrender. The path to light begins in shadow, and the hero learns that not knowing is part of becoming. Here, rational thought is stripped away. You're left with instinct, emotion, and the faintest whisper of intuition. And that's exactly where transformation starts. This stage isn't about action, it's about endurance. In real life, it might look like a spiritual crisis, a depressive episode, or a feeling that everything you believed has collapsed. You can't fake your way out of it. You sit with it. You breathe through it. Read Viktor Frankl or St. John of the Cross if you need companionship in that dark place. They walked this path before you. It's easy to glamorize transformation, but this is the messy part. The moon shows us that growth isn't a straight line, it spirals inward. It returns us to forgotten wounds, repressed fears, and abandoned dreams. This descent strips away false identity. The more you cling, the more it hurts. But let go, and that's when something miraculous happens. The descent becomes a rite of passage. You're not just breaking, you're shedding. And what's being revealed is something far more authentic than anything ego ever built. Think of it like emotional composting. All the pain, fear, confusion, it doesn't disappear. It gets recycled. It becomes the soil where new life grows. Carl Jung called this individuation, the process of becoming whole by integrating what was hidden. And make no mistake, the unconscious isn't just darkness. It's where your soul keeps its secrets. The moon isn't your enemy. It's your invitation to dive deep enough to find what you lost along the way. So what happens when you stop fighting the darkness and start listening to it? That's where the inner companions appear, not as monsters, but as misunderstood guides. You begin to recognize the voice of instinct, the value of emotion, and the strength of silence. This is where the dogs and the lobster start to speak, not in words, but in symbols. And once you begin to hear them, you'll understand why the next part of the journey can only be made together. Instinct, animal companions, and integration. Let's get real, those barking dogs in the moon card. They're not just there for ambience. They're archetypal symbols of instinct, loyalty, and the wild nature you try to keep on a leash. But in the realm of the unconscious, instinct isn't something to repress, it's a compass. These creatures guard the threshold between worlds, and like the twin sphinxes of the chariot, they can either drag you into chaos or carry you toward insight. It all depends on whether you fight them or listen. Integration is the name of the game. This isn't about slaying your inner beasts. It's about feeding them, walking beside them, and letting them show you where the bones are buried. Shadow work, in Jungian terms, means exactly that, befriending the parts of you society told you to ignore. Fear, desire, rage, longing, none of them are evil. They're misunderstood. It's like taming a wolf. Respect it, understand it, and it'll protect you. Reject it, and one day it'll bite. Now about that lobster, strange choice, right? But think about it. It crawls out of the water, armored in ancient memory, bearing the weight of evolution on its back. It's awkward, yes, but it's also timeless. In dreams, such a figure often represents what's most alien in ourselves, the part we'd rather hide. Yet in alchemy, the grotesque always precedes the gold. You don't get spiritual growth without wading through your psychic mud. And that lobster? That's your reminder that resilience doesn't have to be pretty to be powerful. Try this. Next time you feel overwhelmed by emotion or confused by a dream, don't rush to fix it. Sit with it. Sketch it. Journal about it. Ask, what are you trying to show me? That's how you dialogue with the dogs and the lobster, through creative ritual, stillness, and emotional honesty. It's not analysis, it's presence. Tarot doesn't give you answers, it initiates you into the mystery. And so, as the barking subsides and the lobster stares back, you begin to realize something. You're not alone. These inner companions are parts of your own psyche, asking to come home. They're not trying to derail you, they're trying to evolve with you. And once you get that, you're ready to walk deeper into the mythic forest where gods and monsters share the same moonlight. Mythological and alchemical parallels. The moon isn't just a card, it's a myth in motion, a ritual in slow burn. Its imagery pulls directly from the oldest stories humanity ever told: Greek mythology, biblical archetypes, and the sacred science of alchemy. Look at Hecate, goddess of the crossroads and moonlight, guiding souls between worlds. Or Cerberus, the three-headed hound guarding the underworld, an echo of those barking dogs. These aren't just spooky symbols, they're codes. They point to the threshold between the conscious and the unconscious, the exact place where transformation begins. Alchemical language is filled with strange metaphors: nigredo, albedo, rubedo, the blackening, whitening, and reddening stages of transformation. The moon card lands us squarely in nigredo, the phase of dissolution, confusion, and psychic decomposition. But here's the twist. Without that breakdown, nothing new can be born. Just like the alchemist who works in secret by night, the seeker must embrace discomfort as the material of redemption. This is the true great work, transforming base matter, or the shadow self, into spiritual gold. Even the Bible isn't shy about this terrain. Jonah in the belly of the whale isn't a punishment, it's a pause. A descent into silence so deep it cracks the ego open. Think of it next time you're forced into a break you didn't ask for. Maybe burnout, maybe heartbreak, maybe a loss that shakes your worldview. That's Jonah's whale. And like the alchemist or the mythic hero, you're being cooked from the inside out. What emerges after that? Not a return to who you were, but the unveiling of who you truly are. The moon's landscape is more than symbolic, it's practical. You don't need a philosopher's stone or an ancient temple to engage with it. Start with your dreams. Keep a journal by your bed. Study symbols, work with guided imagery, or meditate during the full moon. Engage with myth not as entertainment, but as instruction. You'll start to notice how the same ancient storylines play out in your life, just with different costumes. And suddenly, the chaos starts to feel more like choreography. So as the moonlight filters through centuries of archetypes, alchemical metaphors, and spiritual quests, something within begins to stir. The sacred task isn't to escape the darkness, but to illuminate it. And in that flickering glow, a new presence emerges, not just mythic or divine, but deeply human. A presence that looks strangely like the goddess herself. Feminine archetypes and lunar symbolism. The moon is not a gentle mother, it's a shapeshifter. Sometimes she cradles you in dreamlike peace, other times she swallows you whole. In the tarot, she embodies the paradox of the divine feminine, nurturing and terrifying, revealing and concealing. Carl Jung would call this the anima, the inner feminine of the psyche, fluid and intuitive. In mythology, she's Artemis, roaming wild and free. She's Hecate, guiding the lost through the shadows. She's Selene, ever-changing, ever-watching. She doesn't speak in words, she speaks in rhythms. Lunar symbolism teaches through cycles. Just like the phases of the moon, your inner world isn't static. You wax with insight, wane in confusion, vanish in despair, and return reborn. Western thinking loves straight lines, but the moon teaches spirals. She's not interested in arrival, she cares about return. That's why emotional setbacks often mean spiritual growth is underway. You cry, you doubt, you dream again. It's not regression, it's ritual. And the moon card? It's the sacred reminder that your evolution is anything but linear. Don't try to analyze her. The moon doesn't reveal her secrets under a microscope. She hides them in intuition, dreams, and metaphor. The more you chase her with logic, the more elusive she becomes. But surrender to her rhythm, and suddenly you'll feel her wisdom in your bones. She lives in the stillness of meditation, the chill before sleep, the ache of memory. Light a candle, read poetry, or simply walk under the moonlight. These are her rituals. She reveals herself not to the intellect, but to the heart. Memory and mystery are her currency. She rules the realm of forgotten pain and remembered magic. Ever had a song unlock an emotion you couldn't name? That's the moon working through you. She animates your dreams, resurrects your grief, and teaches you how to feel fully without needing to understand completely. That's her power, and also her challenge. Can you stand in the presence of mystery without needing to solve it? Because once you do, something subtle begins to shift. You start recognizing the sacred in your own emotional chaos. You sense that what was once unbearable is now meaningful. And just as your awareness starts to blossom, you feel a strange affinity with something ancient, armored, and slowly crawling up from the depths, something that's been waiting for your empathy all along. The inner transformation and empathy with the lobster. At first glance, the lobster in the moon card feels bizarre, even laughable. But in the language of dreams and tarot, absurdity is sacred. This armored creature crawling from the water is no accident, it's an invitation. It represents the primal, ancient self that predates language, before you were told who to be. Carl Jung might call it a messenger from the depths of the unconscious, rising to confront you with parts of yourself you've buried under shame or sophistication. It's awkward, yes, but it's also honest. This is where empathy becomes a mystical tool. The lobster, often misunderstood or dismissed, mirrors your own fear of being seen in your rawest form. And when the hero finally stops recoiling in disgust, and instead feels compassion for this alien part of himself, true transformation begins. It's not about fixing, taming, or transcending, it's about witnessing. Think about that friend you judged until you learned their story. Now do that with yourself. What if your weirdness was actually your wisdom trying to get through? Spiritual permanence doesn't come from floating above your instincts. It comes from integrating them. The lobster teaches us that what's uncomfortable is often what endures. Its resilience isn't flashy. It survives through adaptation, not domination. Just like you do in your quietest victories, forgiving someone without apology, trusting your intuition despite doubt, showing up even when you're terrified. These are lobster moments, slow, armored, ancient, sacred. To cultivate this inner empathy, begin with the parts of you that make you cringe. The envy, the fear, the old habits you thought you'd outgrown. Sit with them. Don't moralize, observe. Journal like you're interviewing a forgotten part of yourself. Ask, what do you want? What have I ignored? When you stop trying to exile your inner lobster and start asking it questions, you become something alchemists revered, a reconciler of opposites, a being strong enough to hold contradiction without collapsing. And as you watch this strange creature rise with moonlight dripping from its shell, you realize it's not here to haunt you. It's here to evolve with you. Suddenly, you don't fear it anymore. You relate. And in that moment of identification, a new mode of perception unlocks, one guided not by intellect, but by imagination. The power of imagination and intuition over intellect. It's tempting to think that if you just understood more, you'd feel better. But the moon laughs at that. She teaches that not all things can be solved, they must be sensed. Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." That's not just poetic, it's practical. In the moon's world, imagination and intuition aren't distractions from truth. They're the tools you need to touch it. You don't analyze a dream to death. You live with it until it speaks. The rational mind wants clarity, linear answers, and data. But the lunar realm plays by different rules. It speaks in dreams, symbols, and strange emotional weather. Try to force it into a spreadsheet, and it vanishes. But engage it like an artist, a poet, or a mystic. Suddenly, you're in conversation with your own soul. Tarot itself is structured around this language, intuitive pattern recognition, symbolic wisdom, and inner vision. It's not about predicting the future, it's about reading the present with sacred eyes. This is why creative practices are more than hobbies, they're portals. Writing poetry, painting without a plan, dancing in candlelight, all of it opens the channels intuition flows through. You don't have to be good at it, you just have to show up. Jung called this active imagination, allowing unconscious material to speak through creative expression. So if you want to understand yourself, don't just read another book. Try making something. Let your soul speak first, then interpret later. We live in a culture addicted to facts and allergic to feelings. But the moon insists, truth isn't always logical. It's visceral. It's the lump in your throat, the shiver before sleep, the vision you had as a kid that never quite left you. Intuition doesn't need to be proven, it needs to be trusted. And when you begin to treat your inner voice with respect instead of suspicion, you'll notice something wild. It's been right far more often than you thought. So as intellect takes a back seat and imagination steps forward, the night opens in a new way. You start to feel less afraid and more curious. You begin to navigate not by maps, but by myths. And just as this inner vision sharpens, a larger cultural shadow comes into view, one that tried to colonize the very mystery we were born to remember. Modern critique of scientific exploration of the moon. When we landed on the moon in 1969, it was a triumph of human engineering, but was it a victory for the soul? The moon, once revered as goddess, oracle, and dreamkeeper, was suddenly reduced to rock and dust. In our quest to conquer, we forgot how to revere. The Tarot's moon card offers a quiet protest to this. Not everything needs to be measured to be meaningful. By stripping the moon of her mythos, modern science gained data, but lost the mystery that nourishes imagination and spiritual evolution. This isn't a tirade against science, it's a call for balance. Empirical knowledge has its place, but so does symbolic insight. When you see the moon only as a sphere of mineral content and gravitational pull, you miss her as Artemis, as Hecate, as the anima within. You forget her role in guiding emotional cycles, feminine energy, sacred dreams, and the invisible world of the psyche. You trade poetry for equations and wonder for control. But wonder is where transformation begins. And it's not just about the moon, it's about how we treat the earth, the stars, and ourselves. The same consciousness that dissected the moon also drains forests, pollutes oceans, and numbs emotions. We turn sacred bodies into resources and sacred nights into data sets. The lobster becomes a lab specimen, the barking dogs are tranquilized, and the towers are replaced by algorithms. It's no surprise we feel spiritually starved. We stopped listening to the symbolic world that once fed our souls. So how do we reclaim it? Start with reverence. Speak to the moon as if she were listening. Practice rituals under her phases. Explore her symbolism in tarot, in mythology, in your dreams. Read Clarissa Pinkola Estes, or work with your lunar chart in astrology. Let the moon be a teacher again, not of facts, but of feeling. Not of conquest, but of connection. In doing so, you not only restore her dignity, you restore your own. Because the moment you treat the moon as sacred, she reveals a wisdom no telescope will ever capture. And in that revelation, you begin to see how the fool's journey doesn't end with reaching the moon, but with remembering how to dance in her light. Spiritual insight from tarot and celestial imagery. The moon doesn't stand alone in the tarot's cosmic symphony. It dances with the Fool and the Strength card in a subtle but powerful harmony. The Fool, with his innocent gaze turned skyward, doesn't fear the moon's shadows. He walks straight into them, guided by trust rather than certainty. And that's the point. Spiritual growth isn't about mastering information. It's about surrendering to transformation. The moon tests that surrender. She clouds the path, blurs the edges, and waits to see if you'll still move forward. The Strength card offers a clue. There we see a figure taming a lion, not by force, but by presence, compassion, and courage. That's what the moon demands, too. She brings up the primal, the instinctual, the shadowy, and asks, "Can you hold it without running?" The Fool shows the willingness, the Strength card shows the capacity, and the moon tests the integration. Together, they form a spiritual triad, a guide through emotional chaos, archetypal tension, and the alchemy of the self. It's easy to get caught in the aesthetics of tarot, pretty cards, fun spreads, quirky readings. But beneath all that is a psychological architecture. Each card is a mirror of a stage in the psyche's evolution. The moon is the initiation into mystery. The Fool is the leap of faith. Strength is the inner fortitude to embody your transformation. When read together, they form not a story, but a spiritual equation. Innocence plus mystery and compassion equals conscious awakening. If you want to embody this in real life, start by pulling those 3 cards together in a reading. Ask, where am I being invited to trust? Where am I resisting mystery? Where can I show myself more compassion? Let the cards open the door to internal conversation. Let the celestial bodies above remind you that your inner world moves in orbits too. And remember, the moon's wisdom isn't something you understand. It's something you become. So, as these archetypes swirl together, they trace a map, not to the stars, but to the self. And just ahead, the lunar terrain stretches out like a sacred scroll. But it isn't pointing toward outer space, it's guiding you inward, where the real revolution always begins. The lunar landscape as inner geography. The moon's terrain isn't just external, it's an emotional topography, a psychic map etched into the soul. Each crater, each shadow, each flicker of lunar light mirrors a part of your inner world. Tarot doesn't send you into outer space, it pulls you into inner space. It tells you that the greatest exploration isn't about rockets, but reflection. You don't conquer this moon, you listen to it. You trace its valleys like you'd trace your own emotional scars, with reverence, not resistance. This is where mysticism and psychology meet. The moon becomes less about illusion and more about inner truth, hidden beneath layers of ego and fear. The towers? Your mental constructs. The dogs? Your instincts. The lobster? Your ancestral memory rising to be seen. Every element of the card reflects a dynamic within your psyche. Every curve of the landscape a forgotten feeling, an unmet need, a story waiting to be rewritten. And you're the cartographer of this invisible world. Real healing begins when you stop seeing discomfort as a problem and start seeing it as a path. The moon guides you not to avoid the darkness, but to walk it with presence. It's not about getting rid of fear, it's about hearing what it has to say. That anxiety before a big change? That's the barking, that strange dream you can't shake. That's the lobster crawling up, that resistance to let go. That's the tower trying to hold its shape. Everything is speaking if you learn to read the map. You don't need a therapist's couch or a shaman's drum to walk this terrain, though both can help. Sometimes it starts with just sitting in silence, walking at night, meditating by candlelight, asking questions without demanding answers, letting your imagination paint the geography of your soul. The moon teaches that inner growth isn't about speed, it's about depth. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that transcendence doesn't mean escaping life, it means feeling it fully. And as the lunar landscape unfolds within, you stand at the edge of something vast and sacred. Not a finish line, but a doorway. The mystery doesn't end, it expands. And you begin to see that the journey through the moon wasn't about finding light at the end of the tunnel. It was about discovering the light inside the tunnel all along. The sun, the inner child and spiritual awakening. The sun in the tarot is no ordinary symbol. It bursts forth with radiant clarity, sweeping away the illusions of the unconscious that dominate earlier cards like the moon. It's that moment when everything finally clicks, when the fog lifts, and you realize who you are, not just who you've been pretending to be. In Jungian psychology, this card mirrors a powerful moment in the individuation process, the awakening of spiritual consciousness. After the shadows, chaos, and ambiguity, the sun brings a kind of psychological resurrection. It's not just hope, it's the inner certainty that you've touched something real and luminous. At its core, the sun is a call to integration. The opposites, light and dark, masculine and feminine, inner world and outer world, are no longer enemies but dance partners. You don't have to fix your flaws. You learn to hold them in the same sacred space where your strengths live. Think of it like alchemy, not about turning lead into gold, but transforming unconscious pain into conscious light. When someone finally breaks free from rigid dogma and embraces direct experience, that's the sun at work. It's not a philosophy, it's energy made visible, like the warmth you feel after surviving a long winter. The card's imagery itself radiates joy and renewal. You see sunflowers blooming, a glowing orb illuminating the sky, and often, two children or a single joyful figure basking in the light. These aren't just decorative, they're loaded with symbolic meaning. The children signify the return of spontaneity and the authenticity of the inner child. The sunflowers turn toward the light, reminding us to follow what nourishes the soul. This isn't abstract mysticism, it's about real, lived wholeness. Journaling in the morning sun, painting without judging yourself, reconnecting with a long-lost hobby, these are portals to this archetype. Unlike the devil or the tower, which deal with crisis and confrontation, the sun invites us to play again. It doesn't demand obedience, it invites participation. That's spiritual growth in its most vibrant form. The more you resist it, the more life seems heavy and gray. But when you lean in, when you let go of the fear of looking silly, of being wrong, of not knowing, you suddenly feel the pulse of the universe beating in sync with your own. The sun isn't about achieving perfection. It's about realizing that light was always within you, waiting for you to stop hiding from it. And here's the beautiful irony. This radiant symbol of certainty emerges only after a long night of uncertainty. That's why the sun follows the moon. It teaches that joy is not naivety, but a hard-won clarity. You've faced your shadows, and now you're ready to shine. But just as the sun rises every day, the work of integration is never done. There's always more light to embody, always more truth to illuminate, always more of the self to reclaim. The symbolism of the child archetype. In the heart of the sun card, you'll often find children, sometimes two, sometimes one, radiating innocence, joy, and spontaneity. These figures aren't there for cuteness. They embody the child archetype, a key player in Carl Jung's psychology. Jung saw the child not just as a symbol of early development, but also of what's yet to be born, the latent wholeness of the self. It represents a bridge between the unconscious and conscious mind, something tender and untouched, yet eternally present. And here's the twist. That child never disappears. It waits, silently, for us to remember who we were before the world told us who we should be. There's power in that innocence. It's not ignorance, it's uncorrupted vitality. The two children on the card often reflect the dualities within us, masculine and feminine, mind and body, ego and soul, dancing together in harmony. They're not fighting for dominance, they're playing. That playfulness isn't superficial, it's a deep symbolic life. Think of a moment when you were fully present, laughing with friends, dancing alone in your room, sketching something weird just for fun. That's the child archetype reclaiming space. It's therapy, whether or not you call it that. In Jungian terms, this eternal child is part of the collective unconscious. It's a seed of divine essence planted deep within the psyche, untouched by trauma, ego, or societal masks. When we reconnect with this energy, we find a type of psychological renewal, a way back to ourselves that isn't backward at all, but forward through integration. People often rediscover this through art therapy, inner child journaling, or even guided meditations that allow imagination to roam free. One practical way: try revisiting an activity you loved before the age of 10 with zero expectation. That memory is a clue. And let's not overlook the subtle genius of tarot here. By placing the child at the center of such a powerful card, it subverts modern assumptions about strength. Real strength isn't rigid, it's receptive. True wisdom carries a twinkle of foolishness. The child archetype reminds us that enlightenment isn't about accumulating answers, it's about unlearning the false ones. If you can laugh, if you can wonder, if you can cry with honesty, then you haven't lost your way. You've just forgotten how sacred those traits are in the first place. The sun doesn't just show us radiant light, it shows us what it means to be radiant. That glow comes from within, and it begins with honoring the part of you that still believes in magic. But that magic needs room to breathe, and that brings us to one of the most misunderstood aspects of healing, the sacred container where this rediscovery can truly begin. The role of play and imagination in psychological healing. Healing doesn't always look like sitting in silence or dissecting your past. Sometimes it looks like building a sandcastle. Carl Jung understood that the psyche needs a sacred space, a temenos, where it can play, experiment, and express without judgment. That's where real transformation begins. In sand play therapy, children and adults arrange figures in a sandbox, revealing deep symbolic truths without saying a word. The unconscious speaks through symbols, not lectures. This isn't child's play, it's psychological alchemy unfolding in real time. Imagination isn't an escape from reality, it's a doorway into it. When someone paints without a plan or writes freely from their dreams, they invite the unconscious to participate. It's in that spontaneity that energy starts to move. Have you ever solved a problem not by thinking harder, but by doodling, walking, or letting your mind drift? That's not coincidence, it's the unconscious whispering through creative flow. Jung believed that the inner world speaks in myth, color, symbol, and story. The more you let yourself play, the more truth you'll uncover. Think of the temenos as a psychic sanctuary, a space where the rules of ego no longer apply. It could be a sketchbook, a meditation mat, a candlelit room, or even a corner of your mind where judgment takes a break. You don't need incense and mantras, though they help. You need permission. Permission to create without needing to impress. Permission to listen to your intuition without logic barging in. Permission to become a beginner again, where mystery isn't a threat, it's an invitation. Practical example. Try this. Take a small box, fill it with objects that symbolize different parts of you. A stone for resilience, a feather for softness, a photo that makes you smile. Place them somewhere sacred. That's your temenos. Every time you visit it, you remind your unconscious. This space is safe. You're allowed to speak. Over time, that symbolic life becomes real life. You begin to trust your dreams, your hunches, your quiet nudges from within. And when you do, healing becomes less about fixing and more about remembering. This is why the Sun card emphasizes creative play. It's not decoration, it's directive. Reconnection begins where seriousness ends. But what happens when those playful energies begin to merge, forming something even more profound than expression? That's when the inner marriage begins to unfold, a sacred union of all the parts within. The sacred union of opposites. Within the golden glow of the sun, something sacred is always unfolding beneath the surface, the union of opposites. It's not just symbolic, it's alchemical. The twin children in the card often represent more than innocence. They embody the masculine and feminine, the yin and yang, the ego and the soul, dancing together in harmony. This sacred marriage, known in ancient alchemical terms as hieros gamos, isn't about romance. It's about inner wholeness. Jung taught that true individuation happens when we stop picking sides and allow our contradictions to coexist without war. You can feel this tension daily. Part of you wants freedom, another part craves stability. One side seeks silence, the other wants to scream. The magic isn't in choosing one, it's in letting them meet, listen, and integrate. Take the example of someone who's driven and disciplined by day, but forgets how to relax. When they finally allow space for laughter, dreams, softness, that's not regression, that's evolution. The reunion of these forces releases massive psychic energy. And the Sun card captures this exact moment, when the split is healed and the energy flows whole again. In mythology, we see this mirrored everywhere, from Shiva and Shakti to the solar twins of ancient Greece. These aren't just fanciful tales, they are metaphors for the merging of polarities inside us. The logic of the logos meets the creativity of the eros. The disciplined adult meets the imaginative child. It's not hierarchy, it's harmony. When the two merge, something new is born, the radiant self. This is why the imagery of twins in the Sun card is so potent. They aren't rivals, they're reflections preparing for transcendence. To experience this in real life, try a simple reflective practice. When facing a decision, ask yourself what your opposite would do, not to act blindly on it, but to understand it. If you're often assertive, what would happen if you paused and listened? If you're usually passive, what would a bold move feel like? This dance, done consciously, is an act of psychological integration. It's not about being perfect, it's about becoming whole. That's the goal of shadow work, not to destroy the shadow, but to marry it. And when this sacred union begins, something extraordinary happens. The psyche doesn't just feel better, it becomes radiant. That radiance isn't metaphorical, it's the solar consciousness awakening within. Which brings us to the most ancient and enduring image of all, the sun itself, not just as a light in the sky, but as a mirror of the soul's inner brilliance. The solar symbol and inner illumination. The sun has always been more than just a star in the sky. It's been a metaphor for consciousness itself. In the tarot, the sun card radiates this symbolism with every brushstroke. Illumination, wholeness, clarity. Jung would have called it the radiant self, the point at which the ego aligns with something greater than itself, no longer resisting the unconscious but becoming its clear vessel. This is the light that doesn't burn, it reveals. It's not about being positive all the time, but about seeing clearly, even the things you wish you hadn't buried. Solar consciousness is different from raw intellect or moral superiority. It's warm, steady, generative. It gives life to the inner world, just like the physical sun gives life to the outer one. When someone steps into that clarity, you can feel it. People become grounded, magnetic, and deeply present. They're no longer caught in projection or fantasy. They've integrated enough shadow to shine without pretense. This is what enlightenment looks like in real time. Not glowing robes or grand speeches, but a calm, radiant human being who owns both light and dark. The sun card often features a glowing orb and expansive sky, suggesting that this clarity comes from a higher order, a symbolic center that restores balance. And when the energy centers in the psyche align with that clarity, transformation is inevitable. Think of practices like sun gazing at dawn, journaling in natural light, or meditating on a golden mandala. These aren't spiritual gimmicks, they're rituals that align you with the rhythm of inner radiance. Real change doesn't feel forced, it feels remembered, like coming home to a part of you that's been shining all along. This kind of inner light doesn't just transform the self, it touches others. That's the power of solar symbolism. It spreads without trying. The more you integrate, the more others around you feel seen, heard, and warmed by your presence. You become a psychological sun in your own circle. Not dominant, but life-giving. Not blinding, but illuminating. It's what the mystics meant when they spoke of the halo, an aura of aligned being, formed not from dogma, but from deep inner harmony. But how did we, as a species, come to place such cosmic reverence on this glowing body in the sky? Why does every ancient culture seem to treat the sun not just as a source of heat, but as a god, a teacher, a mirror? To understand that, we need to look back across civilizations and mythologies that saw in this same radiant orb a symbol of divine order and sacred responsibility. Historical and cultural reverence for the sun. Long before modern psychology gave us terms like ego, self, and individuation, ancient civilizations were already telling the same story through the sun. To the Egyptians, Ra wasn't just a god, he was the source of all life, riding his solar boat through the underworld each night, symbolizing rebirth and resurrection. The Aztecs offered human hearts to Tonatiuh not out of barbarism, but as a desperate attempt to keep cosmic balance alive. Even the Pueblo peoples revered the sun as a sacred guide, aligning their temples with its path to mark divine rhythm. These weren't just rituals, they were cosmic conversations. What all these traditions grasped, perhaps intuitively, was that the sun isn't just a ball of fire, it's a mirror for the psyche. Its cycle of rising, shining, and setting mimics the journey of consciousness itself. It disappears into darkness, only to return renewed. Jung would call this a perfect archetype of renewal and integration. These ancient cultures weren't naive, they were symbolically literate. They understood that aligning human life with solar rhythms brought not only agricultural success, but psychological coherence. Even in Christian mysticism, solar symbolism sneaks in. The halo around Christ, the emphasis on light of the world, the resurrection at dawn, all of it screams radiant clarity and inner rebirth. The sun becomes not just a physical necessity, but a moral compass, a symbol of responsibility. You wake with it, you work under it, you rest when it disappears. It teaches us rhythm, limits, and presence. In today's hyperdigital world, re-establishing that relationship with natural cycles could be a profound act of psychological rebellion. Practical idea? Begin your day facing the morning sun. No phone, no to-do list, just 5 minutes of silence. Let the light hit your face and ask, what needs illumination today? That's not New Age fluff, that's ancient wisdom repackaged for modern sanity. The sun's power isn't just symbolic, it sets the tempo of your hormones, your mood, your attention. Aligning with it is aligning with yourself. This is what these cultures understood deeply. The outer sun is a teacher, and the inner sun is its student. Yet as we follow the tarot's narrative path, not every card sees the sun so clearly. Some are lost in illusion, trapped in systems of repression or confusion. To understand the full significance of the sun, we have to see it in contrast with the cards that came before it, the darker archetypes that build the tension this radiant card ultimately resolves. Contrast with earlier tarot archetypes. To truly grasp the brilliance of the sun, you have to walk through the shadows that came before it. The tarot doesn't hand you light on a silver platter, it makes you earn it. Cards like the Devil, the Tower, and the Moon each represent profound psychological entrapments. The Devil shows our bondage to illusions, addictions, and false power structures. The Tower tears them down violently. The Moon, it's the confusion that comes after, the eerie realm of dreams, projections, and psychic fog. And then finally comes the Sun, not as relief, but as revelation. This isn't just a sequence, it's a narrative arc, like a hero's journey through the psyche. The Devil traps us in the unconscious. The Tower forces the collapse. The Moon tempts us with fantasy and fear. The Sun is different because it marks the return of clarity. Not the naive clarity of youth, but the hard-won illumination that comes after surviving the storm. It's the moment when the ego no longer fears the unconscious but works with it, when shadow work shifts from suffering to integration. It's not just, I made it out alive. It's, I understand now why I had to go through it. You can see this play out in real life. A person might hit rock bottom, burnout, heartbreak, identity crisis, only to emerge with a new sense of purpose. That clarity doesn't come despite the breakdown, it comes because of it. The Sun is that post-crisis glow, where the pieces of the puzzle finally align. It's why so many people find meaning in hardship once they've processed it. And tarot, in its wisdom, encodes that same arc. The light isn't cheap. It's forged through friction, fire, and facing the truth. The visual contrast is striking too. The Moon card is filled with murky blues, creatures from the deep unconscious, and towers in the distance. But in the Sun, we find a clear sky, a visible path, and beings fully in the light. That's not accidental, it's archetypal. The imagery itself is a psychological map, from fear-based fragmentation to radiant wholeness. The symbolism isn't decoration, it's instruction. The cards are saying, this is how healing happens. This is how you become real. But the story doesn't stop at joy and clarity. In Jungian terms, this is just another step in the individuation journey. The Sun marks the moment when the ego finally turns back toward the self, toward wholeness. And to truly embrace that return, one must face not only the inner light, but the lost inner child, now ready to emerge into conscious life. Psychological individuation and integration. The Sun card might look like pure joy, but behind its radiance lies one of the deepest processes in Jungian psychology, individuation. This isn't about becoming a better version of yourself. It's about becoming yourself fully and consciously. That journey often begins with fragmentation, losing touch with the inner child, wearing masks to survive, projecting our fears onto others. But at a certain point, something shifts. The inner child, once banished or forgotten, begins to stir. And when we consciously turn back to meet it, something extraordinary happens. That's what the Sun is all about. Conscious reunion with what was always essential. Jung described individuation as the process of integrating all aspects of the psyche, light and shadow, masculine and feminine, ego and self, into a cohesive whole. The child and the Sun isn't just happy, they're free. And that freedom isn't random, it's earned. It comes when you've faced your fears, challenged your beliefs, and said, I'm done pretending. The return of the inner child isn't regressive, it's revolutionary. It says, I refuse to live divided. And that inner declaration shifts everything. How you work, how you love, how you see the world. This journey often requires letting go of control. The adult mind loves certainty, roles, and expectations. But individuation is messy. You might cry during meditation. You might laugh in therapy. You might realize your deepest dreams were inherited, not chosen. But every time you tell the truth to yourself, you reclaim a piece of your radiant self. A practical way to begin: write a letter to your childhood self, not to fix them, but to thank them. Let that voice come alive again. That's not nostalgia. That's inner alignment. When people undergo true integration, their lives change in subtle yet profound ways. They stop needing approval. They stop chasing performance. They begin to live symbolically, noticing signs, dreams, synchronicities. The world becomes more alive, not because it changed, but because they did. They've reconnected with imagination, intuition, and the sacredness of experience. That's solar consciousness. That's individuation in action. And no, it's not a straight line. It loops, spirals, dissolves, reforms. But every loop brings you closer to the core. And what lies at that core? What's waiting beyond the integration of psyche and soul? Not just peace, but resurrection. The kind of inner transformation that feels like a new life altogether. And that's where the sun leads us next, to the mythic realm of spiritual rebirth and the luminous clarity that only death and renewal can provide. Spiritual resurrection and transformative illumination. At its deepest level, the Sun card is not just about joy, it's about resurrection. Not the Hollywood kind, but the kind that sneaks up on you after a long night of the soul. Jung called this a psychic rebirth, when the ego dies to its illusions and the self rises, radiant and whole. It's the moment when you don't just talk about change, you are change. And this rebirth isn't just personal. It mirrors mythological themes seen across time. Osiris rising, Jesus resurrecting, Jonah emerging from the whale. These aren't just stories, they're blueprints for transformation. Spiritual rebirth doesn't come from bypassing the pain. It comes from being willing to die into truth. You lose your old identities, your false narratives, your protective illusions. That's terrifying, but it's also the gateway. The Sun card captures the moment after, when you've stepped out of the grave and into the light, blinking, raw, but real. It's not about perfection, it's about presence. You're no longer performing for the world. You're here, alive, connected to something infinitely larger than your story. This illumination is energetic. People who undergo deep spiritual transformation often describe it like light flooding in. Visions, clarity, synchronicities, a sudden knowing. Jung called it the emergence of the self, but ancient mystics called it divine union. It's when the sacred and the psychological merge, when you feel not just healed, but holy. Practical example, keep a resurrection journal. Write down the moments in your life where you felt reborn, after heartbreak, after loss, after insight. Trace the pattern. You'll see, the sun has been there all along, just behind the veil. And here's what makes this transformation radical. It doesn't require a guru, a church, or a title. It requires sincerity, the willingness to tell the truth to yourself again and again, to shed what's dead, to protect what's alive. This is why the sun is placed so late in the tarot's journey. It's not a beginning. It's a culmination. It says, you've walked through the fire. Now you get to shine. And that light, it's not borrowed. It's yours. It was always yours. Yet this spiritual clarity isn't the end. It's a new beginning. Because once you've remembered the light inside, you start to see the world differently. You begin to live symbolically. You notice archetypes moving through your life like constellations. And that brings us full circle, back to the ancient language that's always been there, tarot, Jungian symbols, sacred stories, offering maps not just of the cosmos, but of the self. Judgment, breakdown is a spiritual awakening. Let's begin with that striking image. A radiant angel blowing a trumpet from the heavens while naked figures rise from coffins below. It's not just biblical theater, it's the soul's alarm clock. In tarot, the judgment card doesn't announce doom. It announces transformation. We're talking about a moment of resurrection, a call to consciousness, a metaphysical rebirth. Carl Jung would have loved it. This is the self calling the ego home after a long, messy journey. It's not just symbolic, it's psychological. And oh boy, it's loud. This card grabs you by the psyche and says, "Wake up." The trumpet, the divine messenger, represents sound as catalyst, a vibration that splits the unconscious like a lightning bolt and forces the ego to reckon with what it's ignored. These figures, they're rising from the depths of shadow, shedding shame, guilt, and the masks they wore. The angel above is no external judge. It's the higher self, demanding the integration of light and dark. This isn't about punishment. It's about wholeness. When someone draws this card, they're not being punished, they're being called. And that call might look like a crisis, the end of a relationship, a burnout, a moment where life drops you to your knees. But that's the genius of archetypes. They speak in symbols so the soul can hear. You're not losing control. You're losing illusions. This card doesn't ask for perfection. It demands honesty, and it offers liberation in return. You'll notice the figures have no clothes. That's no accident. It's about stripping the persona, the false self, the overcompensated ego, and standing exposed in the light of truth. If you're in a period of inner reckoning, this is your sacred temenos, your inner temple. You're not dying. You're being reborn. The only question is, are you ready to rise when the trumpet sounds? Because whether you're ready or not, it's blowing either way. The judgment card always comes after the sun, and that's no coincidence. First the joy, then the truth. First the light, then the test. Think of this card as the final checkpoint before completion. A chance to integrate, to reclaim your destiny, to hear the inner voice you've long silenced. And just when you think you've grasped the light, you hear something deeper calling you into the next mystery. Sound as a spiritual catalyst. Before there was light, there was sound. That's not just a poetic line. It's embedded in sacred texts and myths from Genesis to the Vedas. In the beginning was the Word. The judgment card taps straight into that primordial vibration. The trumpet here isn't a cute detail. It's a spiritual detonator. Sound hits the nervous system faster than light, bypasses the intellect, and rattles the unconscious. That's why the trumpet wakes the dead. It doesn't ask permission. It commands transformation. In Jungian language, sound acts as a direct line between ego and unconscious, bypassing layers of resistance. Ever wonder why a single song can crack open years of numbness or trigger tears you didn't know you were holding? That's not just nostalgia, that's metaphysical resonance. Just like a tuning fork vibrates in harmony, your psyche responds to vibration it recognizes as truth. This is why mantras, chants, even guided meditations can unlock something no book ever could. Think of Gregorian chants, Sufi whirling, or even the booming bass at a concert that makes your chest vibrate. In every case, you're not just hearing sound, you're being moved by it. Try this. Next time you're overwhelmed, hum deeply for 60 seconds. Feel the vibration in your chest. It's a small way to remind your system that you're alive here now. The angel's trumpet is this exact principle, but cosmic in scale. It breaks the silence of your sleepwalking life. When we talk about spiritual awakening, most people imagine light, visions, maybe divine downloads. But the judgment card shows something different. Your rebirth might come with noise, discomfort, or a shocking jolt. That's why it's so potent. It doesn't gently suggest you awaken. It makes it impossible to keep sleeping. This is why the unconscious chooses sound. It bypasses filters. It enters uninvited. And it leaves echoes that demand interpretation. So the next time you feel shaken by a voice, a message, or even a strange sound in your dream, don't dismiss it. That could be your trumpet. The moment when you're not just informed, but transformed. Because after the call, the psyche has no choice but to answer, and that answer is where the real journey begins. Psychological interpretation through Jungian functions. Let's take a closer look at those figures rising from the graves in the Judgment card. Each one, in their raw, unclothed state, isn't just a symbol of rebirth. They're representations of the psyche's fragmented parts. Carl Jung gave us a brilliant framework to explore this. The 4 psychological functions: sensation, intuition, thinking, and feeling. Now, what if those figures weren't just resurrected humans, but personifications of these inner faculties returning to the light of consciousness? The hero here is often associated with the thinking function, logical, structured, striving for clarity. But when that thinking becomes rigid, the hero risks losing access to the richness of the unconscious. That's when judgment arrives. It's a psychic recall, a divine announcement that says, "You've ignored too much for too long." Each function has its gift. Intuition reveals possibilities. Sensation anchors you in the now. Feeling connects you to values. Ignore one, and you hobble through life uneven. People who dominate through one function, say chronic overthinkers, often wake up in crisis. They've built entire lives on intellect, while their emotional and sensory worlds atrophy in silence. The trumpet of judgment doesn't whisper to thinkers in logic. It roars through dreams, synchronicities, and feelings they can't rationalize. Suddenly, the ego feels haunted, but it's not a ghost. It's the neglected function, begging to be integrated. That's where rebirth starts. To begin balancing your psyche, ask yourself, which function do I suppress the most? For thinkers, that might mean tuning into feeling. What movies move you? Which relationships nourish or drain you? For those led by sensation, try journaling dreams or exploring archetypes. This is more than self-help, it's individuation, a sacred dance toward wholeness. The figures in judgment aren't simply waking, they're remembering forgotten parts of themselves. And that's where the real healing begins. So next time you see this card, don't just ask what it means, ask what you've been ignoring. Which voice inside you is still buried? Because judgment is never random. It arrives when the psyche is ready to evolve. And just when you think you've understood the message, the archetypal hero begins his deeper descent toward integration. The journey of the hero archetype. Every soul has its odyssey, and in the tarot, the hero walks a path laced with paradoxes, pitfalls, and revelations. From the lovers to the sun, each card is a stage in the evolution of consciousness. By the time we reach judgment, the hero has been shattered by the tower, humbled by the moon, and purified by the star. He's lost illusions, battled his shadow, and been stripped to essence. That's why he can finally hear the trumpet. His ego isn't in the way anymore. Let's be real. The path of awakening isn't a feel-good Instagram quote. It's terrifying. The tower doesn't collapse gently. The moon doesn't light the path clearly. The hero doubts himself, questions his destiny, and sometimes even wishes he could go back. But this tension is exactly what catalyzes transformation. That's the genius of symbolic life. It tells you that your breakdown is sacred. Not a detour, but the door. Your dark night of the soul is part of the contract. Jung knew this intimately. He called it the process of individuation. It's not about becoming perfect, it's about becoming whole. The archetype of the hero is one who faces inner dragons, self-deception, shame, fear of being seen. And when he survives, he doesn't return the same. He comes back with gifts, wisdom, empathy, and the courage to live authentically. Just like Frodo with his scar, or Simba claiming the throne, the hero returns, but never as he was. If you've been through a season where everything you counted on fell apart, you're not cursed. You're being called. Maybe you've lost your job, your faith, or your sense of self. That's the moon phase. Confusing, lonely. But right after the moon comes the sun, and then judgment. Your crisis is the curriculum. The hero archetype doesn't avoid the fall. He learns how to land with grace. That's how the psyche readies itself for resurrection. And once the hero stands again, reborn and restructured, he realizes that death was never the end. It was the threshold. But just as he finds his footing, the memory of older myths begins to echo, ancient rituals that whispered of something even deeper. Descent and resurrection in myth and ritual. Long before tarot cards existed, humanity told stories of descent and return. Think of Persephone dragged to the underworld, or Osiris dismembered and resurrected. These weren't just cultural myths, they were psychological maps. The Judgment card echoes this universal theme. You must die to who you were in order to awaken who you are. Jung saw myth as a mirror of the unconscious, and these death-rebirth cycles as essential for individuation. No fall, no rising. No shadow, no integration. In the Eleusinian mysteries, initiates underwent symbolic death to prepare for spiritual rebirth. It wasn't a metaphor, it was an initiation. Likewise, the psyche needs ritual moments of collapse. That's why psychological breakdowns often come just before breakthroughs. When your ego crumbles, your unconscious finally has space to speak. This is the descent, the in-between, the sacred darkness, the place where symbols arise, meaning reforms, and the soul reorganizes itself around something deeper. Let's talk real life. Ever gone through a breakup that left you questioning your entire identity? Or a burnout that made you stare at the ceiling, wondering what the hell you've been doing with your life? That's a psychic death. The old self doesn't just go quietly, it fights, resists, panics. But once it lets go, the space for rebirth emerges. It's not pretty, but it's holy. In those moments, the tarot doesn't offer answers, it offers a mirror. And judgment becomes your myth. These myths and rituals weren't about escaping life. They were about returning to it renewed. That's what resurrection really means. It's not about rising into heaven. It's about descending so deeply into your soul that when you rise again, you carry heaven with you. Your perception shifts, your energy changes, and the life you once endured becomes a life you're now consciously shaping. That's metaphysical rebirth. That's what the angel's trumpet awakens in you. And just as myth carried ancient people through their inner hells, so too can you trace your path through symbolic resonance. But what happens when these stories stop being abstract? When they crash into your real modern life? That's when the line between myth and memory gets personal, and suddenly, your own descent becomes a sacred case study in transformation. Case study of personal psychological breakdown and rebirth. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that everything you've built, your career, your relationships, even your spiritual identity, feels hollow. That was my judgment moment. Not metaphorical, not poetic. Literal. I felt like my soul had quietly slipped out the back door while I kept performing the role of who I thought I was. No more spark. No more meaning. Just a quiet, unbearable numbness. That's what Jung would call a psychic death, and it's brutal. In that void, tarot became more than a deck. It became a lifeline. The judgment card stared back at me with its naked figures and blaring trumpet, and I knew it wasn't judging me, it was inviting me. To feel again. To stop hiding behind intellect and embrace sensation, intuition, and the aching feeling I'd buried under productivity. It became clear my dominant function had hijacked the show, and my inferior function, sensation, was screaming for recognition. I started small, cooking with my hands instead of ordering out. walking barefoot on grass, sitting in the sun and doing nothing. These weren't just activities, they were resurrections. By reclaiming my body, I reclaimed my vitality. And then intuition kicked in. Dreams returned. Symbols came alive. I realized I'd been operating from a fractured ego, efficient, successful, but spiritually starved. The angel's trumpet had sounded. I just hadn't been listening. One night, I laid the judgment card next to the moon and the star and suddenly saw the whole arc: descent, purification, rebirth. That wasn't a myth. That was my life. The card didn't promise that I'd be fixed. It offered something much deeper, the chance to be whole. To live integrated, not perfect. To honor both light and shadow, intellect and emotion, clarity and mystery. I wasn't healed overnight, but I was reborn in awareness. And that's the thing. Once you taste this kind of resurrection, you can't go back. But here's the twist. Healing doesn't end with insight. The deeper transformation comes when you realize that even your inferior function holds the key to your destiny. And the moment you stop resisting it, something wild and sacred begins to grow. The role of the inferior function in personal development. Carl Jung wasn't just interested in what made people tick. He wanted to know what made them whole. His theory of psychological types wasn't a neat personality quiz. It was a roadmap. Each person has a dominant function, something they rely on to navigate the world, but hidden in the shadows is the inferior function. It's awkward, underdeveloped, often ignored, yet it's the golden key to transformation. The judgment card is where that key starts to glow. Let's say you're a thinker, rational, strategic, efficient. You're praised for it. But feeling? That's messy, unpredictable, even scary. So you push it down. You don't notice when you're hurt or when others are. But repression has a cost. The more you deny the inferior function, the more pressure builds in the unconscious. Until one day the trumpet sounds, and it's not music. It's the sound of a breakdown. That's the moment the psyche demands balance. Here's the kicker. The inferior function doesn't just cause pain, it holds genius. If sensation is your blind spot, reclaiming it might awaken creativity, intimacy, even joy. If intuition terrifies you, developing it could open portals to purpose and inner vision. The resurrection shown in the judgment card is, in part, the return of the rejected function. It rises from the grave not to haunt you, but to heal you. And if you're brave enough, to make you whole. Want to begin? Start by observing what triggers you in others. Often, we reject in others what we've buried in ourselves. Then play. Let yourself be terrible at something new. Paint badly. Dance like no one's watching. Write nonsense. The point isn't mastery, it's integration. You're not just doing an activity. You're unearthing buried gold. That's individuation. That's the psychological redemption Jung pointed to. And it begins not with pride, but with humility. So when the angel in judgment raises the trumpet, it's also summoning your lost functions home. The forgotten parts, the suppressed voices, the psychic exiles. And as they return, something miraculous happens, responsibility. Not just the burden of adulthood, but the sacred duty to live as your full self. And that sense of inner calling is exactly what happens next. Spiritual responsibility after awakening. So you've had your awakening. The trumpet's been heard, the shadow's been faced, and the light has broken through. Now what? Here's where most people stumble. They think awakening is the finish line. But in reality, it's just the starting bell. The judgment card doesn't just liberate, it commissions. Once you see, you can't unsee. And once you know, you can't unknow. With greater awareness comes a deeper responsibility to live in alignment with your truth and stop pretending you don't know better. Spiritual rebirth isn't about escaping your problems. It's about returning to them with new eyes and a renewed self. The angel doesn't say, "Congratulations, you're done." It says, "Now rise." And rising means showing up for your path, your community, your purpose. That might look like finally quitting the soul-sucking job, or speaking the truth in a relationship you've outgrown, or taking ownership of your creative gift instead of waiting for someone to approve it. Freedom isn't ease. It's conscious choice. Jung would say you're no longer just ego, you're stepping into self. And that self doesn't just float above the world, it engages with it. It honors the sacred temenos of your inner life while participating fully in outer life. You start to realize that your individuation isn't just for you, it's your offering to the world. You've been liberated from old patterns, yes, but now you're bound to something higher, a calling, a role in the divine order of things. That calling doesn't have to be dramatic. It could be the way you raise your kids, the way you write, or how you listen to others. The point is, you're no longer sleepwalking. Your actions ripple with awareness. Your energy becomes medicine for others. You're not just living, you're embodying consciousness. This is the part most people avoid because it's not glamorous. But it's sacred. Liberation isn't licensed to float off into the clouds. It's an invitation to walk the earth as a vessel of light. And just as you begin to carry this awareness into the world, you realize something deeper. Redemption isn't leaving the world behind. It's returning to it transformed. It's reclaiming the parts of yourself that were once pawned off to survive. And just when you think you've completed your mission, you hear the whisper of destiny calling again, from a deeper place still. The dynamics of liberation, redemption, and vocation. Redemption isn't a one-time event, it's a living, breathing process. In the Judgment card, liberation doesn't mean floating off into bliss. It means stepping back into life with renewed purpose. Think of it like being released from a pawn shop. You've reclaimed something essential, something you gave away in exchange for survival. Your creativity, your voice, your faith. And now that it's back, the question isn't just what now, it's what for. That's where vocation enters the picture. Vocation isn't just your job, it's your soul's assignment. It's the specific way you're meant to serve the world with your newly integrated self. Jung believed each person had a unique path in the great web of consciousness, a sacred role in the unfolding story of the cosmos. But here's the twist. That path only becomes clear after the breakdown, the descent, the surrender. Before that, you're still caught in ego games. After that, you're finally ready to listen. And the call, it might not come as a booming voice. It might be a quiet pull toward art, teaching, healing, or building something beautiful. You'll know it by the sense of alignment it brings, not comfort, but clarity. You'll feel like your life has weight again. That's the soul saying, we're back on track. This is redemption, not the wiping away of pain, but the weaving of pain into purpose. And it changes how you show up in every room you enter. Remember the figures in the Judgment card? They're not just free. They're connected. They're part of something larger. That's what spiritual rebirth does. It breaks the illusion of separation. Suddenly, your life isn't just yours. It's part of a divine orchestra, and you're finally playing your note. The joy isn't in being exceptional, it's in being aligned. This is what it means to live metaphysically. Every action charged with symbolic meaning, every moment a chance to embody redemption. And just when you begin to live this way, with integrity, with intention, you hear something new in the angel's trumpet. It's not just a call to rise, it's a call to unite, to connect the fragments of Psyche and cosmos. And as you begin to answer that call, something miraculous unfolds within the image of the card itself. integration of psyche and divine communication. At first glance, the Judgment card may seem loud and celestial, but look again. There's something tender happening beneath the trumpet blast. The figures below are no longer scattered, confused, or fragmented. They're humanized, aware, connected. This is what integration looks like, not perfection, but participation. The psyche has aligned with the divine, and for the first time, there's a dialogue between what is above and what is within. That angel, it's not separate. It's the voice of the higher self finally being heard. Carl Jung described individuation as a process of becoming whole, not good. And here we see that principle in motion. These resurrected souls aren't blank slates. They carry their past, their wounds, their stories. But now, those elements serve the light. This is the integration of shadow and self, ego and soul. The unconscious no longer speaks in symbols alone. It's been translated into conscious awareness. That's why the figures rise. They're not escaping, they're embodying. When the inner and outer worlds finally speak the same language, everything changes. Synchronicities increase. Intuition sharpens. Your life begins to feel like it's being written in a language you're just starting to understand. That's what divine communication feels like. It's not always verbal, but it's always precise. The psyche becomes a temple, the body a resonant instrument, and life itself becomes a symbolic conversation between you and the infinite. In practical terms, this looks like alignment. You're no longer forcing your path, you're following energy. Decisions become clearer. Relationships shift. You begin to trust your own knowing. And most importantly, you stop outsourcing authority. You realize the divine isn't somewhere far away. It's in the whisper of your own consciousness. This is the sacred temenos, the place where truth is received without noise. The card shows this not through grandeur, but through stillness. And as the final card, the world, begins to shimmer just beyond the edges of judgment, you realize something profound. This isn't the end. It's the beginning of a life lived in wholeness, of a self that listens deeply, of a psyche that no longer hides. Because once you've heard the trumpet and risen, the only thing left is to dance. The world, the balance of opposites, ego and self. There's something about the final card of the tarot that feels like stepping into a deep, exhale-worthy truth, like finishing a marathon only to realize the journey itself was the real treasure. The world stands there, arms wide, suspended in sacred movement inside a glowing mandorla. Around this figure swirl the four living creatures, lion, ox, eagle, and angel, guardians from the corners of consciousness, echoing ancient archetypes embedded in the collective unconscious. It's not just a card, it's a cosmic snapshot of completion, integration, and harmony between the self and the sacred. The dancer in the center isn't just dancing. It's performing a sacred rite of realization, embodying the final step of the hero's journey, where all fragmented parts of the psyche are pulled into a living image of wholeness. You've felt it, haven't you? That moment when everything clicks, not because the world outside changed, but because you aligned. That's the world. The ego no longer resists the unconscious. The opposites, masculine and feminine, dark and light, mind and body, stop battling and begin to dance. Now look closer. That almond-shaped oval encircling the figure? That's the mandorla, symbol of divine conflict transformed into divine union. It's where heaven kisses earth, where the psyche gives birth to the self. You don't arrive there through passivity, but through active engagement with life's paradoxes. It's what Jung called the tension of opposites. Imagine losing your job, but finding your calling, getting heartbroken, but finally meeting yourself. That's the mandorla in motion. It's not comfort, it's transformation. The world card says, you've made it, but with a cosmic wink. Because this isn't about static perfection, it's about dynamic wholeness. This sacred geometry reveals that everything in life, your pain, your triumph, your confusion, is a spiral leading toward greater awareness. The archetype doesn't demand flawlessness, it invites integration. And that dance in the center, that's your soul finally hearing the music of its own becoming. And yes, you're allowed to smile at that. The real kicker? This card doesn't exist outside of you. It's a mirror. It says, you are the dancer. You are the mandorla. You are the myth unfolding. This image doesn't promise a happy ending, but an awakened presence, the eternal now. And right when you think it's over, a subtle shift happens. The figure doesn't stop dancing. It begins again, which begs the question, what happens when opposites don't just integrate, but transform into something sacred? Androgyny, unity of opposites, and sacred integration. Let's talk about the dancer. Not just their steps, but who they are. Neither man nor woman, and yet fully both. This androgynous figure isn't just symbolic, it's a spiritual truth in motion. They represent the sacred union of polarities, the masculine and feminine, the active and receptive, the electric and magnetic. You've seen this before, maybe not on a card, but in those rare moments when your inner contradictions harmonize instead of fight. That's the dance. That's the power of integration. Carl Jung wasn't being poetic when he talked about the necessity of embracing opposites. He meant it quite literally. The unconscious holds what the ego represses, and this inner split creates suffering. But when you embrace both sides, when your logic meets intuition, your discipline embraces spontaneity, you become whole. The dancer's androgyny reflects this sacred marriage. It's the alchemical union, where fire meets water, not to extinguish, but to transmute. And let's not pretend this is abstract. Think of your daily life. Ever tried solving a problem purely with logic, only to find the answer came when you finally felt your way through it? Or those times when stepping back in silence got you further than shouting louder? That's sacred integration. It's not about being balanced like a scale. It's about being alive to every part of yourself. Wholeness isn't symmetry, it's synergy. In esoteric traditions, this unification is the great work. In mysticism, it's the reconciliation of the divine masculine and divine feminine. In psychology, it's individuation. But in your own life, it might look like finally forgiving your father and healing your mother wound. It might be realizing your strength isn't diminished by your sensitivity. The world around you begins to shift the moment you stop choosing between and start choosing with. This is what the dancer teaches, not to eliminate duality, but to dance with it until it reveals a third thing, transcendence. It's a paradox in motion, and when you catch yourself in that rhythm, even briefly, something ancient and luminous stirs within. It's not the end of your struggle, but the beginning of something much deeper, the emergence of the self, which leads us right into the heart of Jung's deepest insight. Jungian psychology and the concept of the self. At the core of Jung's psychology is a truth so simple most people miss it. You are not just your thoughts, your habits, your job, or even your traumas. Beneath the ego lies something vaster, the self. It's not an idea, it's a living reality. And when the dancer of the world card twirls inside that glowing mandorla, it's a visual echo of this deeper psychic center calling the ego home. Not to destroy it, but to include it in something greater. The process of individuation, which Jung described as the central task of life, is about aligning the ego with the self. Think of it like tuning an instrument, not to silence the strings, but to bring them into harmony with the music of the soul. And that tuning? It often happens through friction, through conflict, through the unconscious, breaking through your daily narrative with dreams, synchronicities, or emotional eruptions you didn't expect. That's the self knocking. Have you ever noticed how people often find themselves in midlife, during crises or massive transitions? The loss, the burnout, the existential ache, they're not just breakdowns. They're invitations. The ego is cracking because something deeper wants to emerge. Jung believed this confrontation with the unconscious was necessary. Without it, we remain fragmented, successful perhaps, but inwardly divided, chasing meaning in all the wrong places. The tarot doesn't contradict this, it illustrates it. The dancer's openness, their fluid grace, shows a personality no longer clinging to control. The unconscious isn't feared, it's welcomed. The psyche isn't a battleground, it becomes sacred ground. And the integration of archetypes, from shadow to anima to wise old man, becomes less of a theory and more of a lived experience. You become the myth. You stop acting out the drama and start directing it. The self, then, isn't something you find in a textbook or a guru's lecture. It reveals itself when the dance between inner and outer worlds becomes conscious. When your thoughts, feelings, intuition, and sensations all sit at the same table and break bread. And when that happens, a transformation begins that no external event can replicate. Which brings us to the space this whole dance unfolds in, the sacred vessel itself, the mandorla. The mandorla is sacred space and symbol. The mandorla isn't just a pretty frame, it's the soul's womb, the vessel of transformation where opposites meet without annihilation. Shaped like the overlap of two circles, it marks the liminal space where heaven kisses earth, spirit brushes matter, and the divine touches the mundane. In tarot, it surrounds the dancer of the world, not as decoration, but as declaration. This is sacred ground. This is where the self is born. Unlike the Ouroboros, which coils in endless repetition, the mandorla points forward. It's an image of emergence, of transcendence with purpose. You'll see it in the Vesica Piscis of sacred geometry, in Gothic cathedral windows, and even in the aura of saints in religious art. But more importantly, you feel it during those moments when life's paradoxes stop clashing and start revealing a hidden wholeness, like realizing your deepest wound has become your greatest gift. In psychology, the mandorla reflects what Jung called the transcendent function, the psychological mechanism by which consciousness evolves. When ego and unconscious face each other not with denial or domination, but with presence and curiosity, something new is born. Not a compromise, not a split decision, but a creative synthesis. Think of it like mixing red and blue and discovering purple for the first time. It's that alchemical. Practically speaking, entering the mandorla means holding tension without rushing to fix it. It's meditating even when your mind races. It's journaling your anger until your own truth emerges from beneath the blame. It's choosing to stay present in a conversation instead of fleeing or fighting. That space, the overlap, is uncomfortable. But that's also where the miracle happens. That's where life stops being black and white and becomes luminous. So next time you find yourself torn, pause. Don't run. Sit in the mandorla. Trust that this in-between place isn't failure, it's transformation in progress. Because the dancer only finds freedom inside that sacred almond of opposites. And once they start moving, something ancient stirs. A rhythm rises, and soon you'll see, the dance itself is the language of the soul, which leads us into one of the oldest languages humanity has ever known, dance. Spiritual dance and eternal movement. Dance isn't just movement, it's meaning made visible. It speaks without words, cuts through intellect, and calls the soul to attention. In the World card, the dancer doesn't just celebrate an ending, They embody a beginning that never stops unfolding. Their rhythm is cosmic, not choreographed. They twirl within time and outside of it, showing that life isn't a line, it's a spiral, a sacred recurrence. From the fool's first step to this final flourish, everything has been leading to this moment. You've felt that kind of dance before, maybe not in a studio, but in life's flow. When you lost something and later realized it made space for something better. When you took a leap without certainty, only to find wings on the way down. That's the sacred dance in action. Jung would call it individuation. Mystics might call it surrender to divine order. Either way, it's a movement toward wholeness, and every turn of the wheel brings you closer to it. In spiritual traditions worldwide, dance appears again and again as a metaphor for transformation. Shiva's Tandava, the Sufi whirls, the Hebrew David dancing before the ark, all are expressions of ecstatic alignment with the divine. In these movements, the boundary between ego and cosmos dissolves. That's what the tarot card hints at. The dancer isn't performing for an audience. They're merging with the music of existence. Their steps trace a pattern deeper than logic. Want to practice this? Don't overthink it. Move your body. Not to impress, but to express. Put on music and let your inner tension speak through your limbs. Or walk slowly in nature, noticing the rhythm of your breath syncing with the wind. Movement awakens something ancient in the psyche. It grounds you in the now while reminding you of eternity. That's no small thing, it's medicine. And the more you dance, the more the dance dances you. Because here's the secret. The dance isn't about perfection, it's about presence. It's about surrendering control and rediscovering your essence in motion. Just like life, the steps aren't always clear, but the rhythm is real. And if you listen closely, it becomes a compass, a sacred choreography that leads you right into the alchemical heart of transformation, where matter meets spirit and symbols turn to gold. Alchemical and mystical interpretations. Alchemy isn't dead, it just speaks a new language. In the tarot, the world card becomes an emblem of the alchemical opus, where spirit and matter fuse in a mystical marriage. That dancer isn't just celebrating, they're embodying the philosopher's stone, the final stage of transmutation. Gold here isn't literal, it's symbolic. It's the gold of consciousness, of having endured the fire of life and emerged as something rare, luminous, and whole. Let's talk about the quadrature of the circle, a classic alchemical riddle. It represents the impossible task of squaring a circle using only a compass and straight edge. But spiritually, it's the quest to unify the finite with the infinite. The dancer's space within the mandorla is that paradox resolved, not with math, but with grace. The circle of unity balanced on the four corners of matter, guarded by the beasts of the fixed signs. Its harmony written in sacred geometry. Jung saw alchemy as the symbolic language of psychological transformation, and the anima mundi, the world's soul trapped in nature, is the key to that metaphor. Liberating it means awakening your divine potential, not just in some airy soul mission, but in the everyday. In your job, your relationships, your choices. Transformation through suffering doesn't glorify pain, it redeems it. It says, your wounds are not detours. They're doorways. Think practically. Have you ever had a season where everything fell apart, only to realize later that it was setting the stage for a deeper version of you to emerge? That's alchemy in action, the burning away of the false self, the calcination of ego, the dissolution of illusion, and the coagulation of essence. And yes, it hurts, but what's born from that fire carries the fragrance of truth. It's not just personal growth, it's sacred rebirth. So when you see the dancer, remember, they've walked through that furnace. They've tasted the shadow, faced the trials, and emerged with something precious, inner light. And that light doesn't just stay inside, it radiates. It blesses. It transforms. But transformation doesn't stop there. Because what if the lines between inner and outer reality weren't so solid after all? Integration of inner and outer realities. What if your inner world shaped your outer, one more than you ever imagined? Mystics have whispered this truth for centuries, and modern physics is starting to echo it. The world card, in its quiet majesty, hints that the boundary between psyche and cosmos is paper-thin. The dancer doesn't just move within reality, they shape it, live it, breathe it. That mandorla, it's not just a border, it's a mirror. Inner harmony reflects as outer order. Ever heard of the observer effect? In quantum physics, particles behave differently when observed. Now consider this. What if your thoughts, your attention, your consciousness actually influence the world around you? The tarot isn't naive. It knew this before science caught up. That dancer is the observer. Their awareness makes the dance real. Your consciousness is not passive, it's participatory. It molds reality with every step, every intention. The holographic model of the universe goes even deeper. It suggests that every part contains the whole. Microcosm reflects macrocosm. You, standing in your kitchen drinking coffee, are also an expression of the cosmos dreaming itself into being. And that means your inner integration, your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work echoes through existence. You are not separate from the universe. You are the universe, localized. That sounds lofty, sure, but what does it look like in real life? Try this. Next time you feel out of alignment, notice what your outer world mirrors back. Are your relationships chaotic? Maybe your thoughts are too. Is your work unfulfilling? Perhaps your inner voice has been muted. This isn't about blame, it's about awareness. Integration isn't just inner work, it's noticing how every interaction, every random event, speaks to your current vibration. And once you see that, once you really see it, nothing looks the same again. The world stops being static and starts becoming symbolic. Every person, every challenge, every coincidence turns mythic. You walk through your life not as a victim of chaos, but as a co-creator. And this realization shifts everything, including your understanding of the symbols passed down from ancient spiritual traditions. Religious symbolism and collective archetypes. Religion, at its best, speaks in symbols. It doesn't just tell you what to believe, it shows you who you are. In the world card, we see echoes of ancient spiritual stories layered with archetypal truth. The four living creatures, lion, ox, eagle, and angel, aren't just pulled from Christian texts like the Book of Revelation. They are cosmic signposts. Fixed signs in astrology, guardians of the four directions, emblems of the four evangelists, and psychological functions. They anchor the sacred in myth and psyche alike. These symbols don't belong to one culture, they're universal. Carl Jung called them archetypes, timeless patterns living in the collective unconscious. When you dream of flying, wrestling with a beast, or walking through a city made of light, you're tapping into the same mythic well that gave rise to Eden, to the tree of life, to the city of God. The world holds these images together like a divine collage, reminding you that spiritual development isn't new, it's ancient, coded into your DNA. And look at Christ, not just as a historical figure, but as an archetype of the self. His death and resurrection, his union of divine and human, his message of love and redemption, all mirror the journey of individuation. He dies to the ego and is reborn in transcendent consciousness. This isn't just Christian theology, it's mythic truth. The same story appears in Osiris, in Buddha, in Dionysus. Different names, same essence. The return to the self. In your own life, you've probably felt this archetypal pull. Times when suffering felt oddly meaningful. When you sensed you were being initiated, not just punished. That's not coincidence, it's myth awakening within. Maybe you weren't nailed to a cross, but maybe you were betrayed, humbled, stripped of illusions. And maybe, just maybe, that moment led to a kind of rebirth. That's what the sacred stories are for, to remind you that your pain has purpose. So when you see the world, you're not just seeing a card, you're seeing the living echo of the sacred story you've always been part of. A myth written in starlight and blood, calling you to wholeness. And that story doesn't end, it evolves. Which brings us to the arc that carries every soul, the hero's journey. The hero's journey and evolution of consciousness. The world card may look like the end of the road, but don't be fooled. It's not a full stop, it's a turning point. In the grand map of the tarot, it marks the final step of the fool's journey, a return home, but with new eyes, a changed heart, and a soul expanded by trials. The dancer isn't just celebrating survival, they've become someone else entirely. They're not the fool anymore. They're the self, transformed, aligned, luminous. This isn't just metaphorical. You've walked that road. Every heartbreak, every failure, every moment you questioned your worth was part of the initiation. You thought you were breaking down, but you were breaking open. From unconscious innocence to conscious mastery, the hero's path is never linear. It winds, it twists, it doubles back. And with each cycle, your awareness sharpens. Your ego loosens. Your purpose grows bolder. Joseph Campbell called it the monomyth. Jung saw it in dreams and fairy tales. But the tarot shows it. From the fool to the world, every card is a step, a stage, a mirror. And by the time you reach the world, the ego has stopped steering the ship. Now it serves something greater, divine order, inner wisdom, collective calling. The hero is no longer fighting dragons. They've become the dragon and the knight, integrated into a single being. In the real world, this shift often shows up subtly. You stop needing validation. You start choosing peace over control. You trust your intuition without needing a spreadsheet. That's what evolution of consciousness looks like in daily life. You don't become superhuman, you become fully human. And that kind of presence is magnetic. It draws people in, not because you're perfect, but because you're real, centered, and grounded in something beyond yourself. This is why the world is such a powerful card. It doesn't mark the end of your evolution. It marks the moment when your transformation starts to ripple outward, when your personal awakening becomes collective. Because here's the twist, the journey never belonged to you alone. And your healing? It's not just yours to keep. The role of the individual in collective transformation. You might not feel like it, but your inner work is revolutionary. Jung once said that only the individual carries full consciousness, not institutions, not collectives. Just you. And that means your healing, your awakening, your self-awareness doesn't just benefit you, it reverberates. It shakes the web of the collective unconscious, nudging others toward their own wholeness. The dancer in the world card isn't dancing alone, they're dancing for the world. In a society obsessed with external change, politics, activism, reform, it can sound almost naive to say that inner transformation matters more. But look closer. History shows that true change always starts with one awakened individual. Gandhi, Jung, Jesus, Mandela, each began with an inner fire, a personal reckoning. And that internal shift became a beacon for others. Your quiet breakthroughs carry that same potential, even if they start with a journal and a tear-streaked pillow. This doesn't mean isolating yourself in a spiritual bubble. Quite the opposite. Real individuation drives us back into the world with clearer eyes, deeper compassion, and sharper discernment. You stop trying to fix people and start embodying presence. You stop reacting and start radiating. It's not about preaching, it's about becoming. People feel it when you're whole. They may not understand it, but they sense it, and it gives them permission to begin too. Let's make this real. When you stop blaming and start owning your patterns, your relationships shift. When you take responsibility for your projections, conflict dissolves. When you live in alignment, you raise the frequency of every space you enter. That's not woo-woo, it's energetic psychology. Your being influences the field. Yourself, integrated and alive, becomes a tuning fork for others. No sermon required. So yes, the journey was personal. But the effect? Cosmic. You are the microcosm reflecting the macrocosm. And as you spiral toward wholeness, you help pull the collective with you, inch by inch, light by light. But don't get too comfortable in the glow of completion, because just when it all makes sense, the Fool returns, smiling in the wings. Process, not finality. The cycle continues. Here's the twist that blows everything open. The world isn't the end. It's the breath before the beginning. Just when you think you've arrived, when the dance slows, the archetypes quiet, and the mandorla glows with perfect symmetry, the Fool appears again, grinning, ready to leap. And that's when you realize this whole journey wasn't about reaching a destination. It was about learning how to keep becoming again and again without losing your soul. Spiritual evolution isn't linear, it's cyclical. Jung knew this. The psyche doesn't move from A to B in a straight line. It spirals. It revisits. The same wounds show up with deeper lessons. The same patterns return with subtler nuance. And that's not regression, it's refinement. The world card honors your progress, but it also whispers there's more. New symbols, new shadows, new light. And the one who faces them isn't the same fool who began. If you're living consciously, you've probably noticed this already. That feeling of déjà vu, not in your surroundings, but in your psyche. Haven't I healed this already? Didn't I grow past this? And yet, here it is again, same theme, deeper cut. That's the spiral. And the more you embrace it, the less it frustrates you. Because with each round, you carry more light, more clarity, more grace. And the Fool's leap becomes a sacred practice, not a desperate escape. In practice, this means staying open. When life shifts again, and it will, you don't panic. You don't grasp. You dance. You trust the process, even when the music changes. You remember that everything you've integrated, your shadows, your gifts, your sacred polarities, are still with you. You're not starting over. You're starting from wholeness. And that changes everything. So here we are. The Fool behind you, the world beneath you, and the eternal spiral ahead. No map, no guarantees, just rhythm, awareness, and the deep knowing that you were made for this. And as the music swells once more, one question remains. Will you take the next step?